50 years. 50 years of convertibles and chrome, of muscle cars and memories.
The Batmobile by George Barris is the most recognized and popular piece of entertainment history worldwide.
50 years of horsepower and history.
This is the only one that there is that'll ever be the true Shelby.
50 years of classics and customs. 50 years of fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, families, friends, and cars. Barrett-Jackson, 50 years and counting.
Put your hands together! Sold!
Welcome to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale.
It is a beautiful day here in Scottsdale, Arizona. Perfect weather to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson. The crowds have been big all week. They're even bigger today. Everyone coming into the Westworld facility to see the stuff that's going to be crossing the block. Like this Ford sign. This sold this morning before the cars hit the block. And check out that number, $400,000 for a Ford sign. And as we go through the day, well, guess what? The prices are going to get even bigger. Inside the auction arena, the people sitting there, the question for them is not if they'll see $1 million seller. The question is how many. How high will the bidding go? Hi, everybody. I'm Rick DeBrule. Here at Barrett-Jackson this week, the prices have been off the charts, and I have no doubt that today, Super Saturday, is not going to disappoint. But, you know, these cars are more than just metal and fiberglass. Their stories, their history, they're connected to people. They're connected to pop culture. That's why people are willing to spend so much money. And our job, well, we've assembled the greatest broadcast team to help bring that to you. And let's go straight to the two guys up on the block who know so much, Mike Joy and Steve Magnante.
Thank you, Rick, and hi, everybody. Barrett-Jackson racks and stacks their docket so the best cars appear on Saturday and draw the bidders with the deepest pockets. You'll see muscle cars with rare combination of options. Rare cars seldom seen outside the garages of private collections. Classics, resto mods, supercars, hypercars, and much, much more. Steve, I'm going to wager no less than a dozen cars today will have a hammer price of $1 million or more.
I bet. You know, this is the place where the best of the best come to play. You'll see Ford 302s, 429s, Mopar Slant 6s, Street Hemis, and of course the Chevrolet fuel-injected 283 all the way up to the L88. They're all here. All types, all varieties. And for fans of 80s muscle cars, the very last Buick Grand National ever made is going to cross the block today.
Be a fun day here at Barrett-Jackson. Come join us for the ride. And let's begin. Center stage is a Ford pickup. Lot 1276.1 in your catalog is this 1976 F100 or E100 custom wagon.
Well, I love what's been done here. You know, the Ford overhead cam engine family is wide and burly and massive. And these are billet aluminum valve covers that replicate the looks of prototype Boss 429 covers from 1968-69, but they're on a thoroughly modern Coyote V8. Nice mix of then and now.
Fog lights in the bumper emulating the Shelby look and this deep gray, beautiful paint job on this B100 custom two-door wagon. We would call this a Phantom, a car that Ford could have built, but didn't, so these customizers had to.
I love this one. Has a 6-speed manual transmission for the ultimate in fun while driving. Take a peek inside, and just really well presented. Custom leather interior, the air tank for the air suspension. Really nice.
$116,000 for that highly customized wagon, El Chapo. But I can tell you, that's not even in the top 10 of the cars that have already sold today. The #1 sale so far was a Chevy K5 Blazer that topped the charts at $195,000. All right, let's check the next member of our broadcast team. Out in the staging lanes, here's April Rose.
Oh man, there's so many beautiful cars here out in the staging lanes, just like this 1971 Plymouth Cuda. She's got the correct 340 V8 Carter 4-barrel carburetor, torque flight 727 trans with that cool slapstick shifter. Check it inside, bucket seats, AM Music Master radio, and I love that wood grain sport steering wheel. Of course, you got the high impact sassy grass green billboard stripes. So fun to look at, but even better to drive, Rick.
Absolutely beautiful out there. Thank you very much, April Rose. We appreciate it. Up on the block right now in 1967, Chevy C10 Custom, and the pickup trucks have been strong all week. And that one's already hammered, $145,000. Wide variety of stuff that we see here at Barrett-Jackson. Pickup trucks, as I mentioned, have been coming on strong, but there's also plenty of classics. Let's go back to the 1950s for this Kaiser Darren.
Well, Kaiser was a small volume automobile producer in the late 40s and early 1950s, and Dutch Darren was a customizer. And they took a Kaiser engine and chassis and made it into this beautiful fiberglass body with a very unique parlor trick that Steve will show you, and created this low-volume sports car.
Lee, this is the 6-cylinder F-head, half flat head, half overhead valve. This one's been fitted with a 4-speed manual transmission, and inside we'll see what looks to be a Corvette 4-speed shifter. But the big thing, as Mike was referencing on these, the parlor trick being the sliding doors that go in and out of the cowl up front. And then this is a fiberglass car, one of the first American mass-produced fiberglass vehicles. There were only 435 of these made.
The story goes that Henry Kaiser did not want to build this car. He wasn't interested in building a sports car. Dutch Darren put it together, displayed it, and it was Henry Kaiser's wife who said, "I love that." So they built it. $100,000 for a 1954 Kaiser Darren. Let's check in with the next member of our broadcast team, the host of Hoovie's Garage on YouTube. Here's Tyler Hoover.
Now, back 50 years ago at the first Barrett-Jackson auction, you would have seen 71 Camaros, Chargers, and Mustangs in the parking lot, and they would have been coming to buy this. Lot 1292.1 is a 1931 Accord, and this is a beautiful example of an incredible luxury car that you would have said in the same breath as, say, a Rolls-Royce or a Duesenberg, but these claim to fame is the first car ever with front-wheel drive. You see the straight 8 engine under the hood. There's actually a rod going back to the shifter, and then you see going into the front, it is a front-wheel drive vehicle. And it's also the first vehicle to ever have a constant velocity axle. So these actually didn't last past the Great Depression. 1931 was the last year of these, and it looks like you can buy this one, drive it to Pebble Beach, and have all the ribbons pinned on it. Look at that eagle hood ornament, just gorgeous.
It's an amazing collection of cars that are going to be crossing the block today. There you see Salon Collection, all the supercars. Remember, we are on live for 4 hours right here on FYI. Then at 6 o'clock Eastern time, we switch over to the History Channel for 6 hours of live Barrett-Jackson coverage. Tell all your friends you want to sit down, strap in, and hang on. All right, let's check in with Craig Jackson, who's going to look at a 1970 Torino.
We have a 1970 Ford Torino GT 429 Super Cobra Jet. This is lot number 1280. This particular car is one of 241 Super Cobra Jet GTs built in 1970, powered by the 429 Super Cobra Jet V8 engine.
I actually know the consignor of this car, and he actually had contacted myself and a couple other people as he was building this car. I've never seen a Torino restored to this level. I would be hard-pressed to find another one out there that's done like this. This is, in my opinion, the best 70 Torino on the planet.
Well, we have our first $200,000 car of the day, a 1974 Torino. We just previewed for you. It was called the best 74 Torino in the world.
Incredible provenance with this one, including the build sheet, the Marty report, and the old tar top Autolite battery. It's not under hood, but it sits here in the trunk. This is beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of a midline. It's not the Torino Cobra, it's the Torino GT, but the most important thing is the J-Code Cobra Jet 429. Now, this hood scoop might look familiar to fans of Mach 1 Mustangs, but it is actually a different design than the shaker hood used on a Mustang. Got a prow on the front, but underneath that is a high compression 11.3 to 1 429. 4-speed, 430 gears right from the factory. What an acceleration machine.
$250,000 for a 1974 Torino to GT 429 Super Cobra Jet. Once again, you heard the Ford expert for Barrett-Jackson call it the best Torino in the world from 1970. Right behind it, we got a 1971 Plymouth Cuda convertible.
Well, second year for the all-new E-Body, which was Plymouth's response to the Camaro, of course, the Dodge Challenger brother. This one's a Cuda 340, and it's wonderful to think that the 383 was the base engine, but for an extra $44, you got less. Well, not really. The 340 small block was a very potent, lighter engine, and frankly, a little better to have under the hood than a 383 if you like to go around corners.
Now, because this car has a rare combination of options, the consignor has done a very smart thing. He has provided sheet of the pictures of all of the stampings and casting numbers necessary to verify that these particular parts are on the car. If you're going to pay top money for a car with rare options, this is the kind of provenance to support that level of bidding.
Speaking of top, Mike, this is a topless Barracuda, and of course, second year and final year. No more convertibles from Barracuda, strictly coupes in 72, 3, 4. And this is one of just 293 Cuda convertibles made, the end of the line.
Those billboard stripes on the side are factory. They are vinyl, but they spell out the cubic inch displacement right there on the door.
And when you got the 15 by 7-inch rally wheels, you also got the collapsible spare tire in the trunk, which costs an additional $12.55, but there it is. You inflate that with a little compressed air canister and limp home on a flat.
$155,000, no limping with those numbers. And we're going to check in with the final member of our broadcast team. Here's Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. Well, gentlemen, we are off to an incredibly fast start. Rick, I'm down here with the head honchos, Craig Jackson, Chairman and CEO, Brad Jackson, Steve Davis, the President. Gentlemen, I thought your hair might be a little ruffled up because that is fast up there on the block. Craig, you know I love peppering you with questions, but I'll just give you 2 words. Super Saturday.
It is. You know, we've been saying it's going to keep going up. Well, right now we're just climbing up the mountain, and it's going to be a big one today. The cars in here are spectacular. Longtime customers last night up in the Skybox said the best selection of cars, not that we've had, they've ever seen put together at an auction or a show. But they're all selling no reserve. The quality, the diversity, and the prices are representative of that. The bidder office just passed $2 billion worth of lines of credit. So there's a lot of liquidity in there. It's our ratio. We like to have 10 to 1. So we'll see how things go in there today. But the money's here. The people are here. Over 5,700 bidders as of this morning.
Unbelievable. As you were answering then, I see Stevie Davis in the background there smiling, break out into a laugh. Stevie, you sprinkled magic dust all over the docket today.
We call that mojo in my world, Murph. This is Mojo Central today. And what an amazing thing. I talked to Craig a lot about what we've done, especially with the 50th anniversary, but truly for me, personally, I'm savoring this moment. This is absolutely incredible on so many levels. People have been pent up. It's like we've been in this fog bank, and now we've hit beautiful blue skies, the sunshine, incredible cars, incredible people. The dynamic is again, as I said yesterday, unprecedented. I've never really felt or seen anything like this, and man, does it feel good.
I don't think we could be better set up for a better day. I mean, I'm going to come back to you at the end of the day, and I mean, you're going to be exhausted, but ecstatic. I'm going to throw it back.
People should tune in. Pitbull's going to be fantastic at 6:30, but he's right in the middle of the crowd.
Unbelievable.
Those hours are going to be incredible.
Unbelievable.
Just for the record, exhaustion's about 10 miles in my rearview mirror.
Unbelievable. Rick, we're going to throw it back up to you, my friend, and let's get back to it.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, Steve Davis is the guy who puts together the docket, and he creates it and sets it up for the whole week, so it just builds to the course. And then today, of course, are the absolute best cars, and it's assembling that docket. Some people want to be here, they don't get to be. Some people want to be on Saturday, they don't get to be. What cars do you want to have in prime time? It's quite an effort he puts together. Up there right now, a 2002 Camaro ZL1 Phase 3.
Well, pretty special car, not just for what it is now, but what it started out as. This was a Special Service Police Camaro B4C, one of just 708 made, and then it was given a 7-liter 427 LS conversion, 6-speed manual transmission. Good on good.
$105,000 for a pretty cool 2002 Camaro ZL1 Phase 3. All right, the question is, what kind of Corvette do you like? Because we are going to see them cross the block just about every year, generation, whether you like it stock, whether you like it custom. And up there now is a 63 327. It's a split window and fuel injected.
Well, until very recently, Corvettes restored to original drew the highest bids here at Barrett-Jackson, and that's what we have here. It's a 63. You can tell by the grills in the hood that are non-functional. Those would go away after this, the first year for the mid-year or Stingray styling cycle.
Oh, beauty under the hood. That is the L84, which is a $430 upcharge over the base 283 or 327. But roughly 1 in 9 Corvette buyers went for the big dog fuel-injected motor in 1963.
The other signature styling feature of the first Stingray is this spine that runs down the roof and through the rear window, which is bisected, and it's a two-piece. They call it a split window. Now, your rearview mirror became kind of useless with that, so it was a one-year-only styling feature, and it went away for 64, making these 63s all the more special.
Another thing about this car, it does have posit traction, but get this, you had to pay an extra $43 to get the clutch-type differential in the back. And about 75% of all Corvettes were built with factory posit traction. Original base price or sticker on this puppy was $5,402, and we're exceeding that by a multiple right now.
Well, we had phone bidders, we had bidders on the floor. And the way that one goes for $220,000. As you walk around here at Westworld, more than 1,800 cars. The question is, which one is the best? It's almost impossible to pick one, but, well, our broadcast team tried.
Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson. So many great cars. How could we each pick just one? Well, this is a brand new Karma electric sedan. But pop music icon and NASCAR team owner Pitbull has personalized this one. It's the Mr. 305 edition, and he will be here to sell it for a great cause, a charity that will benefit thousands of underserved children. This could be a lawn chair, and with Pitbull selling it, it would do really well. Tyler, what have you got?
Well, Mike, how about McLaren's first Halo car since the F1? Lot 1413 is a 2014 McLaren P1 with a twin-turbo V8 hybrid drivetrain and a top speed of 217 miles per hour. Now, this is one of 375 in existence, and halfway through its life, it was sent back to McLaren Special Operations for a complete one-off crazy metallic repaint. It looks beautiful. What do you have, Rick?
Well, Tyler, how about a historic car with some history? This 1955 Mercedes SL Gullwing was sold new in Havana, Cuba. It was actually used as a race car. They rallied it during the first year of its life. It escaped Cuba in 1961, was imported into the United States. And in case you're wondering, this strawberry red, it's the original factory color. April?
It doesn't get better than this. A real deal 427 big black SC Cobra. Carroll Shelby's genius truly showing through. Restored and upgraded to SC specifications to give it the look and performance that everyone wants. CSX 3356 is documented in the Shelby registry, and I can't wait to watch it cross the block on Super Saturday. Murph, what do you got?
Mildly impressive as always, April, but I think I might have you covered with the 2015 Porsche 918 Spider. It's a hybrid supercar which goes 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds and does a quarter mile, well, in 9.8. Magsy, it's going to take a bit to cover me with this unbelievable Porsche Spider.
Murph, I'm standing here with a custom they call blue suede shoes. It's a 59 Buick Invicta with an LSA supercharged V8 that's been remade to look like an old school nailhead, right down to the aluminum valve covers. Now, they may call this blue suede shoes, but I think when it hits the block, it's going to bring a lot of green.
To be honest, that barely scratches the surface of the spectacular cars that will be crossing the block. Right now we got a 1974 De Tomaso Pantera. It's a custom.
What do the Pantera and the Maserati Bora have in common? Well, one thing, the 5-speed ZF transaxle located behind the V8. But that's about all. This has an American V8 engine, a Ford 351, and I like what they've done here, 8-stack electronic fuel injection. No 4-barrel here, that's beautiful, exotic induction.
I think that's the first Pantera Resto mod we've seen at Barrett-Jackson, a car that's restored on the outside but modified to perform better than original. They have opened up the hood, the front hood that is, to exit radiator air and help with cooling. They've added a front spoiler to help combat lift at speed. Much wider wheels and tires than came on this originally. So I think all of these upgrades are very appropriate and make this 1974 supercar even more so.
Yeah, they're tasteful, Mike. You know, sometimes people go a little crazy with wheel flares and wings and stuff. And another thing about this early one is that it doesn't have the big rubber bumpers that invaded the styling in the mid-70s. So it's very slick, very sleek.
Strong money, $175,000 for that 1974 De Tomaso Pantera Custom to Resto Mod. All right, the price on that sold sticker, and we will take a quick break. That's all the automobilia, the cool stuff that sells before the cars get to the block.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Beautiful day here in Scottsdale. You can sit there and eat food right next to the McGuire staging lanes as the cars drive by right before they get up onto the block. That's your last chance to check them out. It's going to be a busy, busy place today. Not just because of the number of the cars, but the quality of the cars going through there. It's going to be pretty spectacular all day long. And up on the block now, a 1967 Chevy Nova. This is called Super Nova.
This beautiful mild custom has a Don Hardy 700 horsepower 427 underhood.
Just that fast, it's gone at $155,000. Like I said earlier, what kind of Corvette do you like? A coupe or how about a convertible? In this case, it's a 1967 convertible. This one's a big block, 427 cubic inches, 435 horsepower.
Well, somebody spent $437 extra for the big 427 tri-power engine. And roughly 3,700 of 2,300 or 1,000 cars got this. But seen for the first time in 67 are these wheels. 15x7 wheels with slots in them to cool the disc brakes. First time right here. Will become an icon in the Chevy hot rod world for decades after, right up till now.
This is the best of the C2 Stingray right here. 1967, the last year, has four-wheel disc brakes, as they all did from 65 on. 427, 435 horse, 4-speed.
You know, one detail is the tachometer on these solid lifter engines has a 6,500 RPM red line. The hydraulic cam engines have about a 5,200 RPM. So one way you can tell the hot dog engine from the non without opening the hood is look at the tachometer red line. Now you know.
Final year for the Stingray. A couple of styling cues unique to it. One is the backup light above the license plate area on the tail. If you're looking at this car from the side, the Ferrari-style side vents in the front fender and from the front as well. It's very, very unique. Only the 67 big block engine cars got this scoop in what's called the Corvette Stinger in a contrasting color, usually but not always, to match the interior.
You know, it's a funny thing. So many muscle cars and sports cars don't have functional hood scoops, and that's the case right here. They can be made to work if you get out your little razor saw, but the only exception is the L88 of 67, 8, and 9, which did have a functional hood, but quite a bit different from the looks. But that thing is fantastic. It looks great on the way it appears.
Well, practicality, Steve. Today in Boston, Mass, where they're getting 24 to 30 inches of new snow, would you want to be driving this Stingray with an open hood scoop? Not me. No thanks.
That's true. Most of the factory designed hood scoops like that do have a flap inside, either electric or manual or vacuum operated, but indeed not in wet weather. Not a good idea.
$127,000. That's the price on the Summit Sold sticker. Summit Racing Sold sticker. They'll write that on there, and when you're walking around here at Barrett-Jackson and the car's already been sold, you know exactly what it's sold for. From Chevrolet to Dodge, 1968. The following year, this was the Charger that was running around, but this one had a lot of custom touches.
Indeed, the Dodge Charger came out in 66 and 67 as a fastback, but the total redesign of 68, the Coke bottle you see here, really set these things on sale from the standpoint of sales. This one was born in F code in the 5th spot of the VIN, 318 two-barrel, but that was then. There is now a 518 cubic inch Hemi, which is 200 cubes bigger than what came here before. But aside from that, everything about this is different, including the hemispherical combustion chambers.
Gleaming sapphire blue paint, tremendous prep, not a ripple in this body surface anywhere. That is time consuming to do, and of course, time is money. The fit and finish on these cars crossing the block is just light years ahead of when they rolled off the assembly line 50 years ago.
Yeah, I like those huge tires with the retro red lines integrated into them. 6-speed Tremec transmission, 4-link rear suspension, no more leaf springs, and up front, again, coilovers replaced the torsion bars, so very modern.
Well, this is now at $225,230, still going. Right now, it's the #2 sale of the auction.
You know, when I was in college in Massachusetts, a bomb cyclone was one of the rides at Riverside Park. You know, we had northeasters, but we never had a weather system like they're getting in the Northeast today. So glad you're warm and inside and watching us.
Nice detail on Charger. 68 through 70 is the pit stop type gas cap, standard issue, not an option. Pretty cool.
$265,000 for that 1968 Dodge Charger. That is now the #1 sale of the day so far, beating out that $250,000 bid for that Torino GT. Let's check out our top 5 and show you what it looks like. Because if you want to break into the top 5, it's going to take at least $175,000. But that's right now. Talk to us in about 6 or 7 hours. Those numbers are going to look radically different. Let's check in with April Rose.
Oh man, Rick, I need my bidders pass. Come on, it is a party here in the pre-staging lanes. Check her out. 1967 Shelby GT500, just out of the shop. It's got that 427 side oiler. We know that's the race motor, baby. Top loader, 4-speed, great maintenance history that goes back to 1986. It's in the Shelby World Registry. She's all dressed up in a lime gold black interior. I'm in love, Rick. I'd wear out those back tires so fast.
Tell you what, the problem is here, I fall in love just about every time I turn around. There's something new and more spectacular to see. 1968 Cougar. This is a GTE 427 cubic inch.
Something very special here is the 427, not the 428 you might expect. Very different engine in many ways. They're both members of the FE series family, but the 427 actually has a shorter stroke and a larger bore for higher RPM capability. Very rare creature, this one here, the 427 W code.
Mercury spent 1967 Trans Am racing with Dan Gurney and Parnelly Jones, and then in 1968 they left the racetrack, but dealers still wanted high-performance cars to sell against the Mustangs that were available down the street. This is one of these cars I talked about at the top of the show, a fairly common car with a very rare combination of options.
Now, speaking of dealers, Mike, the dealer sales brochure for the 427 engine said the old rough and tough 427 forced into a shirt and tie. What does that refer to? Well, they got rid of the solid lifters and the maintenance required there for a hydraulic cam. The only time the 427 cross-bullet engine would have a hydraulic cam. Also, these are only available with the C6 automatic. No 4-speeds behind the W code 427 Cougar.
Well, Mercury was Ford's mid-luxury division, so those changes made sense for them.
Now, Mustang had a 427 this year, too, also automatic only. I think they were building out the remaining 427 stock. It'll be gone for 1969.
$105,000 for that Cougar GTE from 1968. In just a moment, major performance on the block, a 1965 Superformance. It's a GT40R. It's a recreation, but done very, very well. Tell you what, I'll never forget that day. Being in that room, the place was rocking. And who knows what's going to happen today? What is going to be the big moment that we look back on and go, yeah, I'll never forget when that happened in 2022. Already saw the Wayne's World car come across a couple days ago, bring big money. That was special. But what will be the moment today? 1951 Chevy 3100 custom pickup truck up on the block.
Well, no factory V8 for Chevy pickup. Still 1955, but that was then. This 51 has a nice LS. It's an LQ9 6-liter, which means it's a truck-based item. But that's fine. These have the same roller cams as Corvettes, same heads as Corvettes. I like the handmade fiberglass and carbon fiber engine cover. There's a whole art form in engine covers. In fact, some of the major car shows even have categories judging the engine cover.
Beautiful gleaming metallic gray paint and a whole lot of chrome, where this was born with little, if any, maybe the stainless window surrounds. New wood in the bed. This is too pretty to go and haul anything with. But pickup trucks have become personal luxury items, and look at this, we're already past $160,000.
Leaf springs in the back. I believe a Ford 9-inch, but a lot of truck.
Well, a lot of money, $165,000 for that 1951 Chevy 3100. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. If you're wondering about what kind of cars are going to be crossing the block today, that's where you can go and see the list of all the cars that are still yet to cross the block, and of course the prices for those that have already crossed the block. 1968 Shelby GT500 KR convertible up on the block.
They wanted to put rectangular fog lamps in this car, and there was only one company making them. That was Lucas in England. So Shelby went to Lucas, and that's what they got. Lucas fog lamps.
Now this one is a KR, so it has the functional ram air. If it was a regular non-KR, we'd have an open area there with no ductwork under the hood. But again, this is the stuff that makes that scooped hood function and feed the engine cooler, denser outside air for a little extra power at speed. Now, if you wanted a Mustang Shelby convertible, 66, well, it was four-made, but for 68, well, the convertible body became a regular option in the Shelby line.
However, don't call this a roll bar. It has none of the diagonal or rear bracing that you'd want with the roll bar. Ford had to call it a style bar. Legal, legal, legal.
This one's a 4-speed, which is a nice performance adder in my book. Fiberglass hood. Steel fenders, 1969 would bring fiberglass fenders and a whole different grille. But 68 is the only year the Shelby Mustang had a non-hangover type hood, kind of a small detail there. It's a pancakes cutout, you might say.
$210,000, just that fast. That is now the number 4 sale of the day so far. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, I've been drooling over Lot 1301 all week. It's been parked in the salon next to, say, the 300 SL or the Cobras, and that's because it is a perfectly executed 1972 Ford Bronco Resto Mod. Under the hood, you got the 351 Windsor, but this one's been stroked to 408 inches. It has all the modern conveniences, power steering, Willwood power brakes, and if you look inside, it has a beautiful diamond-stitched leather interior. But one thing that makes these really stand out is the lift on these. And if you come around to the suspension, I can show you what's going on here. So we have a 3.5-inch suspension lift, and you have these struts here, the Bilstein shocks, but that's really not quite enough to make these things look right. If you go any higher than that with the suspension, then you have to deal with the suspension, the geometry of the drivetrain, and really do some modifications. But if you really want an extra lift, you see this right here. This is a 2-inch body lift that makes the body even higher, which may be an issue for some people because, well, now it's too tall, but they thought of that. All the modern conveniences. Here comes a power retractable running board. It's out, and it'll go back in.
Thanks, Tyler. And one of the other cars you previewed was this 1931 Cord L29 Cabriolet.
There go the headlights, the original style headlights. This has woodlight headlights added, but the new ones go with it. No new cars today have this. A door for storage specifically for your golf clubs. That would prove handy out here in Phoenix. What a beauty this is.
Something very special. This is the first mass-produced front-wheel drive car, beating the Ruxton to the market by a few months. But if you take a look at the front suspension, you'll see that it actually has a live axle, which is suspended by quarter elliptic springs. But the half shafts here are fed by the differential. So again, America's first mass-produced front-wheel drive car right here. It was all about a lower profile and a flat floor inside.
Well, if you wonder about the value of pre-war classics, that 1931 Cord should dispel any concerns you have. $250,000 now tied as the number 2 sale of the day. So many cars, so little time. It's a great place just to walk around and enjoy.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Amazing collection of cars that you'll be seeing crossing the block today here at Barrett-Jackson, the 50th anniversary edition. Right now we got a 1966 Corvette big block.
Well, it's the 427-390, the base engine with a cast iron intake manifold, single 4-barrel, backed up by a 4-speed. So if you wanted the big block power, but without the need for super high octane or the weekly process of setting the valve lash, this is the one you wanted.
It's nice to see the Corvette has gone back to the convention of naming their colors after famous racetracks. Marlboro Maroon had nothing to do with the cigarette brand. It was a multi-purpose facility in eastern Maryland. There was a quarter-mile oval and a road course where the Trans Am Series raced.
And when I mentioned setting valve lash on a weekly basis, it's not necessary unless you want the engine to be in razor-sharp trim. So you got a date with a Hemi Charger or a 409 on Friday night. You want to get that thing ready, but you can let the valve lash go for years if you want. Gets a little loud. it'll dull the performance a bit. But again, with the hydraulic cam in this engine, that's never going to be an issue. There's no valve latch adjustment to be made.
$150,000, big block from 1966. Well, forward to 1970, arguably the best year ever for the Chevelle. This is an SS Custom.
Custom is the word. It looks like a 454 from the outside, which of course means the big block with cowl induction, but under the hood is a, well, the hood's coming up. Anyway, a customized 454 ZZ Chevrolet crate engine. And we'll take a peek with the chassis cam underneath. And there's the underside of that 454. Modern control arms, headers, 4L60E, automatic overdrive, X-pipe for extra low end torque, chrome drive shaft. Look at that. 12-bolt rear axle, and really crisp underneath. Way nicer than it left the plant back in 1970.
Brand new weld wheels and Ride Tech suspension give this a much lower street stance than it would have been born with.
New body style for 1970 Chevelle, similar to 1969 with some rounder, more subtle curves here and there. This form would take through the 1972 model year and then be radically redesigned as the colonnade style, as it were, with really large B-pillars and a thicker roof, and no more convertibles after 1972. So if you want a convertible Chevelle, this is one of your last opportunities right here, 1970.
Getting a lot of love in the room. We're up to $265,000, the current bid. Red underneath, red inside, black on top, all those custom touches, closing in on $300,000.
And here's that vacuum-operated cowl induction scoop here. Little known fact, there's another scoop underneath. It's a duct which is electrically driven by a solenoid and a micro switch on the gas pedal, which is the one that does the real air moving at wide open throttle.
If you ever wondered how much is too much, we haven't arrived yet. $300,000 for a 1970 Chevelle SS Custom. Custom all the way. Beautifully done. We got a lot of love and attention, and more importantly, bids here on Super Saturday. 1968 Shelby GT500. It's a convertible.
Well, notice this one is not a KR. In other words, this is the 428 Police Interceptor with a non-functional cold air hood. I mean, the vents do allow air in and out, but it's not connected to the air cleaner for the cooler, denser charge. But still, 428 power, a lot to love.
The window sticker, a reproduction of that, is presented by the consignor, as long as some original purchase information. And this is a Marty report. Kevin Marty's Auto Works company has all the Ford production records, and he can tell you what exactly came on this car, when it was built, and how rare it is compared to other similar cars that rolled off the line.
And Mike, speaking of that line, 1968 was the first year that Shelby sourced its cars from the New Jersey Ford assembly line versus previously being the San Jose, California line. The idea being that these were built in Ionia, Michigan, and New Jersey was a lot closer by rail than San Jose. So they cut some cost on sourcing them from New Jersey. 68 up.
What a great look. These Shelby convertibles, they are rare. We're closing in on $100,000 here for this dark green beauty.
A lot of little details. You can see the pad on the console has the Cobra logo in Cuse. Not something you're going to find on any other Mustang.
This is a DNA, living, breathing, 100% Shelby. We were hoping to get twice this. Please don't let this go down that ramp without taking one more look, because it's worth a whole lot more.
Front disc brakes and heavy-duty competition suspension were standard issue on the base Mustang 390, which then went to Shelby for the conversion into 428 supercar status.
Not sure what is holding the number back on this car that has spent its entire life in Arizona. The only thing I see is that this is an automatic transmission car rather than a manual 4-speed.
Yeah, they went all the details, including the Goodyear belted tires. No radials here. I mean, it looks right.
Yeah, the color Highland green, of course, that's the bullet color. Everybody loves this, so you're right. It's slowly working its way up, but didn't get there very quickly.
The antenna on the rear quarter, again, these have a fiberglass hood, so the distributor, the ignition, the fiberglass, and the radio, not much shielding, so the radio antenna goes to the back of the car on Shelby's.
$145,000 for a 1968 Shelby GT500 convertible. As it drives away, we will take a quick break and come right back.
Congratulations to the Barrett-Jackson auction. Now mostly just the Jacksons, if you will. No, that's not me. I wish it was. But Craig Jackson, who has evolved right through the years with his family, Nellie Jackson, mom, and of course Russ Jackson, and of course Tom Barrett, Brian Jackson, and now the man that runs the show right now, Craig, is the man that I want to say congratulations for 50 years of service to the community. The auction was started around the late 60s, and they wanted to raise money for charities. And as you see, we all evolve, we all change, we all get different, and they get bigger and better. I'm going through my changes as well, but nothing like being at a Barrett-Jackson auction and enjoying the fun, enjoying all the great people and all the stuff that goes through. There I am, wound up here with Houston. Enjoy you guys over there. I might sneak in there toward the end of the week. Take care, my friends. Mr. October.
Reggie Jackson, a regular here at Barrett-Jackson over the years. Up on the block right now, a 1966 Ford Custom Fastback.
Well, it's a 2+2. You got to remember that the 2+2 was the least popular body style in 1966. Just 1 in 17 Mustangs was a 2+2. Now, this one has humble origins. It was born a T-code 6-cylinder, but now it's a 347 V8.
Note that it's been shaved of all of its emblems. All of the chrome has been redone in body color or in brushed, not polished stainless. This is said to have been a 5-year, $200,000 build in Colorado.
You know, and the 6-cylinder origin just goes to show that not everybody wanted a fire-breathing V8 in their, sporty 2+2 Mustang. A lot of 6-cylinder cars are built too.
It's like today, you can get the GT or you can get the EcoBoost. I mean, the EcoBoost still has over 300 horsepower. I mean, it will deliver, but at the same time, what fits your need? What fits your budget? What do you want to do? $130,000 for that custom 1966 Mustang Fastback. Let's check in with April Rose.
Square body trucks are so hot right now. This is where it's at. 1968 Chevy C10 custom pickup, complete resto mod, complete ground up restoration, 6.2 liter LS3 6-speed automatic. She's slammed and bagged riding on those beautiful 22-inch transparent lollipop red wheels, space gray, alpine white two-tone paint, all the technology you could ask for with all those beautiful old school looks. This is what I'm talking about, DeBrule.
Yeah, pickup trucks. You can raise them, you can slam them down. What do you want to do? They sell here at Barrett-Jackson. 1927 Model T Custom Roadster. I love the nickname of this. It's called the Grocery Getter.
Well, I'm not sure where you'd put those groceries, Rick, unless it was in the passenger seat. Look at the dropped front axle. It's been chrome plated and drilled. The Ford Model A, much later, radiator grill shell, but it's a bucket T.
Yeah, this comes from the shop of master craftsman Dave Kindig, who's, one of the legends and has earned a righteous reputation for doing fantastic, imaginative work. I love the horizontal mount coilovers at the front here. The engineering there was certainly worked out on the computer, and that's really innovative, but typical of Kindig design stuff. Nice.
I Kindig it. Beautiful natural leather, 2-spoke steering wheel. We're going to 200 large, and then some.
Tell you what's really cool of those wheels, one of a kind, billet specialties. I mean, they were built just for this car. So not only is the car cool, but you have one of a kind wheels on there as well.
look like the magnesium wheels you might find on a 1951 or 2 Indianapolis race car, and that's the point. And a steel body, no fiberglass here.
Way it goes, $235,000 for the grocery getter at a Dave Kindig shop.
Dave was up on stage to help that one sell.
1967 Shelby GT500 right now.
Well, this one has a 427, which may or may not have been put there from the factory. Keep in mind, the 428 was the standard engine. If you wanted to pay a little extra, 427 was possible. Now, they're similar, but not the same. 427 is a shorter stroke and a slightly larger bore for higher RPMs, but more importantly, the 427 has the cross-bolted mains right from the NASCAR Superspeedway.
This lime gold was a rare color on Shelby's, but this is the third one we've seen in this paint scheme here at Barrett-Jackson this week. Now, on the window, there's the Marty report we spoke of earlier, and a reproduction of the original window sticker. This was nearly a $5,000 car, which in 1967 was, well, a pretty good year's salary for many people.
Speaking of 1967, the taillights on this were shared with the 1967 Mercury Cougar. But the beauty of the 67 GT500 is the 1 year where all of them had dual quads, 2 Holley 4-barrels, not an option, standard equipment, instant street cred.
You know, you talk about $5,000. Just a few years earlier, my parents had bought their house for $20,000. This was a quarter of a house back then.
If you enjoy the music of the Doors, Jim Morrison had one of these things brand new. It was blue. And there's a video called Highway, HWY. Find it on YouTube. You can see Jim Morrison beating the heck out of his GT500 when it was a new car. Fun video. Check it out if you get a chance.
Well, the bidder on the right there, he thought he had it. And then one more bid came in. Now he's negotiating with the bidder's assistant, says, yeah, I'm in. But, boy, you just watch him drop to the floor. He's like, oh, I was so close. Well, the person on the floor is still going. That one walks away, and $150,000, the final bid, the winning bid for a 1967 Shelby GT500. All right, let's check in with Craig Jackson and April Rose for a cool car that's yet to cross the block.
Lot number 1319, this special Z28 Camaro has only had 3 owners, has covered 19,719 documented miles. In 2021, a professional Concours restoration was done on this very special Camaro. This car features a full matching numbers drivetrain, every single component, the glass, all the wheels, all original. This option list, the D55 center console, the D80 rear spoiler. It has the M21 4-speed in it, front disc brakes.
Now, it's believed to be one of only 2 Carolina Blue 1969 Z28s in existence. And it was also the first Camaro, Craig, to achieve a perfect score at the Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals.
Well, there's no shortage of celebrities here at Barrett-Jackson. Moments ago, Danny Coker from Counting Cars drove up onto the block in this 2021 Silverado Bandit Edition custom pickup truck. Wow. When it was over, the bidding, $260,000, the sale price for a Bandit Edition Silverado. 1969 Mustang Ford Team Drag Car.
Well, if you know your history, you remember the name Sam Oxier, and this basically is what you call an ultra stocker. Just before the Pro Stock revolution of 1970, folks would take Mustang bodies, Camaro bodies, Barracuda bodies, pack them full of the biggest, baddest engine, and go match racing. This is a real car, not a replica. Pretty historic piece.
$130,000 for that great historic piece, the 1969 Mustang drag car. Also from 1969, how about a Camaro Custom?
Well, this will be a Pro Touring style 69 Camaro, whereby they have improved both the power and the handling. This was not built to be a straight liner, but a corner carver. No Z28 here, but a whole lot of enhancement.
Yeah, Mike, a lot of ways to go with these things. This one has a big block Chevy, not the expected all-aluminum LS1. Now, this is a heavier engine, but it does have the aluminum cylinder heads, but it makes up for the extra weight by packing 490 cubic inches, which is more than you can get out of any LS engine without going to a raised X ZLX block. So a lot of cubic inches, not a lot of weight, thanks to those aluminum heads.
Now, you're not going SCCA or NASA racing in this one, but they have added a half roll cage and removed the rear seat. So this thing is competition ready to go. Ghost stripes down the trunk lid, D80 spoiler package, and new LED taillights, much more effective than those old 1157 bulbs that we used to have to swap out regularly.
And those foot-wide rear tires speak to the fact that the leaf springs have been eliminated and replaced by coilovers and 4 links. Again, the trouble with Camaros is the leaf springs are mounted so far out, you can't get much tire under them without sticking them out into the air, but this one here has been properly equipped.
Erie, Pennsylvania car dealer George Lyons keeps finding these beautiful customs and classics and bringing them to Barrett-Jackson. He had a Hugger Orange 69 cross the block here earlier this week, and I'm still wishing I'd raised my hand for that one.
And this one's set up for, again, some road racing. There are gymkhanas and autocross events for cars like this. It's got a roll cage inside, no back seat, so I'm sure this is very capable of doing some road racing.
$142,000. Love the subtlety of the way that was designed. Write the price on the sold sticker, and away it goes, and away we go to Tyler Hoover.
Well, I found a Lamborghini lot 1313.1, a 2011 Lamborghini Gallardo, and this is the first mass production Lamborghini under the tutelage of their new owners, Audi and Volkswagen. Now, these had a V10 engine, which is very easy to see in the back thanks to that transparent engine bay. You can see it in there, but this one is the one to have because it is the LP570 Superleggero, so 560 horsepower. You have the carbon fiber in the rear wing and the lower guards, but the interior on these things is especially gorgeous. Let me open up the door here. You can see inside full carbon fiber door panels and console. Carbon fiber basically everywhere. That is why it is the Superleggero, super light. So this one only has 2,000 miles on it. It originally retailed for a little over $290,000, so we'll see what it brings 10 years later.
Well, we got a legend up on the block. Well, 2 legends when you think about it. We've got a Copo Camaro, which is pretty cool, and this one is a John Force edition.
Well, the Copo Camaro, of course, is one of those win on Sundays, sell on Mondays factory superstockers, Dodge Drag Pack Challenger, Ford, Cobra Jet Mustang, and these are not meant for street use, but rather for defending factory bragging rights. So this one is a John Force edition, packs a 5.7-liter LSX with a supercharger.
Now, Chevrolet for 3 years built 69 of these Copo Camaros each year. This was built outside of that group, but specially built for the John Force edition.
You know, I love the way the name is everywhere. It's just like John Force. There is nothing subtle about it.
Sold $130,000.
$130,000 for that John Force edition Copo Camaro. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. So let's take a look at the people who are leading the game so far this week. Remember, the actual bidding started today, so this is the first day people are bidding. Looks like Jerry D is leading the way. Don't forget, it's going to be awesome with the prizes. Today, we've got a driving school, and of course, the big prize if you play for all 4 of our auctions. That's right, you'll be getting the possibility of winning a 2022 Dodge Challenger. So make sure you play today. Make sure you play during all 4 of the auctions that we've got this year. Up on the block, a 1970 Chevelle LS6SS.
Now, we talk about provenance, and this is a key piece. This is a build sheet. This goes into the car. It usually sits in the back seat area so that as the car goes down the assembly line, each worker knows what particular components should be added to it. So when the consignor says that this Chevy Chevelle is restored to as new, that provenance will help to prove it.
Yeah, a lot of folks think that Super Sport automatically means bucket seats. Not so fast. You had to pay another $121 for them. This car has the standard front bench, but a 4-speed down on the floor. And the point of that is that the bucket seats actually weigh about 30 pounds more than a single bench. So if you're a drag racer and you want to cut weight, go for the bench seat.
This LS6 is near perfect. It scored almost 5,300 out of 5,500 points to be a Diamond Benchmark certified Chevelle.
Yeah, disc brakes standard on the Super Sport. Rick?
Well, let's say the current bid at $250,000, really solid money. Remember, the #1 sale of the day right now is already a 1970 Chevelle SS. That's at $300,000.
Well, when this is certified as a benchmark car, it means that photos of this are used as reference for future restorers.
$260,000 to that gentleman right there, and all the fist bumps. Congratulations for winning that one. A little earlier, Tyler Hoover, I should say, previewed this 1972 Bronco Custom SUV.
Boy, it's been Bronco week at Barrett-Jackson. We've had several of the brand new Ford Broncos cross the block at incredible prices, and more restorations and remakes. Yes, you can order a Bronco body and build one of these from the ground up, or you can restore an existing one.
Let's take a peek with the chassis cam underneath this Bronco. And we'll see, of course, the live axle coil spring up front, which is factory. C6 automatic transmission, 408 Windsor, interesting little H-pipe arrangement, 9-inch rear axle. And you know, just as Mustangs have a VIN you can decode, this has a G in the 5th spot or 4th spot, which means somebody paid $125 more for the 302 V8 than the 6-cylinder standard engine.
Note the grabber orange color from a 1970 Boss 302, and the decals on the side call this a Boss 408 Bronco.
And this one has been cut, as they say. The rear wheel openings on these are so small, there's not much tire you can get underneath them. So that's not a problem, but it's not stock.
Wow, all the lift kit, where Tyler showed it to you earlier, all the lifting that had been done, the body's actually been raised off of the chassis. Yeah, it changes the center of gravity, but this is not about going off-road at this point. This is really about looking cool and having fun. $270,000. That one sold over the internet. Right now, that is the #2 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. These Ford Broncos just rocking the house all week. And let's take a look at the top 5 as we have it. If you want to break into the top 5, it's going to take $260,000. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back to Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson. absolutely beautiful day here in Scottsdale. Been great all week, as a matter of fact. Temperature today is going to be in the low 70s. And I know I'm rubbing it in for all you folks up in the Northeast. You're having brutal weather today. I feel sorry for you. Stay inside, stay warm, and keep watching the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. 1970 Boss 302.
Well, second and final year for the Boss. This one's kind of an oddball. It was originally built with a 3.5-to-1 axle ratio with an open differential. That's right, you had to pay an extra $43 to get traction lock in your Boss 302. It's been upgraded with a 391 limited slip since then.
This car also was originally medium lime metallic. We've seen a couple cross the block. That color used to be out of favor. You couldn't give them away. Now they're very desirable. Times and tastes change.
$125,000. The price up on the block now. You know, most people don't see split windows very often. We see a ton of them here at Barrett-Jackson because they are so desirable. This one a 327.
Yeah, this one has the L76 340 horsepower small block. Roughly 3 out of 10 cars got this engine, 4-speed manual transmission, backing it up. Nicely presented, stock-looking engine bay. First year for the alternator, right there, 1963, replacing the generator of 1962.
The consignor says that this is a one-owner car, and here he is in 2D, and there he is, tears in his eyes, in 3D, because this car that he's owned since 1963 is about to find a new home.
You know, we talk about that. These are more than just cars. It's more than fiberglass. It's more than sheet metal. It's the stories behind it. You wonder who owned it originally, what happened. Not often we have that, but a 1963 car and the original owner, and he's got to feel pretty proud about what's happening right now.
Now, the wheels on this might look like knockoffs, and they were in their first year for 63, although at least they were in the catalogs, but these are wheel covers with faux spinners, but they look the part. Sporty.
Well, Fred, you're going to be a wealthy young man. $300,000, $325 bid. You know, you keep a car for 60 years, it becomes one of the family, especially when it's such a cherished possession as this one.
And what's special is not only has he owned it, he's kept it up. He's refurbished it. He's made it a ¡1 top flight car, bringing amazing money here at Barrett-Jackson. $350,000. The gentleman who bought it is happy. The gentleman who sold it, and it's a sad moment, but his work has been recognized. $350,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
Rick, I know you're having fun on the block, but this is where it's at, in the pre-staging lanes. Anyone can come up and take a look at these absolutely drop-dead beautiful cars, like this 1957 Custom Bel Air. I love these. They're my favorite of the Tri-Fis. They have the most elaborate grille, the twin hood rockets, but the star of the show, that all-aluminum 427, 480 horsepower Phytech EFI 6-speed automatic. She's got a 9-inch strange rear end to handle all that horsepower. Art Morrison chassis. She is absolutely stunning, and of course you got that 7 on the tail fin right here, so you know it's a 1957. DeBrule?
Tell you what, they just keep getting better and better as they cross the block. Up here right now is a 1963 Ford F100 Custom.
Well, from the side, you'll see the profile of this is long and low, but there's no gap between the cab and the bed. This is a factory-built unit construction called the Style Side. These were made between 1961 and 63, so here it is in its final iteration. Never available as a four-wheel drive, but that is not custom, that's factory stuff. Pretty cool.
These were workhorses. These were never meant to be collectible, and for almost 50 years, they weren't. They languished in junkyards, and, you know, they were your winter beater. But now, they are seen as something rare and pretty special.
The beauty of the Style Side is that without the gap, you get 16% more cargo area. There's no gap here, so this area here is not to waste. Again, 16% extra volume. Ford advertised that fact as a selling point, and it was.
$200,000 for a pickup truck nicknamed Uno, that 1963. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the Golden Anniversary Edition. Well, the Westworld facility spends a lot of time during the year hosting equestrian events. A lot of horse events happen here. But today it is all cars. That's what it looks like. Once again, a beautiful day in the Valley of the Sun. All those tents filled with cars. And of course, there's also kind of vendors as well. It's a 12-ring circus here. $230,000, the current bid for a 1963 Corvette 327.
Well, this one does have the knockoff wheels, but again, records show that 13 sets were sold, but only to race teams over the counter. And they were shown in a lot of pre-production cars and magazines, but not factory installed, but they sure look good.
$250,000. Boy, I tell you what, that's become pretty much the base of breaking into our top 10 at this point. A little while ago, we previewed a 1965 Superformance GT40R, and now it is up on the block.
When Ford wanted to go race at Le Mans in the mid-60s, they went to Lola in England and Eric Broadley, and they bought the rights to his Lola GT and added a Ford-style tail and nose. And thus the original GT40 was born. 40? Well, the car to the top of the roof was only 40 inches high. Then, Superformance, a South African company, bought the rights to build continuation GT40s and also bought the name. So when Ford brought back the Ford GT, they could no longer call it the GT40. So this is one of those continuation cars. It's been vintage raced with SVRA, so it's got quite a bit of track time, and it's certainly got the look of the cars in the Ford versus Ferrari movie.
One unintentional headache of that 40-inch profile is not a lot of head clearance. So this is the helmet blister that is seen on most of the race cars. In fact, it's on the right-hand side. Yes, this is a right-hand drive car.
That is called the Gurney Bubble because Dan was 6'4". They needed to accommodate his lanky frame, and that's why that roof was extended just for the All-American racer.
The reborn Ford GT is about 10% larger than this, or I would like to say 11/10 scale. A lot of folks don't realize that these are actually a little bit smaller than Ford's reborn GT.
So this car does not wear the sheet metal or fiberglass of the original GT40, but it's more of a continuation, a Mark II, or even later style, such as the Mirages that continued to win at Le Mans after the Ford factory teams were gone.
I love what we're seeing in there. This is a 337 cubic inch Ford with 8-stack. These are actually Weber carburetors. It's not EFI, but that is beautiful. The screens are to keep birds, small children, coins out of the engine.
Everything for a purpose. All of this area here is because this exhaust generates tremendous heat. This car does have a trunk. It's big enough for one suitcase as required by Le Mans rules.
Well, $190,000 for that 1965 Superformance GT40R. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, Carroll Shelby really got around. Of course, we're seeing tons of beautiful examples of Fords, early Fords that he's selling today. Well, not him, but examples of it. And then he had a little run with Chrysler, and then he came back to Ford with a relationship that has lasted to this day. But this one's an often forgotten car. It's a 1999 Shelby Series 1, and this is the only car Carroll Shelby has designed from the ground up and built. Otherwise, it was all existing vehicles that he tuned up and, made cool. There's only 250 of these made, so it's often forgotten, and they actually used a very strange engine on these. Let's open the hood. Now you got a General Motors engine. This is actually a 4-liter V8 from an Oldsmobile Aurora. Yes, an Oldsmobile. That was about 250 horsepower in the Oldsmobile, but he tuned these up to 320. So this is one of less than 250 examples selling. The first one I have ever seen in person, and it is really nice.
And like you say, very cool in the Shelby world, the only car he designed and built from the ground up. 1974 Ford Bronco Custom, already in big money.
Well, it's listed as a 74, but this is all new. BSI frame, rebuilt body, lift kit, stonking V8 engine, very unlike what rolled off the assembly line in 74.
One thing that hasn't been changed is the rear wheel openings. And of course, you look at the altitude of this one here, which is mandatory to put this size tire underneath it unless you are ready to slice up your quarter panels. But this is the factory look. You can see it's not a lot of room for a tire, thus the Extreme Lift Kit. Now, this one packs a V8. It's a 5-liter Coyote, which is the more modern 4-valve, 4-cam engine, not the old pushrod 302.
You know, we've all known that the Bronco craze was coming. I just don't think we anticipated the custom market and what was going to happen. $250,000. That's what it takes to break into the top 10. Don't forget to go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see the list of cars. Also check all the cars that have already crossed the block. And that's what it looks like out there near the staging lanes. I love the grill right next door. You can sit there, enjoy friends. They've got heaters in there at night. You know, we think it gets chilly here. I know it's only down in the 50s, but we think it's chilly. 1956 Ford F100 Custom.
Well, a one-year cab with the wraparound windshield, a totally different design would come along for 1957, but let's take a peek at this engine. This is a 5.8-liter Ford, and the manifold on this looks pretty exotic and pretty crazy, but this is factory stuff. I love how you can see the science of Ram tuning on display. Those tubes right there from the plenum to the engine intake manifold provide a small amount of supercharging at about 3,200 RPM. The chassis cam will tell us even more. Have a look underneath there, and totally rack and pinion steering, tubular automatic transmission. I love that frame with the reinforcements, chrome drive shaft once again, stainless steel exhaust system, 9-inch Ford in a Jaguar-esque independent rear suspension setup. Very, very attractive.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this
beautiful dip painted technique. And a candy tangerine with gold ghost flames.
When I talk about a Jaguar-esque suspension, we're talking about the disc brakes mounted inboard next to the differential, which is something we first saw in Jaguar XK E-type vehicles and full-size cars. But a great way of taking the weight of the disc brakes and getting them away from the wheel and tire for better handling.
Well, you look inside, the shaving even goes to the dashboard, just like they've shaved the drip rails and the door handles. Look how that dashboard is nice and clean as well. $110,000 for a 1956 Ford F100 custom pickup truck. There is no shortage of great pickup trucks here at Barrett-Jackson. Greg and April, well, they found one that'll be up on the block very soon.
We have a 1972 Ford F100 custom pickup truck called El Diablo, powered by a 5-liter Coyote, topped with a Whipple supercharger and a 6-speed automatic transmission.
I love these Pirelli Redline tires, intro wheels, and even its very own custom El Diablo calipers. The front clip was narrowed at 2 inches just to line up perfectly with the hood. It's all about the lines, Craig. Everything is perfect.
The bumper, the sides here. Look at this bed with the lift-out center.
Yeah, this whole panel just pops right out. Really, when you're doing resto mods, you can dream up anything you want.
It is. Won Good Guys Truck of the Year award, Lone Star Throwdown winner, 3 magazine covers. All I can tell you, this is one bad pickup truck, April.
Well, there you see the McGuire staging lanes on this 50th anniversary edition of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. The company was formed back in 1971. They held their first auction in January of 1972, and they actually set world records in their very first auction. I think they've been doing it ever since. Got an Eleanor up in the block, a 1968 Mustang, $237,000 the current bid.
This one carries a 630 horsepower Roush V8 and all of the look and add-on components that are part of the authorized Eleanor edition.
$237,000 is the final price, the final bid for that one. Pickup behind it, I think this is the one we previewed just a little while ago, a 1968 C10 Custom.
This one packs a 6.3-liter LS3. Now, something about these pickup trucks is that you can tell from the VIN if it's a half-ton or a 4-wheel drive or a V8. or a 6, but what you cannot tell is the original wheelbase. This one's a short bed, but there are popular kits out there made by companies like Brothers that allow you to take a long bed and make it into a much more profitable and desirable short bed. Not sure that's the case here, but again, the VIN doesn't tell the tale. Not that it matters that much, but I love the color treatment on that LS3.
Well, they do say the original frame was modified to fit this, so it's very possible that's exactly what they did.
Well, the short bed pickups had a lot of style. The 6.5-foot bed, the long bed pickups, the 8-foot bed if you were a tradesman, if you were in agriculture, if you had to work with a work truck had an 8-foot bed. So that's what most of them were. However, people want to buy them now as sport trucks. The short bed style is preferred.
Yeah, it's simply a more pleasing look, less overhang on the backside. And like you say, Steve, you have the ability now, if you want, to get a kit and shorten it if you so choose. And I think it's kind of a no harm, no foul situation when you do that.
Yeah, in these last 15 years or so, trucks have become so popular. You can buy brand new beds, brand new fenders, and in fact, I hear cabs are on the way. So these are good times to be an enthusiast.
Boy, that's a good thing, too, because rust never sleeps.
Well, these guys didn't sleep while they were bidding. $275,000, the winning bid for that beautiful 1968 C10 custom pickup truck. Really cool Camaro rolling up onto the block from 1969. This one's a custom. It's a resto mod.
Well, another one of those 6.2-liter LS3 engines backed up by a 4L70E 4-speed automatic with a 4-link suspension. And this one was born a V8 124 car, so that was then, but you gotta love the look of this thing. Now, one thing that's, well, kind of a sour note on these LS engines is they have a coil pack mounted on top of the cylinder head. Well, this one has an artfully machined set of Corvette valve covers that hide the coil packs underneath.
Nice presentation. A lot of freelancing going on here with a metal front spoiler, big chrome wheels, US mags, wraparound bucket seats, and a bespoke console.
And again, the factory leaf springs are long gone, and they're placed coilovers and a 4-link system. I like how the mufflers sort of terminate just under the rear axle, kind of a sassy, arrogant look to them, really. Pretty cool.
Steve, that tap on the shoulder while you were busy trying to speak, that was Master Customizer Chip Foose walking by saying hi.
I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
Yeah, you are.
No, he's a legend. He's a legend. Now, speaking of reproduction bodies, you can get a brand new Camaro, from Firebird to taillights. Companies like Dynacorn, Auto Metal Direct. Yes, the good old days are right now. These things are no longer junkyard scavenge items, but you can get them brandy new.
$135,000 for a practically new 1969 Camaro Custom Coupe. Nicer than it ever rolled off the showroom floor, absolutely. We're going to stay with 1969, but this one's special. It's a Boss 429.
Well, for NASCAR racing, Ford wanted to take this big King Kong 429 cubic inch engine with its magnesium valve covers and race it in NASCAR. But to build the necessary number of street cars to get it homologated, they chose to put it in the much smaller Mustang.
Right, there almost was a Fairlane or a Galaxy, but Bunky Knudsen says, no. And NASCAR said, no problem. Now, the hood scoop is kind of cool. If you look right here with the, we'll see a flap inside right there. That's a little driver-controlled flap. There's a cable. You push it, you pull it, and it closes or opens the Boss 9 flap. Beautiful.
That scoop is unique to the 429. It was body color on these 69s, and it was flat black on the 1970s. All original drivetrain on this one, only 30,000 actual miles. So it has its original matching numbers, 4-speed, VIN stamps present on both original distributor, original rear end. You waited months to get a Boss 429 from Ford, and you had to spend up to get it.
This is the first of 3 Boss 429s that are going to be rolling across the block this afternoon. Solid money right now. It's tied as the #1 seller.
These cars are assembled by an outfit called CarCraft, KK, in Brighton, Michigan. They're a little too specialized and unusual to be done on the assembly line, so thus CarCraft finished the job.
The base V8 Mustang Sports Roof, $2,740. The 429 Boss 429 option was 50% of that higher. These were very, very expensive and rare.
Yeah, 859 of them made. Twice as many 302s, Boss 302s, but not a lot of these things. That's why it's so special that we've got 3 of them here. We just hit $400,000.
The difficulty with this trick engine for street use is it is dry decked, meaning it has no one-piece head gasket between the cylinder head and the block. Just a whole lot of little O-rings, and every one must be exactly in the right place, or else you have to do it again.
It's not ending, that's for sure. Wow, Super Saturday just getting started here in Scottsdale. Already the prices are skyrocketing, $430,000. Who knows what's yet to come? $430,000. That's the price for that 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 that just crossed the block here at Barrett-Jackson. We call it Super Saturday for a reason. Prices are going through the roof. $430,000 right now, the #1 sale of the day, and the prices are only going up.
Rick, 2 years ago, those were solid $350,000 cars, but times change and cars along with them.
And as I mentioned, we have 2 more of those Boss 429s yet to cross the block. 1970 Chevelle SS Custom.
Want to try it one more time? We're going to talk about lot number 13 one more time. The 1970 Chevy Chevelle SS.
This is a 66. I think we have a typo going on. But anyway, love the big block Chevy engine. Aluminum cylinder heads. Whenever you see that bow tie cast in, you're talking aluminum goodies right there. Although it's been painted, but that is an indicator of a lightweight aluminum cylinder head from Chevrolet High Performance, the catalog.
Yeah, there was some confusion in the room because on the card it says 1970. Everybody in the room is seeing a sign that says 1970. But like you said, it is definitely a few years earlier, so it's kind of out of order slightly. But they're finally getting it straightened out. They've now got the crowd understanding what's up on the block.
We're going to get on track. This is a 1967 Chevelle.
This one has Holley EFI. Again, underneath that round air cleaner, there's a little throttle body unit that flows just as well as any carburetor, but without the troubles of a choke or an accelerator pump. That stuff's all done electronically. This is a real 138 VIN. It was born in SS 396, so kind of a royal core that they started with on this one. Factory big block car.
You know, it's interesting that this mistake has happened because I can tell you they'll have 1,800 plus cars going across the block, and this rarely happens. Amazingly, they can almost always get these in the right order. To have a mistake in the middle of the day is very unusual. And I think what's going to happen is the Chevelle, they were talking about the 70 Chevelle, is right behind it.
I love the use of color here. Red interior, white exterior, and the little red lines on these modern tires just really sets it off. What a nice use of color.
Fortunately for us, the 1967 Chevelle had a 1-year grille and a 1-year tail light shape, so it's easy to spot.
12-bolt rear axle, 4L75E transmission, 4-speed with the overdrive top gear.
Now, this was the last year of this body style. 1968, it would go to a more unique body style. It was also the last year for that 115-inch wheelbase.
I like how the red coloration extends into the Supersport logo right there. Little tiny details made so much.
$200,000 for that 1967 Chevelle Custom. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. So let's take a look at those leading the game so far this week. Dwayne is up on top. Matthew C. wants want to say good luck to everybody who's playing. And remember, the winner of Scottsdale will receive a 3-day Radford driving school experience. And if you play the game for all 4 Barrett-Jackson auctions this year, you're going to get a chance to win the grand prize. That is a 2022 Dodge Challenger. So register, play, get a chance to win some great prizes. All right, remember we were talking about a 1970 Chevelle? I think that's what's up on the block right now.
Well, this is the pinnacle of the LS type engine, the LT5. These make 755 horsepower, first seen in a 2019 ZR1 Corvette. But wait, there's something even better coming up in the 2022 ZR1. It has overhead cams and no push rods. Well, more on that one later on today. But this is as good as it gets with push rods in the Chevy Crate Motor family.
Beautifully presented. Even the firewall is a gloss black. Now, the fellow who jumped out of this car to consign it is wearing an Evel Knievel style jumpsuit. I don't think this one ever participated in one of those famous jumps. Big 20-inch hoops, front and rear, 4-wheel Willwood disc brakes, big wing on the back to help keep it on the ground, and hey, independent rear suspension. You don't hardly ever see that on these GMA bodies.
It's a 2.65 liter supercharger that makes 14 pounds of boost.
Yeah, the result 755 horsepower, so it's pretty impressive on just about every level. Big wing hanging out the back, $190,000, the winning bid. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. One of the things I do love about Barrett-Jackson is catching up with old mates like Danny Coker here, the Count. He is builder extraordinaire and, of course, the star of the History Channel's Counting Cars.
How you doing, Murph?
Very well. You're no
Good.
stranger to Barrett-Jackson, right?
Say what?
You're no stranger to Barrett-Jackson, not your first rodeo.
It's not my first rodeo. I love Barrett-Jackson, and it is an honor to be here on the 50th anniversary. It's massive. I mean, it's absolutely massive. People are amazing. The cars are amazing. To be here on 50 years anniversary, that's cool.
What is it that you love about the Barrett-Jackson experience that keeps you coming back?
You never know what you're going to see because it's all going to be here at one time or another. The greatest cars in the world always come through Barrett-Jackson, so you never know what you're going to see as a car guy. But then the people, man, the people are so cool. You get to meet real car people of all walks of life. That's one thing that creates unity is the love of cars.
I love it. Now, speaking about the greatest cars in the world, you've actually got one, and you're going to present it today, right? It's going to run across the block.
I'm selling
Tell
a
me
car
a little
today.
bit about this very special car.
You got it. It is a 1999 Shelby Series 1. The Series 1, they only built 249 Series 1s total. It's the only car that Shelby actually designed and built from scratch. Everything else was a joint venture with, say, different automotive manufacturers. So this particular one is black. Now, the run of the Series 1s were all supposed to be silver. I wanted mine black. I sat down with Shelby, asked them, please, can we do mine in black? They said, you got your own shop, paint it. And I said, no, man, I want it from you guys black. And so Shelby did this one black. It's the very first black one, and they only did 7 black ones. So that's it. So this is a very rare car. Only has 1,200 miles on it.
And one of 249, is that right?
249 total.
Total.
One of 7 black, the first one.
Well, we are so thrilled that you're here.
Thank you,
We're
brother.
so happy to see this cross the block later this afternoon.
I appreciate
We might
it.
check in with you later on, but it's wonderful to see you, Danny. We'll
Brother
take
Murph,
it
thank you.
back up to the block.
All right, thanks a lot. Look forward to that. That is a very special Shelby Series 1. Remember, there are only 249 made, and the fact that it's a special paint job makes it even cooler. 1962 Porsche 356B Roadster. Lee, we see a lot of recreations of this. This is for real.
Real deal with its 1.6 liter flat 4 air-cooled out here behind the rear wheels, as in all 911s, which would follow this in just another year.
1962 brought something convenient. The fuel filler moved from under the bonnet or hood to on top of the passenger side front fender. Convenient when it's time to fill her up. I love the aluminum drum brakes all the way around. Factory stuff.
Then, as now, you could pay up to get an S version of your rear engine Porsche, improving performance and especially horsepower when you upgraded to the S.
Of course, the upgraded version went all the way to 75 horsepower at that point in time.
And 5,000 RPM. red line.
But what mattered was how light the car. It wasn't what the horsepower was, it was what you could do with it. And they did a lot with it. Look at the price. Getting some serious attention. $265,000 the current bid. And that's what it sells for here at Barrett-Jackson. We'll put the Summit Racing sold sticker on, write the price, and away it goes. Really nice Porsche 356B. Remember, the 911 was right around the corner when that body style was coming out. 1960 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL.
Well, this might be the only European two-seater of the 1950s with no racing history. Unlike its 300 SL predecessor, the 190 was created from a sedan, and it was built to be a boulevard car. 1.9-liter single overhead cam engine, dual Solex carburetors, but its Achilles heel was the swing axle rear suspension, similar to VW Bugs and Triumph Spitfire. You get too aggressive in a corner and that outside rear wheel will tuck under with bad results.
Back to your point, Mike, swing axle, you might assume it's an independent deal with half shafts, but no, it's actually a driven axle with a swivel in the middle. And unusual style and design, but shared with the full-sized saloons and passenger cars.
Now, Camille is working hard. She's working two different bidders about 30 feet apart up here on the stage, running back and forth between the two as the bid goes up.
Plus, we got another one up in the skybox right now, Mike. So we got 3 bidders actively involved in this. And I tell you what, over $300,000 for a Mercedes 190 SL.
Wish my dad was here to see this because he had one in similar colors. Parts were hard to get.
Well, you can question what's underneath. You can't question the design, the style. The car is beautiful, and it just rocked the block for $320,000, making it the #3 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. Still, the #1, that Mustang Boss 429 that sold for $430,000. But how high will we go today? That's the question. Let's head out to April Rose.
The past few years, everyone has been obsessed with Broncos, and it's so fun to see all the creative things builders do. Like with this 1972 Ford Bronco, this is a first generation, obviously wasn't born like this. She's got the 347 Ford racing motor, full custom off-road suspension, full roll cage, enough LED lights to get you through any zombie apocalypse. Hands down, top award-winning truck, best in show at Fabulous Fords Forever, and a top 10 truck at SEMA's for Battle Builders. This is what Super Saturday is all about, DeBrule.
Tell you what, I don't think anybody predicted what was going to happen with those custom Broncos. Up on the block now, this is the car that Tyler previewed. It's a 2011 Lamborghini Gallardo, but it is special. It's a lightweight variant, the Superleggera LP 570-4.
And you can see the exposed carbon fiber everywhere, on the engine cover, on the wing, on the shells for the seats. Everything they could do to lighten this, they did.
The Gallardos were built for a 10-year run, 2004 through 14. This is powered by a 5.2-liter V10, and it's similar, but not identical in any way, to the Viper V10. Now, they're quite different, but Chrysler and Dodge did reach out to Lamborghini, which it owned at the time, for some advice on how to cast a big V10. And again, this is a 90-degree split, not a 60-degree. It's a fairly wide engine, but Lamborghini 10-cylinder V.
It was almost $300,000 new. Price now $185,000 for that 2011 Lamborghini Gallardo lightweight. In just a moment, or a little while from now, we're going to see a 1973 Dodge Challenger Custom. It's got a big 6.4-liter V8 Hemi underneath the hood. Over the years, Barrett-Jackson's had some pretty cool automotive artwork, whether it's on their posters or the front of their catalogs. Great designs, great whimsy, Great art. That's what it's been over the years. That's this year's poster right there for the 50th anniversary, the golden anniversary of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. 1965 Restomod Corvette up on the block.
Well, externally, it looks like a Bloomington Gold winner, bone stock, right down to the knockoffs and side pipes. But you open the hood, and you've got an LS3 aluminum block engine, 4L65 4-speed automatic, Ride Tech coil-over conversion, no more leaf spring at the back, and Wilwood disc brakes all the way around. But it's all hiding in plain sight. I like it.
I do too, Steve. This is probably the truest resto mod we've seen today. Built in 2017, it retains all of its original exterior features. There is nothing to suggest that what lies beneath is anything different, but it's where everything has been modernized and improved.
There are about 8,200 coupes made in 65, so there's plenty to go around for restorers and modifiers.
Well, living in Arizona, I can appreciate they've put in a much bigger radiator, done a lot of work to cool it down. By the way, they say they're including all of the restoration photos with the sale as well, so you can see how it ended up in this condition. But you're right. Outside looks stock, but it's what's underneath the skin that matters with this 1965 Corvette.
It does have a big block hood, which is something that arrived in 1965 to $396.
$125,000 for a 1965 Corvette Resto Mod. Looking stock on the outside, but very custom underneath. Time to check in with Tyler Hoover. All right, what you got out there?
Well, any big block Mustang is special. Of course, the top seller of the day right now, the Boss 429. This one is a 428 Cobra Jet convertible with a really cool story. This one is actually a real pace car, and it is one of 5 that was ordered by American Raceways, Inc., and they sent them to different racetracks across the country. This one ended up in Michigan. You see the Michigan International Speedway on the back quarter, and this one was actually supposed to be sold back to Ford. They actually enhanced these under the hood. They did a tune and a different tune and suspension lowering, so you could actually use this as a pace car. They were supposed to sell it back to Ford for $1, but it kind of disappeared. It was sold into private hands, and it disappeared for decades. It was rediscovered in the 1990s and beautifully restored. So this is one of 5. I'm not sure how many are surviving. It comes with all the documentation, and if you look in the trunk, you can see all the period photos where they unveiled this thing, including the color. Just a really cool Mustang with a lot of history.
Yeah, there's actually 2 of those pace car editions that will be crossing the block. That one from Michigan, another one from Atlanta International. Up on the block now, it's a Chevelle. This one from 1970, the current bid at $180,000.
You see these Z28 style stripes? You could also get them on a Chevelle, but in black or white normally, not this red over black.
Hammers down, $180,000 for a 1970 Chevelle. Let's call it a Pro Touring build.
Powered by a 502 cubic inch Ramjet big
1956 Chevy Bel Air. We see a lot of these cross the block, and the question is, what do you want to do with them? Do you want to keep them stock? They bring good money. Or do you want to customize them? That's what they've done with this one.
Yeah, pretty car. I love the light green and black. That is a factory color combination option. Got the 502 Ramjet. Now, of course, this is part of the big block family from 1965 right up onto the present time with canted valves. And the intake manifold is called the Ramjet because, frankly, it has a Ram tuning feature. The plenum's up high. These runners tune at about 5,100 RPM to create a slight supercharging effect without any of the drag of a belt-driven blower.
Yeah, underneath it's got an Art Morrison chassis. I'm not sure how much of that is actually dating back to 1956 when I look at it.
Well, all this gleaming stainless trim is, and the two-tone color break is authentic to what you would see in 1956. Of course, it's been shaved of all emblems and door handles. Wow, and just to show you just the purity of that 55 to 57 design without any ornamentation. Beautiful car.
Now, when I talk about slight supercharging effect, we got to keep in mind a belt-driven blower literally can make 20, 30 pounds of pressure. But that design, that intake tract on this, the Ram tuning, you might get 1.5 pounds of boost, which it's not nothing. And in fact, it's worth pursuing.
You get a kick out of looking at those rear tires, those 275 by 35, 20 inches. You realize what this car originally came with and how radically different those are. the ability to put that power down onto the road. $175,000 for a beautifully done 1956 Bel Air Custom. What a day we're having at Super Saturday. The prices, well, they're only going up and up.
If you love cars, then be a part of the world's greatest collector car auctions. Join the enthusiasts, the action, the family. We're currently hiring for multiple positions. Put your passion for cars to work. Apply today to be a part of the Barrett-Jackson team.
Well, meet the Deco-Liner. It started life as a 1948 Chevy crew cab. It's a cab-over truck. Used to be a big box truck, and now look what they've done with it.
502 cubic inch big block, and I think, Tyler, as this thing rolled up on the block, 5 people climbed out of it. So this thing will haul.
It is a hauler, and there was a lot of time to build this thing. 10,000 hours invested in the build, multiple show award winning, and you can still haul quite a few things in the back. I was seeing the cabinets earlier, open those up. It's a really cool shape, what they did here.
And they call it the Deco-Liner because it's supposed to be Art Deco. And if you want to see a piece of art, look at the chassis that this is built on. They've got photographs of it. The guy who did it is a chassis fabricator. It's an amazing piece of engineering. And we're already at $300,000.
It's almost like they were kind of going...
Excuse me.
It's almost like they were kind of going for a little bit of a boat tail look, except it goes to the rear exhaust, the dual pipes out the back. It must make an incredible noise as well.
Well, these trucks make great haulers or flatbeds or ramp trucks. And now this is the most stylish one ever.
And underneath that big back portion, there's a 5th wheel hitch, so you can tow with it as well. And according to the consignor, they drove it at one point from Canada down to California, so it works.
I would definitely pull a 5th wheel with this thing, and being a crew cab, you can haul the whole family. Looks very comfortable in there too with those red leather bucket seats. Oh my gosh, look at this console. This speedometer is out of this world.
This is a bidding frenzy.
Not only is unique, but what they're bidding on is the amazing engineering that made it possible. $465,000, the winning bid for a 1948 crew cab over, nicknamed the Deco-Liner. That is the new #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. And now you want to break into the top 5? It's going to take at least $300,000. You just never know what's going to rock the block.
Jerry McNish is up on the block to tell us about a special Camaro.
Frank Arone is no stranger to restoring first-gen Camaros. This Z28 is one of 2 known to exist in this Carolina blue paint. We just finished judging this car in Legend certification. It scored a top flight in June of last year. It's the best of the best. If you want a rare, super rare Camaro, original motor, this is the car for you.
Yes, sir.
Well, Chevy did not officially have a color called Carolina Blue, and the paint code color should be indicated on the trim tag on the firewall. But this was I guess today you'd call this paint to sample, and you had to go and get zone or factory approval to get a non-approved color onto a Camaro like this, but they did.
And it looks gorgeous. The restoration was completed in 2021, and it is a numbers matching on top of that. So you have a very special color on a very special Z28 Camaro.
So
go ahead.
One of only 2 known special color Z28s. In
I'll tell you what, it's loaded with options. It's got spoilers, posit traction, power assist for the front brakes, 4-speed. They went the distance when they ordered this. The great thing about Barrett-Jackson is they do have experts like Jerry McNish who come and they make sure that what the car claims to be is really what the car is. And they can add to that special extra bit of knowledge they have.
Look how clean this is inside the trunk. Original style spatter paint. Goodyear spare tire with the jack plate holding it down in place.
One of only two in this color from 1969, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $265,000. In a little bit, we're going to see a 2005 Ford GT, one of a number of these that will be crossing the block. The prices have only been going up. Can't wait to see what this one brings. Back here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, up on the block right now, a 1970 Chevelle LS6. Most people rarely see these. We've seen a number of them already cross the block.
The rare high horsepower 454 big block. The important number here is the one on the odometer. Less than 12,000 actual miles.
One strange thing about this car is not so much the automatic transmission and the bench seat, but the column shifted transmission. There it is. The shifter handle is up on the steering column. More than likely, the person who would have bought a car like this would have thought, I'm just going to put a B&M ratchet shifter on the floor anyway, so why pay the money? But there it is.
Just a moment ago, their Chevrolet expert, Jerry McNish, was up on the block talking about this car, telling them exactly that it is so special.
Now you see a few little fluffs here in the stripes. Well, that's what happens when you get original factory paint.
$300,000 for that 1970 Chevelle LS6, 454 cubic inches, 450 horsepower. All right, April Rose, how do you top that?
This is how you top it. This is blue suede shoes, a 1955-59 Buick Invictica. This is the first year for the Invictica, and what a great choice to build on. Man, she is just stunning. 18 months to build, 13,000 man hours. She's got the Art Morrison chassis, supercharged LSA motor, 4 L80E trans, and the coolest one-off Evoid wheels. And get this, those wide whites, they're actually part of the wheel. Now inside you got blue suede, blue leather, that sweet stitching. I mean, this is an award-winning show car at SEMA and Hot August Nights. Just an unbelievable build. It is incredible out here, DeBrule.
Yeah, that is very cool. Interestingly enough, yesterday we saw a stock 59 Invicta roll across the block. I think the guy who bought that should buy this one too. A 1969 Camaro Custom, currently bid at $135 on the block.
Well, it's got a great look, really wide rear wheels, super wide front wheels, but under the hood a 6.2-liter LS3. And the transmission here is a 6L80E, which is to say, yes, 6 forward speeds, the successor to the 4L80E. And the top two of those 6 gears are overdrive. So you could cruise down the highway at 1,800 RPM doing 70 without any trouble.
It's a pretty heavy custom. Note that the bumper has been pretty much fared into the bodywork, but check this out in front of the rear wheels, where they have added simulated brake scoops into the fender line. They kind of look like they were born there, but it's a nice little bit of customization.
Beautiful red leather interior.
140, 140, 140, 136, 140, and 136, and to get on 40, and 136.
Ford 9-inch rear axle, which some would say is a bit of a bit of blasphemy. Let's face it, the 9-inch is a great axle, and the car does not know it's there. Unlike an organ transplant rejection, it won't come out from under this car. It's a tough axle. That beautiful cowl induction hood, ZL2.
showcase car from the paintwork to the custom.
You know, it's so interesting during the course of the weekend because everybody will start with a particular car. In this case, we're seeing these 69 Camaros. And it becomes, what do you want to do with it? I want the interior to be red. I want it to be modern. I want it to be resto mod. It's just a palette. Do with it what you want. And there's generally a buyer who out there wants, as long as you don't get too crazy, here at Barrett-Jackson, if you do it right, people are willing to bid. $140,000 for a 69 Camaro. Don't forget, go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see the prices for all the cars that have already crossed the block. And don't forget, you can start looking forward to our Palm Beach auction, which will be coming up in just a few months.
Beautifully painted. It's El Diablo, Steve. What do you think?
Up on the block now, El Diablo, a 1972 Ford F100 custom pickup truck that we previewed just a little while ago.
Well, this is neat. I love the Coyote 5-liter with a Whipple supercharger and just wonderful use of red and panel fitment and filling through this area right here. And I mean, this is more art than automobile.
This thing has been so dropped when it rolled up onto the block, there was only about 3 inches of ground clearance between that bumper and the floor. All of the former bright work has been done in this brushed gray finish. Looks sharp.
And speaking of the floor, the bed floor lifts, and underneath it, again, more art. I mean, it's automotive, yeah, but it's industrial art. How nice. What a beautiful thing. Tubular steel welded and painted and powder coated, a Curry 9-inch rear axle with a dull coat. Just really beautiful looking stuff. I love those thin red lines that play into the overall red of the body.
The amount of work that went into this thing, folks. Again, you look at a lot of these trucks and these cars going by here. I can tell you the amount of hours that were spent on this truck. This really begin to start what it took to make this happen.
Don't miss this. It's going to be a world-class pickup that's been voted Truck of the Year, Barrett-Jackson top 5 finalists. And again, I love pickups, and that is an absolutely incredible vehicle.
In fact, it was your pick in the 5.
My pick. I'm not prejudiced. It's just a beautiful truck. Somebody's going to get an incredible buy. Don't miss it. For $180,000, it's worth a whole lot more.
At 85, now 90.
Yeah, in fact, this has already been on the cover of 3 different magazines, and other magazines have written articles about it. Now, the question is, some people want a car that's fresh, that's never been shown, never won awards. But other people, well, they want a car that they know, a truck they know has gotten the awards, has been proven to be a quality piece of equipment.
I just had to come back up to the block to see this in person. Oh my goodness. I mean, you were working at Hot Rod back in the 90s. Could you imagine anybody ever building something like this back then?
Stuff like this was starting to happen towards Japan. Your Chip Foose, you know, we're sort of really taking things to the next level. But yeah, the builders today, the Ring brothers, and Foose and Japan, but they've all taken the art to way beyond anything I would have predicted back at Hot Rod. Yeah.
What's cool about it really is the subtlety of it, right? It's not over the top. The way they've done it beautifully all the way down the line. You look at that panel fit, the way they put everything together, the subtlety of the bright work on there. It is just so nicely done.
And one thing, too, a major element of taste, just good old-fashioned taste, you know, restraint and going just far enough without going too far is something that we see on this work.
Yeah, there's something about respecting the original design. You know, so many people want to make their mark and show how radical something is. This really is subtle, but then obvious in how well it's done.
We used to have a joke, we'd say, look what I can do. When it's all like a purple Camaro with a green stripe, look what I can do.
Well, those folks can do $240,000 for a 1972 Ford F100 El Diablo. Well, coming up in just a little bit, a 2013 Ferrari 458 Italia Spider, 562 horsepower, with a top speed of 202 miles per hour.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Welcome back to the 50th anniversary celebration of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. What a week it's been, and today is living up to all the hype. Super Saturday is indeed super. Big prices, spectacular cars, a 1967 Mustang Custom up on the block right now.
So this was built by a restoration shop that wanted to show off everything they could do, and well, they did everything to this thing. A beautiful 67 fastback that's been very modernized, shaped. You can see the drip rails have been removed, which is really hard to do, and it certainly modernizes this thing. So many little touches. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the tail panel has either been recessed or the area around it has come out for a tunneled look. Not factory, but it almost looks it. You know, we like to say that you either compliment the vehicle or insult it with the things you've done. Nothing here but compliments to the Mustang's already beautiful lines.
This is the 67 Custom Fastback.
This one is a 427 small block Ford, the Windsor family, with fast electronic fuel injection, a 5-speed stick.
You know, the 67 body style, truly one of the best. It's similar to 1968, and they've taken off some of those signature 67 things like the strakes on the side. But boy, they have done such a beautiful job of taking it to that next ultimate level. Not even the next level. This is 3 levels above where it starts.
Well, they've taken away some things and they've added some things. They have extra ducting on the quarters in the front and then in the door for cooling on the brakes. You see the hood. I mean, you know, this is the same body as, say, the Bullitt Mustang, but I can't imagine Steve McQueen ever imagined one looking like this.
As you mentioned earlier, the drip rails have been removed. So has the stainless around the windows for a more modern look. You know, most cars today have flush fit. That's about eliminating wind noise and drag going down the road, but it works here too. It's nice.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that these 60s Mustangs, there is a lot of wind noise with them, with the drip rails, a lot of the trim and all that stuff, and it's actually quieter to drive with the windows down. So I wonder with this one being built so well and having all that shaved off, it probably, you know, feels a lot more like a modern car, obviously, for many reasons.
I like that sticker in the back window where it says Eleanor's hot sister.
Ring Brothers cross brace. You look at all the
Pardon me, hotter sister.
Workmanship far under the money still.
I like how the roof on the 67 Mustang has that little spine pressed into it there. I wonder if the folks looked at the 63 Stingray and maybe took a little inspiration, but works either way.
That was a buy.
A lot of car and $190,000 for that 1967 custom fastback. Well, check that out. It's a 1968 Corvette that's about to roll up onto the block. And there's another really interesting 68 Corvette that's going to be crossing the block later today. And Mike Joy's got a great story about it.
The winner of the 1960 Indianapolis 500, Jim Rathman, when he retired from driving, bought the Chevrolet dealership in Melbourne, Florida, where he befriended the men who would go into space for NASA. It was Rathman who convinced GM President Pete Estes to lease each astronaut their choice of 2 brand new Chevys for a year for $1 apiece. Most astronauts took a Corvette and got their wives a station wagon. Alan Shepard was the lessee of this 427 cubic inch, 435 horse, 4-speed Corvette. It's an unrestored survivor, and the build sheet notes that this was a Chevrolet press car delivered to Rathman Chevrolet. Totally unrestored and once enjoyed by the first American in space.
Yeah, true bravery. He'd be the first guy. Now, he never orbited that first time, but he was the guy that they had to figure out, can we do it? Really nice 1968 Dodge Charger RT Custom up on the block.
Now this one, I could hear the distinctive sound of a Helephant under the hood as they revved it as it crossed the block. So this has the modern Hellcat or Helephant crate motor put into a beautiful resto mod. I'm not sure if it's showing on camera, but it's not black. This is actually a cherry red metallic. That is fantastic.
Yeah, Mopar Performance recently transitioned. Now it's Direct Connection, a great name from the past. And the Helephant 1,000 horsepower 426 crate engine was officially announced on April 26, 2019. 42619. Get it?
Yeah, it's got coil-over suspension, Willwood disc brakes, and $215,000 as the winning bid. All right, something really cool that you will rarely ever see. I've seen pictures of it, but this is the first time I've seen one cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. It's a 1956 Chevrolet, but this one is an El Morocco. It's actually been changed and tweaked, and it was done back in the day.
Yeah, so wealthy industrious thought up, well, why don't we make a smaller sort of Cadillac Eldorado convertible using a 56 Bel Air, and this was the result. I guess there's about 16 of these that were built. This is one of 2 known to survive. So you see all the 56 traits that were on this car have either been modified or they're gone, and now you have actual fins on the back like a Cadillac.
Yeah, the industrious you reference, Tyler, is a fellow named Ruben Allender, and the price on this was just about $1,000 more than a Bel Air, but about $2,000 less than a typical Cadillac. So it's kind of a midway thing. But if you happen to have a 1956 Plymouth Fury, you'll recognize these gold anodized wheel covers. But again, the quarter panels on this are fiberglass that's been bonded to the steel Chevy quarter panel. But an interesting what if.
Yeah, it's the tail fins that really make this car. I mean, up front it's a little special, but that rear with all that Cadillac look to it, and you know, the bottom line is it was just relatively expensive for what people wanted. You know, they either wanted to buy the Chevy or they wanted to buy the Cadillac, and while it had the Cadillac look, it didn't have the Cadillac luxury.
Yeah, that 56 nose is still recognizable, but they did make some changes. It looks like they added some Dagmars to it. You can see those bullets on the front. And also, the hood ornament, they added some extra wings to it, kind of like the wings in the back. They look like crystals.
At the tail, too, we sort of see where Mr. Allender went to emulate the look of the Cadillac through the bumper exhaust, but without going the distance. It looks the part. They painted the area black on the inside, but the actual exhaust are under the bumper outlets here. But the look is all that counts.
Can't imagine this being cheap to do. I bet this cost a lot more than, say, a new Cadillac, which is why maybe only 16 were sold. And then having fiberglass melded to metal, I imagine it wouldn't hold up as well, which is probably why so few have survived like this.
Well, what's really cool is not only has this one survived, but it is in this condition. I mean, this is a beautiful show condition. Wow, we're up to $175,000. And remember, you know, this isn't a modern thing. This was something that was done back in 1956.
Interesting thing is that you would think that they would have done these all on convertibles, but there's at least one four-door that's known to have been done.
Now the interior on these, it looks relatively stock to me. I see, of course, a little bit of the enhancement in the logo there, but otherwise, inside, looks more like a 56 Bel Air.
$175,000 for a 1956 Chevy El Morocco. A little bit earlier today, I had the honor of announcing the winner of the Barrett-Jackson Cup. It's a special car show they held this week to honor some of the best work done by car guys around the country. There you see them up on the block. Those are the 5 finalists out of nearly 50 cars that entered. The People's Choice Award, well, that went to that 1963 Ford Galaxy right there. But the overall winner of the Barrett-Jackson Cup, this 1936 Ford Roadster, belongs to Bob Johnson out of Gainesville, Georgia. Not only does he get the Barrett-Jackson Cup, but he gets a $20,000 check as well. Congratulations to him and to everybody who entered and was a part of this year's Barrett-Jackson Cup. Now becoming a regular part of the Barrett-Jackson auctions. Well, we just saw that 1956 Chevy El Morocco. Now we get a 1957 Chevy Bel Air Custom.
Pretty cool under the hood is a ZL1 crate engine, number 195 of 427 made. The valve covers are machined, but something even cooler, dual Fi-Tech 4-barrel EFI throttle bodies. Yes, you can have dual quads with EFI just as you can with carburetors. You see it right there.
Well, we saw what was cooler, what was thought to be cool in 1956, what you could do with a Bel Air. Here's what you can do today to a Bel Air to make it as cool as possible. Of course, being lowered on a custom chassis, bucket seats interior. This is a proper resto mod. Gorgeous.
Yeah, that ZL1, again, was one of 427 made in 2019 to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 1969 ZL1. The cost new was $18,500 for the crate engine alone.
And I love the fact that there's just as much work underneath as there is in the engine compartment. The full suspension has been rebuilt, modified, very modern. It'll ride so much better than it was originally built. $200,000. That's the price for that 1957 custom Chevy Bel Air.
Wow!
What was that?
I was starting you out.
Barrett Jackson, happy, wonderful, fantastic, prodigious
Anniversary.
50th anniversary.
Anniversary.
That's older than me.
Not older than your dad.
Not that old.
You're older than 50.
Happy anniversary, guys. How are you gonna end it?
Bye. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, guys.
Yeah, the crew from Pawn Stars, I think we get the idea. It's a happy anniversary. $270,000, the current bid on this 1958 Corvette Custom.
We just saw a 1968 L88 Corvette sell for $300,000, and that was a legitimate, factory muscle car. Well, this is an all-new hot rod, bringing the same money.
I'm not sure the person who originally bought that 1958 could ever have imagined what it would look like, the condition it would be in, and the fact that it would sell here at Barrett Jackson for $300,000. Well, right now, a Mustang Boss 429 from 1969 is the #2 sale of the day, one that happened a little bit earlier. Now we've got a second one up on the block.
Yeah, one detail about the Boss 429, it was a very wide engine, but we can see here, well, that Ford actually modified the spring towers right there to accommodate the extra width of those Hemi heads. And that's something that was done at Carcraft in Brighton, Michigan. But again, that's what it took to shoehorn the Boss 9 into the Mustang.
And this is one of 271 Boss 429s in Wimbledon white. It has a 4-speed manual transmission and a traction lock differential, so a pretty rare one at that.
Now, one thing about the Boss 429 and the Boss 302, if you wanted an automatic, you were out of luck. These are strictly 4-speed manuals. These are actually about as expensive as a Shelby Mustang in 1969. Not much gingerbread on the outside. These have a standard exhaust system, no outlets through the valance. So Ford picked some pennies here and there, and the word is they still lost money on every one of these they sold. But the point was homologating or legalizing the Boss 429 for NASCAR, which this sure did.
Plus, it also becomes what they call a halo car, something that's a little glow to the mark. It gets written up in magazines. Everybody talks about it. And it gets that engine legal. $350,000 for a Wimbledon white Mustang Boss 429. Wow. Ava Rose, what you got?
If you want a street legal race car, this is it, baby. 2024 GT Carbon Series. Now it's got that mid-mounted twin turbocharged 660 horsepower, 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6, 7-speed dual clutch transmission, just the coolest carbon fiber accents, retractable active rear wing, cutting edge staggered 20-inch gloss carbon fiber wheels with titanium lug nuts, those elegant butterfly doors, truly jaw-dropping at every angle, DeBrule.
Literally a race car for the street. Very cool. Up on the block right now, this is a car that Tyler Hoover previewed just a little while ago. It is a 1991 Shelby Series 1 convertible, and as we talked about, this is the first car that Carroll Shelby was responsible for both building and designing. Let's listen up on the block.
Absolutely, what an exciting time. These were the only ground-up cars that we built for the street that had a 17-digit VIN number, and were further crash tested and everything back in '99. There was about 70 of them that were supercharged, and this is one of those. Push rod suspension, you've got a honeycomb aluminum chassis in it, unbelievably strong, way ahead of its time. You can see the airflow up over the nose. They would never get hot. My favorite potential customer had a turbo Porsche from back in 1999, a Viper ACR, you name it. I'd love it because I could take them to the track and whip their butts. So that was pretty fun. But anyway, let's get her started.
And ladies and gentlemen, lot number
Most people know of the Cadillac Northstar V8. Well, the Olds Aurora is its little brother. They have the same bell housing pattern. They even have the same 3.3-inch stroke. The difference is the Cadillac Northstar at 4.5 liters has about, a quarter-inch larger bore than the 4-liter Olds Aurora. Otherwise, very similar engines.
They were talking about earlier about how to get a car into production. One of them was crash testing it. So they used 7 cars and to go to send them off to the government for crash testing, which is very expensive to do, especially on a car where you only make, 250 of them or less.
Well, now the new legislation for low-volume manufacturers would make it easier for somebody like Carroll Shelby to be able to produce a vehicle like this. But back then, you're right, it was very hard. All the hoops he had to jump through were like the same ones anybody would have to do if they were making 10,000 or 1 million cars.
This is actually my first time seeing one of these in person, and I didn't know it used GM drivetrains, but then when I saw the center console, I saw the GM radio and the climate control, I thought, well, what the heck's going on here? So Shelby's been with GM, it's been with Ford, been with Chrysler. I mean, he gets around.
Well, that's because Carroll Shelby was an opportunist in many ways. At any moment in time, he was flush or he was looking for money, as the case may be, and where he had to look, he'd do what he can to keep it going.
A little known fact, before he found a dance partner with Ford in 1962, he visited Chevrolet and was turned down.
So an interesting story. Earlier today, we were talking about the Pantera that was up on the block. The car that preceded the Pantera was the Mangusta. Well, that's because Alejandro De Tomaso was supposed to be building a car jointly with Carroll Shelby. It didn't work, fell through, and as a result, he wanted a car that was going after the Cobra, and it was the Mongoose, the Mangusta. So Carroll Shelby made friends, and he made enemies along the way. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge, and it is now underway. So let's take a look at the leading people on the board right now. Matthew C., Brock H. These are all the people who are playing the game. Don't forget, if you play the game and you win here in Scottsdale, you'll get a 3-day Radford driving school experience. And if you keep playing throughout the course of all 4 of our auctions, you could stand a chance to win the grand prize, a 2022 Dodge Challenger. Up on the block now, a 1972 Ford Bronco, another one custom going through the roof.
If you wondered if Broncos are hot, here's your proof, $300,000+. This one is custom all the way, 347 cubic inch small block. This one was born a station wagon with the hard top roof, long gone. But wow, strong bidding.
This one was a Best in Show winner at a pretty significant show and a top 10 in SEMA. And when I was in the staging lanes earlier, it was a big party. They fired up the stereo. People were clapping and dancing just like this.
$305,000. Boy, that lady is happy, happy, happy. All right, let's check in with Craig and April. This is not a VIN number 1 car we'll see coming up. This is the last of the line.
The last Grand National, that's what we're looking at here. This car marked the end of General Motors' mid-size rear-wheel drive G platform cars. This was the closing of the Pontiac, Michigan assembly plant. This Grand National was the final car to leave the assembly line. It is a 33-mile, all-original car, has the 3.8-liter V6 in it with a 4-speed automatic transmission. This car has been perfectly preserved in a climate-controlled bedroom in Louisiana.
Well, it still has all the plastic coverings over it too. Craig, if this were your car, would you keep it?
Oh, absolutely.
Or would you
I think
take it on the road?
For a piece of history like this, I'd buy another one to drive, and this one I put on a pedestal. Provenance keeps going and going on this car.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
It's the golden anniversary, big 50 for the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction. Plenty of people on site. You want to be a part of this great event. And up on the block now, a 1973 Dodge Challenger Custom we previewed for you just a little while ago.
This one's known as the Chastiser, and it's got a 6.4-liter Hemi under the hood, but lots of little tiny details that just accentuate the already appealing lines of the Challenger. Rear valance panel has through the metal exhaust tips here, something that wasn't styled by Chrysler, but looks good.
$215,000. 1967 Mustang Custom right behind it.
Well, heavily customized and not in a Shelby style. A lot of people would Shelbyize their 67s, and that's very appropriate. But this customizer has taken a completely different turn with a jet plane motif here on the hood, added front spoiler, and some gleaming midnight blue paint.
I love the 8-stack injection right there. They look kind of like Weber's, but these are indeed modern injectors, probably from Imagine or maybe Borla. But just a fantastic look. And each one of those stacks goes right down to the cylinder. No trouble with, just works well.
This car belonged to MLB All-Star Vinny Castillo, and one of his jerseys is included with the sale.
And he's also including some spring training tickets as well, so you get a little baseball fun. But I think this is all about the car right now.
1967 Ford Mustang was built for the MLB.
Now this is a two-seater with a, I'd call it a half roll cage, a main hoop, and then supporting structure to the rear where the rear seat would have been. So a little bit of a road racing vibe here. All of the trim is in a brushed stainless. Nothing chrome here but the door handles.
Yeah, machined aluminum with the taillights and also the hood inserts and a quarter panel inserts. That's not plastic. That's some effort.
$260,000. A little earlier today, we saw a Superformance Ford GT40 cross the block. Well, now it's time for Ford GTs. This is the first of a number of them that will be crossing. This one is 2005.
Well, brand new, these were $135,000 plus options, and in the resale market, they have quickly doubled that and more. This has the look of the GT Mark II that went to and won Le Mans. It's a great driving street car, and that you could take to the track.
And the good news is that a good number of these were built. 4,038, all but 817 were sold right here in the United States. Curb weight, 3,480 pounds, nearly twice what the original 66, 67 Le Mans cars were. But again, they didn't have air conditioner, crash bags, or any of that kind of stuff. These are street cars, and what a street car it is.
Front radiator inlet here, very true to the original mid-engine Ford V8. I mean, even those reliefs in the seats for cooling are faithful to the original Ford GT.
Unlike the one we saw earlier today, no need for a gurney bubble. These have a taller greenhouse, so a 6-footer like me can sit inside with about an inch of head clearance, which is a nice touch. Supercharged 5.4-liter 4-valve 4-cam Ford Mod Motor V8. Nice.
These are great cars to drive, and they're easy drivers. They don't have a stiff race car type clutch. They do have power steering. The only difficulty in driving one of these on the street is your rearward vision is highly compromised.
And like the Viper, if you can't drive a stick, you're not driving one of these. They're not automatics.
Well, this one has not been driven much. It only has about 1,700 miles on it, but they do point out that they've got about $12,000 in receipts from work that's been done over the last few years to put it in a solid condition to be able to drive.
I believe we have 5 of these in today's sale, along with 3 of the new Ford GTs, including that 2020 Carbon Series.
You've got Heritage Editions. What color do you want?
I like dark blue myself.
couple years ago, we weren't seeing this number for Heritage Editions.
A little tiny indicator that these are designed for use 365 year-round are the rear window defogger lines here, which are something you associate with a family car, but for the Galaxy and for use in all 4 seasons, all times, there they are. That's
I love the drama on the block. That gentleman right there thought long and hard about it, then finally nodded. Yeah, I'll take it up one more notch. $500,000. Now the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson and our golden anniversary, 50th anniversary celebration for Barrett-Jackson. That Ford GT has taken the lead. And as we've said earlier, we know there's going to be a lot of $1 million sales. So that's going to change a lot as the day goes by. But that's where we are in the middle of the day. On the block, we got a 1970. This one's a Mustang Mach 1 Twister Special.
Yeah, this one's kind of special beyond the Twister. It's also a 391 geared car, and it has the drag pack, part of which, as Mike pointed out earlier, is an engine oil cooler seen here. This is plumbed down into the oil filter of the front engine. Here are the lines that come up through, and that's all about keeping the oil cooler, thicker, and protecting those bearings.
This is one of those cars, was a great car when it was found. Awesome Super Cobra Jet 4-speed, doesn't get any better than this.
And it's a Twister Special. That is something that Ford's Kansas City zone came up with and has this special decal from new, rather vinyl sticker, on the rear quarter panel. Very limited number of these were built. They were only built for Ford's Kansas City zone and for one very special promotion.
And while styled steel wheels were a possibility on Mach 1, these are the base, just a stock wheel with a spiffy little trim ring and center cap. They look good, but were done at a cost. These are the entry-level wheels.
And unlike the GTCSs, which were just a cosmetic package, the Twister package was performance.
These were launched in November 1969 at Total Performance Day at Kansas City Raceway. They were all intended to be R-Code 428s, but the factory didn't have enough R-Code engines. So 96 were produced, only 48 had the 428 engine.
And Twister Special out of these things, only sold in Kansas City. Absolutely amazing because it has the biggest engine. It has all the bells and whistles. A perfect example, folks. That is Ford history right there.
Notice inside, 1970 was the first year for the locking steering column. The ignition key went from the dashboard up into the steering column so that you could, well, not as easily steal one of these cars. It was a federal mandate. All new cars for 70 had to have that feature.
$210,000 is the hammer price for that Ford Mustang Twister. Here is a Dodge Daytona, Chrysler Corporation's entry into the NASCAR Aero Wars in 1969. It'll be headed to the auction block shortly. And for more on these big wing things, here's Rick.
The Dodge Daytona and the Plymouth Superbird were built for just one reason: to race and win in NASCAR. But while they both came out of the Chrysler camp and they look a lot alike, the reality is there's a lot of differences between these two cars. I mean, sure, the Dodge is based off the Charger, the Plymouth is based off the Roadrunner, but the subtle differences in the way they did it, oh, there's tons of those. To start with, check out the big rear wings. The Daytona's wing is actually more upright, the base 17 inches long. The Superbird's wing, it's slanted back, and the base 22 inches long. Up front, the Daytona nose cone has a small grille right in the center. The Superbird's nose has no brakes, taking in the air down below. From the side, you can see the Superbird's beak is actually a little longer than the Daytona's. And since the Daytona came first, well, you'd think the differences were the result of learning how to make the Superbird faster. Turns out that wasn't the case. Aerodynamically, the Daytona is slicker. But the Superbird has one thing that the Daytona never got: a Daytona 500 win.
Now we're going to stay in the NASCAR theme for these next couple lots. There was a company called American Raceways, Inc. They owned Atlanta International Raceway, Riverside Raceway in California. They built Michigan International Speedway, and they promised to build a brand new super speedway right outside New York City. And when they announced those plans, they showed off these Ford Mustang pace cars at a luncheon at Tavern on the Green in New York Central Park. Well, Ford sold them these specially equipped pace cars for $1. And at the end of a year, they were supposed to sell them back to Ford for $1, but the company went bankrupt and all these cars ended up in private hands. Where are they now? Well, two of them are right here on the Barrett-Jackson auction block.
Greg, I would say this is an opportunity right here.
Something odd about these cars, they were all built with an open differential, no traction lock, and probably a reason is that if you start laying rubber and horsing around with a car with a locked differential, you can fishtail, lose control, whereas an open differential, you'll just spin out right rear tire and probably not spin out. I would imagine they probably assume they'd have some inexperienced drivers behind the wheel, so make these things safe, make it with an open diff. All of these cars have an open differential.
They were supposed to have
a very unique
one
car with a very unique story, and it just sold for $200,000. All right, you like that story and you didn't get a chance to raise your hand and bid quick enough? Well, guess what? We've got another one. That first one was representing Atlanta. This one is representing Michigan, and this is the one that Tyler Hoover previewed for us.
Yeah, you see the logos, the squiggly logos indicating the name of each racetrack. That was unique to that company. Now, there were supposed to be 5 convertible pace cars, 1 for each racetrack, and 5 fastbacks, all specially equipped like this one.
Now, this is a drag pack car. We see the engine oil cooler. When that happens, the horns, which order to live here, are moved to the passenger side of the car. But again, like the blue car we just saw, this has an open differential, which is just something that doesn't make sense with the drag pack. But once again, the open differential is much more forgiving to knuckleheads behind the wheel. You don't spin out, you spin one tire. And I'm sure that was done to reduce the liability of putting journalists behind the wheel of these pace cars. And I'm a journalist, so I know about being a knucklehead behind the wheel.
Larry Lopatin was the fellow behind this racetrack owning group. When they went out of business, Walt Nix and L.G. DeWitt ended up with Atlanta International Raceway, now Atlanta Motor Speedway. Roger Penske took over Michigan International Speedway, and Les Richter took the reins at Riverside, California. The track in New York City was never built.
Well, included in the sale are pictures from that New York introduction, so they've got some of the history attached to it, which is really pretty cool.
Again, these cars were built with some shortcuts. These don't have the through the balance dual exhaust, just unadorned tips coming right down toward the ground. And again, the base Mach 1 wheel with the trim ring and the center cap, which doesn't cost much to make, but I think looks pretty cool.
By the way, these cars are part of what's called the Mile High Collection, a group of cars that are being sold throughout the course of the week. We started seeing them, in fact, on Tuesday. 69 cars in total across the block. Some of them pretty special, all of them very unique.
Craig Jackson is just telling the fellow who bought the first convertible that, you know, he can complete the set right here.
You know, it's interesting because these do have sequential serial numbers. When they were sent to them, they kind of went in direct order. Well, I'm not sure. We had somebody over the internet. We had somebody on the block. Not sure who came the way of the winner, but it was $175,000, the final bid. Well, in just a little bit, we're going to see a 1958 Corvette Custom. This is a Pro Touring build, 460 horsepower, Art Morrison chassis. Pretty nice. Well, just moments ago, we had a couple of cars jump into our top 10, starting with this 1967 Mustang Eleanor Tribute Edition, hammered sold $450,000. Right after it, David Spade, the comedian, his 1968 Chevelle Custom, that rocked the block as well, $340,000. Those are now firmly in our top 10 here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. Once again, a killer 1968 Ford Bronco Custom SUV up on the block.
Max Slider Brothers Customs just finished this one with a 5.0 liter Coyote V8, four-wheel drive, and just 77 test miles on the clock. You want a brand new old Bronco? Here you go.
And that 5-liter displacement is the same as the 302 pushrod engine this was built with at the factory, but a radically different engine, as we'll see as the day goes on.
$235,000 for a 1968 custom Bronco. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, if you're impressed with the current top 10, get ready because the headliner cars are coming like this. Lot 1397, a 1967 Cobra 427. This is a real deal Shelby Registry 427 Cobra big block coming soon, working its way through the staging lanes. Brace yourselves.
Up on the block now, we got a 1969 Camaro Custom.
Custom is the word. This one has a 572 cubic inch tall deck big block with a Pro Charger supercharger. Here's all the plumbing here that goes from the intercooler to keep the charge denser and cooler. Here's the belt-driven Pro Charger supercharger and hand fabricated aluminum intake plenum. And again, this is a 572, which means it's based on a tall deck 10.2 inch block. So it's a very special engine, a lot of torque, all kinds of power.
Huge intercooler hiding underneath the bumper and in front of the radiator there to help fuel that. Gleaming black paint with red accents, a theme that's repeated in the interior with a half roll cage. And all of the chrome and stainless, save the bumper and the taillight surrounds, has been blacked out in a similar gloss finish to the body.
This engine's backed up with a 4L80E 4-speed automatic with a 12-bolt rear end. And of course, the leaf springs are long gone. Those huge tires would never fit with them in place.
Now, the rear fenders have been pulled, as we say. They've been widened for extra clearance for those big wide wheels and tires. Maybe only an inch or so, just enough.
$160,000 for a very nice custom 1969 Camaro. The way it goes. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see the full list of cars still to cross the block on Super Saturday, or you can check out the prices of cars that have already crossed the block. Beautiful day out there. Look at that collection of cars. The question is, are we going to have $1 million car? The question is, how many and how expensive will they be before the day is over? We see plenty of Broncos. How about a Blazer from 1970, a custom?
Well, it's a beauty, but under the hood, this has the LS7, the 7-liter pushrod Gen 3 engine with titanium connecting rods. I just got word that the Chevrolet Performance catalog just discontinued the LS7. They're going to sell out what they have left, and then that's it. This is probably the world's best pushrod V8 engine.
Now, last night we saw a couple of these in roadster trim, meaning they would not accommodate a convertible top. This one's different. It still has all of the latches and connection points for the fiberglass hardtop that the Blazer came with. Houndstooth upholstery, a lot of embossing on the door and side panels. All black.
Like the stainless steel gas tank under the tail. That's by Ricks out of El Paso, Texas. They sell, I guess you might call it a crate gas tank. They have stainless tanks for pretty much all popular applications. Call them up, comes in a box, bolted in.
Fresh build, too, just finished in November of last year. They say it's got less than 300 miles on the build at this point. $215,000 for that 1970 K5 Blazer. Some pretty exotic stuff about to cross the block. We'll see it when we come back here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
We're here at Toyota with Ali to hear about a very special vehicle for a very special cause.
That's right, this is VIN 001. This capstone version is all going to benefit a great cause. It's the Toyota US Paralympic Fund, the first ever hybrid Tundra. You're looking at 437 horsepower, which is also going to produce a 583 pound-foot of torque. This is going to be a luxury version, so think top of the line, above a limited, above a platinum. You'll have exclusive wheels, everything from 22-inch dark chrome wheels, leather interior that is just absolutely stunning. And of course, everything is fully equipped with the latest and greatest when it comes to technology.
Ali, lots to look forward to when this wonderful vehicle goes under the hammer for a wonderful cause. And that sale will be coming up very soon, so you'll want to stick around for that. And up on the block right now, a car we previewed for you, a 2013 Ferrari 458 Italia Spider.
562 horsepower. Redline 9,000 RPM for this 4-cam V8. The 7-speed paddle shifters, and you can see right there the short gaps in the roof. That is a retractable hardtop to make that a Spider.
You're going to do 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds with that. Top speed, 202 miles an hour.
Rosso Corsa over beige. Black dash with red stitching. The Italians tend to use contrast stitching on their cars. The English use contrast piping on the seats. The Germans do whatever they want. I've seen both.
You know, I like the fact that this car has 10,000 miles on the odometer. Gently driven, not just sitting around drying up. All right, let's check in with April Rose. Well, that sells for $320,000.
Oh my goodness, Rick. I am so excited. This is one of my absolute favorite rides here at the auction. A 1970 Plymouth Hemi Superbird in vitamin C with that black top. She's got her matching numbers, 426 Hemi with dual quads, Torque Flight Trans. You got the original fender tags, window sticker, and broadcast sheet. Just over 6,000 miles. But here's my question. So, you know, Tyler Hoover, he's got one of these. I'm trying to get him to take a picture laying across that back wing. He doesn't know if it's a good idea. Do you think it could hold him?
Well, there's actually been people who have talked about this. They are pretty strong. They will supposedly hold you. Supposedly. Do you really want to take the risk?
If it can create the downforce to hold that car down to the pavement at Daytona 200 miles an hour, it probably can. This AMG GT SLS Mercedes, part of the final edition. There were only 10 coupes and 10 roadsters built for U.S. consumption for the build-out of this Mercedes supercar.
These have an aluminum body with the exception of this, the final edition, which has a carbon fiber hood. And these are in production from 2010 through 2015, so this is the end of the line.
People who love these would argue they saved the best for last. Under 2,000 miles.
Of course, also available is a Gullwing Coupe.
$360,000 lands it in our top 5, that 2015 Mercedes-Benz. In just a little bit, we're going to see this 1972 Datamasso Pantera. It's a custom, though, nicknamed Adrenaline LS3 V8, 600 horsepower, massive brakes, plenty of performance. Up on the block right now here in Scottsdale, the very last Grand National built, the end of the line.
Well, 1987 was really, this was the car in the 80s. This is the street Hemi of the 80s, or the most potent production car you could get that was mass produced. Here it is, and it only had a V6, but again, thanks to that turbocharger, over 330 foot-pounds of torque, these things will run a mid-13 with traction.
Murph, you spent some time with the consignor of this car.
I absolutely did, and what I love about this car, and it's true of so many cars, there's such a strong family connection to this one. It's been in the family all of their life, and I love that this one, it had its own bedroom, I believe, Mike.
Well, this was not just the last Grand National, it was the last G-body car built by the Pontiac plant. As we get to $400,000 bid, the car was signed by all the plant workers. The president of General Motors was there as it rolled off the line. What a piece of history.
We've got multiple phone bidders. We got bidders here on the block. There's a lot of interest in this car. Great thing is they also have video of this being produced. There was films. They made a movie about it, so there's plenty of documentation about this particular car.
Now, the Buick Regal name did not die off. It lived on a front-wheel drive platform called the Buick Somerset Regal, which sold hundreds of thousands of units. But this is the end of the line for rear-wheel drive.
I think it's fascinating too. We spent a lot of time talking about VIN-1s, and this is the last of the very last, and it is making charity money car for like a VIN-1 would. It's
$500,000 bid. The Buick Grand National is arguably the greatest American performance car of the 80s, and the hammer falls.
$500,000 for the last Grand National that ever came off the line.
All right, Super Saturday, 13.
It is indeed Super Saturday. Let's check out our top 5, because now we have 2 at the top. That Ford GT together with the very last Buick Grand National. Now, that's not a GNX. That's just a Grand National rolled off the block. You want to break into the top 10? You better be prepared to, or at least the top 5, better be prepared to spend at least $430,000. I'm not sure how you really follow that, but we've got a 1958 Corvette Custom we previewed for you just a little while ago that is in center stage.
This one is an LT1, which is a direct injection evolution of the small block 75th generation. Fuel pressure on these things is over 2,000 PSI. But again, Resto and Mod holding hands together here.
First year for the C1.5 styling cycle, which would take us from 1958 through 62. A couple of one-year touches. These chrome tusks on the trunk were just kind of gingerbread. It will cost you about $2,000 to replace those today. And the washboard hood. These non-functional louvers, 1958 only. The chrome surrounds for the quad headlights, they would continue through 1960 before being replaced by body color parts.
And this one rides on an Art Morrison chassis with C7 suspension parts front and rear, coilover shocks all the way around, no more kingpins, no more leaf springs.
That trunk is cleaner and nicer than in the interior in many of the cars I've owned. That's a beauty.
Congratulations to that gentleman. $325,000 for a 1958 Corvette Custom convertible. A lot of the McGuire staging lane right now. There is a collection of cars that is worth some serious coin. There's that Adrenaline Pantera. You see a Ford GT, an amazing collection of cars all in one place. They'll be up on the block pretty soon. And we're going to see some pretty serious money. Up on the block right now, we got a 1969 Pontiac GTO convertible.
Well, it's a real convertible. It's a real GTO. The VIN begins at 242, so we know that much. But this is a rare body style. Roughly 1 in 10 GTO buyers went for the convertible 1969. So a rare bird indeed.
Now, for many years, you've heard us talk about Patrick's Classy Cars in Scottsdale. #1 West Coast restorer of these GM A bodies, and run by Patrick Pogrant, who sadly passed of leukemia last fall. Patrick's done great cars for Barrett-Jackson customers, and he did my El Camino. He and his associate John Bradley, and this is John's car. He is kind of carrying on Patrick's legacy with this GTO Judge, and it is a stunner. Patrick was a friend, and he is sorely missed.
That's the LT4 supercharged crate engine with a whopping 650 horsepower, backed up by a manual transmission, TKO 606 speed.
Now they're going to cycle that brand new convertible top. That's just to give bidders confidence in how everything works. Gleaming black paint. Tremendous paint prep on this one. Hood mounted tack. Triple black.
Now this one presents with Judge graphics, but so remember that there were no Judge convertibles built in 1969. They were all hardtops. Wilwood disc brakes all the way around, front and rear.
Supercharged 6.2-liter LT4 V8 engine under that hood with 650 horsepower, 650 foot-pounds of torque. This car is absolutely gorgeous. Nothing was left untouched. Buy it with confidence. Come from the best collectors in the building, right here.
That is Steve Davis, and I must agree. My word for this GTO, Judge, would be perfect.
Radio delete plate, look at that. Now that's a rare item, but below it is the touchscreen infotainment system, so it's not an austere interior. This one does have the Hideaway headlights, and when you got the Hideaway headlights, you also got these grills down below to hide the vacuum pods, which run the vacuum Hideaway lights. Standard GTOs don't have the grills down below. Little detail, but it makes the difference.
Way that one goes, right up behind it, we got a 1957 Chevy Bel Air custom convertible.
Another LT4, 650 horsepower crate engine. Another T56, 6-speed. This one's got a Dana rear axle with independent rear suspension.
Well, I mentioned that Patrick did a great job on GM A bodies. Did I mention he also did 55 to 57 Chevys? And this is the last of those. And this is every bit as gorgeous as the GTO you just saw. Just a variation on a different theme 1 decade earlier.
Yeah, the LT4 isn't a very pretty engine, or is it? You know, I find most people who have them don't try to doll them up because they've got a very business-like aesthetic about them. The cast aluminum top with the exposed ribs, it's a fairly attractive engine. No need to doll it up or cover it.
The Bel Air emblems have been shaved from the hood on this one. But again, this is as close to perfect as you get right here, folks. If this was in my garage, I'd be afraid to drive it. I might get a bug splat on it or a paint chip or something. But it is fantastic.
And this is a Bel Air. Keep in mind, if you wanted a convertible Chevrolet in 57, you couldn't get it with a 210 or a 150. Had to be a Bel Air. Top of the line.
Well, that'll do it for our 4 hours of live coverage here on FYI. But if you're craving more from Super Saturday, we still have 6 more hours to come on the History Channel. We got stunning supercars, killer customs, breathtaking classics. You name it, we've got it. So you're going to make sure you want to stay with us. For Mike Joyce, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and Christian Murphy, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for coming along for the ride. We will see you over on the History Channel.
"50 years. 50 years of convertibles and chrome, of muscle cars and memories.
The Batmobile by George Barris is the most recognized and popular piece of entertainment history worldwide.
50 years of horsepower and history.
This is the only one that there is that'll ever be the true Shelby.
50 years of classics and customs. 50 years of fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, families, friends, and cars. Barrett Jackson, 50 years and counting.
Put your hands together!
Welcome to Barrett Jackson Scottsdale.
beautiful day in the Valley of the Sun, a perfect day for the 50th anniversary celebration of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the golden anniversary. And here at Westworld, there are plenty of people who have packed in, ready for Super Saturday. Hi, I'm Rick DeBrule up here in the Skybox. This is normally the seat held by John Staluppi, one of the big bidders here at Barrett-Jackson. I got to be really careful because if I raise my hand, anything could happen right now. We've talked about Super Saturday being such a big day, and boy, I tell you, it has delivered so far. Serious money, more than $500,000 being spent for cars that are crossing the block. And tell you what, the numbers are only going to go up. We're going to see a lot of $1 million cars. So let's head down to the block where the two guys guiding us through those cars are Steve Magnante and Mike Joy.
Well, we've already seen a lot of rare muscle cars, Rick, and we're going to see supercars and hypercars and cars you've never seen out and about in public. And I think by the time night falls, we're going to have at least a dozen cars with 2 commas in the hammer price, Steve.
If Barrett-Jackson were a roller coaster ride, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, here we go. The good stuff's going to happen right now. Bosses, Hemis, all kinds of cool stuff. The royalty of the muscle car era here on the block.
Ford GTs, McLarens, Porsche hypercars, and more. And a little racing royalty, lot 1351. In 1969, Dodge built the Daytona to race on NASCAR's super speedways, and it also raced on short tracks. With this special aerodynamic nose and the big wing with its dual rudders, it was stable at 200+ miles an hour at Daytona and Talladega, though it looked a little ungainly in Dodge showrooms.
And the big difference between a Charger Daytona and a Superbird is production numbers. There are 4 times as many Superbirds as Daytonas. Only 503 of these were made. This is a 440 with the 4-speed transmission, the base engine, but there's plenty here. 375 horsepower, 480 foot-pounds of torque. And this one has all of the correct stuff. The plugged rear window, the aluminum trunk spoiler, the big white Bumblebee stripe, and this is the real thing. It's got the correct XX29L VIN reserved specifically for the wing cars and the Charger 500 Aero Coupes.
Now, the airfoil section of the wing was adjustable for angle for downforce, but the real secret of the wing were these end plates. They worked like airplane rudders for stability.
And to support the downforce, there are actually metal structures right here. These are supports that go between the trunk floor and the bottom of the quarter. Otherwise, it could well deform the quarter panel, but that stuff's there and it's functional. It's more than just for looks.
Now, the rumor was the wing height was determined to be just big enough to be able to get the trunk open. Is that the truth, or did aerodynamicists set the wing height on these cars?
For what it's worth, these cars do have an abbreviated deck lid. The standard Charger trunk lid is quite a bit longer, so a lot of special body panels on these cars. And again, the standard Charger has a tunneled rear window. The 500 and the Daytona have this smooth window. And all of this is absolutely factory correct stuff. And up on the front, the A-pillars on each side of the windshield, those chrome strips going up and down, specific to the Daytona and the Charger 500. So a lot of special tricks to make these things cut through the air with minimal drag.
Those little humps on the fender tops, so those are functional. That is so at speed, air trapped in the wheel wells can be extracted there.
Although technically, they told NASCAR it was so the wheels wouldn't rub against the top because NASCAR had a rule about the aerodynamics. $375,000 for that 1969 Dodge Daytona. All right, you want to compare a Daytona to a Superbird? Well, we can do that right now because right behind it is a 1970 Plymouth Superbird.
Well, now the Dodge Daytona started in 1969. And Dodge would not allow Plymouth to have a Superbird in '69, so Richard Petty, Plymouth's lead driver, left, and he went to Ford. To get him back, they had to build this, the Roadrunner Superbird. Now, these nose cones are metal. some states required each car to have a front bumper. So for those states, this little rubber strip was added to the front of the nose cone. You don't want to use this as a bumper, but it met the letter, if not the spirit of the law.
This nose cone is different from the Charger Daytona. However, one item was shared between the two, and that would be these fiberglass headlights, which pop up and down. They're vacuum controlled. This one is also a 444 barrel car, the base engine, plenty there. But this one's a 4-speed manual with a 354 Dana rear axle. It has the same covers for the A-pillars here, the chrome on top, the stainless to help them cut through the air. But one thing that was found on Birds and not the Chargers is a vinyl top, because the surgery required to put this flush window in required a lot of hand work. And so Plymouth said, you know what, we're making 4 times as many of these things. We don't have the time or budget to do the body work. Let's just cover the ugly stuff with vinyl. Thus, that's why the Bird has vinyl, Charger does not.
You see the big Roadrunner on the side of those wing end plates because the Superbird was a submodel of the Roadrunner.
Again, the wing supports inside are present and accounted for.
Yeah, and those big side wings, different angle. Again, Plymouth went with a different concept, and you would have thought over time they would have been improving on the breed over the Daytona, but in fact, this was not as slick going through the air as the Daytona was. The Daytona, if you just looked in pure straight line speed, was faster.
Well, don't tell that to Pete Hamilton, because he won the Daytona 500 and swept Talladega in a Petty Superbird, not a Dodge Daytona.
$250,000 for that 1970 Plymouth Superbird. All right, you got to check out this De Tomaso Pantera. We previewed this one. It's called Adrenaline.
Well, the Ring brothers built this one, and they're one of the more innovative shops going, and this one's been modified a lot. This one has an LS engine instead of the more hopeful Ford Coyote or 351, but that's okay. I do like what they've done. They've created a ram air scoop into the roof, which feeds air down into the engine compartment, which of course is not up here, it's back there.
A lot of two-toning going on here, including in the interior, where the driver's seat is black, the passenger's is yellow. The headlight assembly, unlike anything that ever came on the Pantera, which had pop-up headlamps. Kind of a Ford GT look going on here with a whole lot of carbon fiber.
There is another unsung mid-engine supercar of the early 70s, the Monteverdi High. Swiss industrialist Peter Monteverdi created 3 or 4 of these things. Difference was they had 426 Hemi power. If you get a chance, Google Monteverdi High, H-A-I, German for shark. They're pretty wild.
Man hours and craftsmanship. Roadster Shop built the suspension on it. The list goes on and on.
LS3 V8 engine putting out 600 horsepower, ZF5 speed. I guarantee you, as you start building a car like that, you better be making 7 figures to build one.
75, 85. The tail lamps on this, LEDs, and of course very different from the Fiat-sourced lamps that De Tomaso used.
I gotta say, I do like how the word adrenaline has been modified a bit. Adrenal, the I and the L do double dirty. Adrenaline. I'm an English major, I notice stuff like that.
$100,000 car right here.
Carbon fiber components right in here. It's not a wrap. And the beauty of carbon fiber is that it's very workable, and now there are machinery and the autoclaves which you can actually cook and create your own stuff, like we see here.
Oh, we've seen several Panteras cross the block during the course of this auction. Some stock. Saw a Restomod go across earlier today, but this is the full custom job, this one.
Like how the windows behind the door windows look like they're made of clear glass, but it's actually an entryway that allows cooling air to run through the engine bay to reduce lift and cool the power plant.
$300,000 for that 1972 custom Pantera, nicknamed Adrenaline. In just a few moments, we're going to see a 1967 Corvette Custom built by Jeff Hayes, 540 horsepower. It'll be up on the block before too long.
Hey guys, it's David Spade wishing Barrett Jackson a happy 50th. I'm turning 50 in a couple years, so I really relate. I've had great memories coming to this place. I'm glad they do it in Scottsdale, where I'm from. I like the Copo Camaros, I like the Hemi Cudas, and I like the Chevelles. And even a Duster now and then. So, happy birthday, guys. Keep it up. I want to keep going.
And earlier today, one of David Spade's cars, a Chevelle, crossed the block and sold for $340,000. So he is a true friend of Barrett Jackson. You've seen him sell cars before. I have no doubt we'll see him back here again. Up on the
This
block, we got
Boss
a
429 Mustang, Rick, includes all of its original paperwork, including the title signed by the owner's mom. Since he was only 17, he couldn't sign for this 1969 supercar.
That is the third of the trio of Boss 429s crossing the block today. That one just sold for $265,000. Time for a Ford GT, the second one that we have seen cross the block today.
Well, if you're saying, where are the stripes? You got to keep in mind you actually paid $5,350 for the stripes, so they're not deleted here. They just weren't ordered.
That's right, Steve. These cars had only 4 options. Let me see if I can remember. Stripes, painted brake calipers, Macintosh stereo, and BBS alloy wheels. None of which I see present here. Interesting.
Yeah, retail on these were $1,399. There were a total of 4,038 built, and this is one of the few brand new cars or late model cars that never went through depreciations. These began appreciating right away.
And let me correct, these are the BBS optional alloy wheels, so they are fitted here. This is in beautiful shape for its age when you consider this car is now going on 17 years old.
I've seen more than a few of these cars with vanity plates that read Petunia. You might wonder, what the heck does a Petunia do with such an aggressive car? Well, when these were being designed internally at Ford, the project was called the Petunia to throw people off. They would not assume it was a GT's being reborn, but maybe some boring little front-wheel drive car. But yeah, Petunia. When you see that license plate, you know it's an in-joke.
You remember Petunia was Porky Pig's girlfriend in the Warner Brothers Looney Tunes cartoons. Why do I remember that? I have no idea.
Yeah, but can you remember what you had for breakfast this morning? That's the problem. There were 4,000 GTs produced between 2005 and 2006. So there's more than a few of them out there, but so many of them have simply been put away.
Well, and this one spent most of its life in a garage. It has covered less than 4,000 miles.
These have the 5.4-liter version of the 4-valve 4-cam Cobra engine.
$450,000, the hammer price on the 2005 Ford GT with just about 4,000 miles on the odometer. Let's check in with April Rose.
Oh man, this can't be real life. I must be in heaven right now. We're out in the pre-staging lanes with something truly spectacular. Take a look at her. 2014 McLaren P1, number 24 of 375 P1s in the entire world. Hybrid electric and 3.8-liter twin-turbo V8, 903 horsepower. Now it's sold out within months of being offered. The brakes and steering systems are straight from Formula One. I mean, you go from the track straight to the road, finished in the coolest racing chrome paint ever. Just soak that all in. It doesn't get better than this.
That'll be up on the block soon as well. And right now we get a 1956 Cadillac Series 62, but this is custom. It looks stock on the outside. but a lot of work went into this.
It's beautiful. You know, often I would say, hey, what's the Chevy doing in this Cadillac? Well, you got to remember that this same engine was used in a Cadillac B-Series, and, well, here it is. This is the 6-liter LSA, 6.2-liter supercharged V8. Yes, these were used in Cadillac CTS-Bs. So it fits. It works.
Look at that beautiful gold-plated grille. Yes, you could get that and gold trim on your Cadillac, especially the Eldorado. Beautiful black over red leather, black carpet and dash. Back when Cadillac was truly the standard of the world. And those fins, they debuted in 1948 after GM stylist Harley Earl took his employees to a very secret meeting at an aircraft hangar in Detroit to look at the Lockheed P-38 fighter plane with its twin booms and twin rudders, and they appropriated that look for the 48 and on Cadillac.
And to your point, Mike, 1956 was the final year for the fairly modest-sized fin. 57, well, here we go, all the way up to 59 with that skyscraper design. But yeah, this is an interesting little design, pretty.
We just saw that steering wheel inside the car, and that was actually made by creating a mold from an original 56 Cadillac Series 62. So it's a freshly poured, freshly made steering wheel, but using the original one as the design.
I love the use of color once again, the thin red lines playing into the red interior. Tires.
Boy, in so many ways, this is the Cadillac that everybody wished they would have had. The performance, the style, everything is just taken up to that next notch.
Including the price.
$375,000 for a 1956 Cadillac Series 62 custom big engine. Wow, we're going to take a quick break and come right back.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit Barrett-Jackson.com to consign today.
Back here at Barrett-Jackson, Scottsdale 50th anniversary, and that strawberry red Mercedes 300 SL right behind the sign. That's going to be a special car when it gets up there. What a week it's been and what a day it's been. Prices were strong yesterday. At about this time yesterday, it took $200,000 to get into the show, and now it's taking about $300,000 or $400,000 to get up on the block. 1958 Corvette Custom center stage.
Yeah, resto mod. It's a real J58S 58 Corvette body, but mounted on an all-new chassis and engine.
$420,000 lands it squarely in our top 10, that 1958 Corvette Custom. A little earlier, April previewed a car, a 1959 Buick Invicta called Blue Suede Shoes, and here it is.
This is a beauty. Now, 1959 was an interesting year at General Motors throughout. They all sort of had this bizarre canted fin rear quarter panel, but this one is packing an LSA, which is the supercharged LS engine. I hope the hood can come up, but this is a Dave Kindig design. Of course, Dave Kindig right here, and I think he's going to open hood for us right here. Now, a beautiful car. Of course, blue suede shoes, a classic hit from the 1950s. Another classic hit from the 50s was the Buick Nailhead V8, which is what this looks like. Well, not so fast. Use a billet aluminum valve covers looking the part, but covering the coil packs of the LSA. So it's old meets new. Very cool.
It is not just a TV-built car. This is a piece of work right here.
Yeah, it took 18 months to build, 13,000 man-hours. Trying to figure out how to put that 6.2-liter V8 in there, but they did such a great job on it. And I mentioned yesterday we had a 1959 Buick Invicta go across. It's such a bold, interesting styling from that era. And to see this one done up as a hot rod is really, really nice.
Yeah, if any vehicle lends itself to customizing, it's the 59 GM line. What looks to be a chopped roof on this is stock. But again, the wraparound windshield, the dog leg A-pillar, those things are just ripe for maximization, which is what we have here. You got to love those angled, canted brows over the headlamps, just very menacing. And what a great blank slate upon which to do your work. And Dave Kindig, one of the best.
And this car has been at SEMA multiple times. It was a top 5 in Hot August Night. It's won a number of awards just about every place it's been. So this is really a very, very nice, high quality build, great looking car. You know, it's cool. It's also been driven. It's got 3,000 miles that have been driven since the build. So it works. It's been broken in gently.
I love that interior with the lace work between the seat inserts. Beautiful. Wheelwood disc brakes all the way around, air suspension.
Love those canted headlights on the front. Boy, it just gives it such a scowl as it's looking at you as it's coming down the road.
Even the speakers under the rear window on the package tray, these 2 circles enclose a couple of speakers, but that horizontal rib in stainless, just really artful. Every bit of this car has something done to it that's just nice to look at. Here's the gas filler right here, little tiny circle hiding in plain sight. Very cool.
No doubt that when somebody bought this in 1959, they thought it was pretty cool. They showed it off to the neighbors. Everybody said, hey, look what the Smiths just got. But boy, if they could see it now and the work that's gone into transforming this, and it just sold for $375,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, how about the craziest factory off-road build ever? This is a 2014 Mercedes G63 6x6. From the front, it looks like a normal G-Wagon, but when you get to the side, this is a 3-axle, 6-wheeled vehicle with 5 locking differentials, and it was tuned by Brabus on top of that, so 700 horsepower, and this giant behemoth accelerates to 60 in about 7 seconds. These things cost about $500,000 new. They made about 100 of them. This is a factory-built Mercedes car, not some custom one-off, but it's very rare to see in the United States because it's well into the 6 figures to get these things federalized and legalized to come into the U.S. I have never seen one before in person, let alone see one sell at Barrett-Jackson. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's the great thing about being here. You see stuff you normally will not see out on the road. And amazingly, it's all in one place. More than 1,800 cars, every single one of them crossing the block at no reserve. And as we can see today, a big chunk of them bringing an awful lot of money when they're up on the block. Check out this 1963 Corvette split window. Current bid, $450,000.
Radically customized. If this looks a little longer than it should, it's because the wheelbase has been stretched 8 inches from stock, which gives a longer cockpit inside. Now, the basic body itself is not longer, but again, the span between the front and rear axle center lines is 8 inches longer than it was when stock.
You know, they actually did a concept for a 4-seater Corvette back in 1962. Would have used the same body. They would have stretched it out. Of course, they opted not to do it for a whole variety of reasons, but it's interesting to think of what would have happened had they gone the 4-seater route. Now we are over 500,000. This car is now the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson.
I love the knockoff wheels. These are not GM parts. They're bespoke, custom billet steel items, but they're true knockoffs. Nothing hiding lug nuts here. Just nice. The execution, nothing fake about this. It's all very real.
$600,000 the current bid. That guy looks calm, but you know inside there's a lot going on.
.2-liter LS2 under the hood with 525 horsepower.
$650,000 for a '63 Corvette split window custom. All right, Let's sell a car for a great cause.
Wait till you see what we got coming up. Enjoy yourself. Hang tough. We got a great moment coming up here, so everybody take a breath. And I want to make sure everybody's good. Let's cue the video.
It's time we unleash the potential in all of us. It's time to join the ones who cleared the way for us and move this world into one full of possibilities, where all have access to more opportunities and resources. It's time to create a new legacy together. When we all can move, there's no telling how far we'll go. Toyota, proud partner of Team USA.
And here we have Dave Christ. He is the Group Vice President and General Manager of Toyota Division. Tell us about the truck and then the great charity.
Thank you, Craig. Hello, everyone. At Toyota, we are fired up about the all-new Capstone model of the Toyota Tundra. The Capstone will be our flagship at the very top of our Tundra lineup. This vehicle will redefine what a luxury pickup truck can be. This is VIN number 1, the very first Capstone ever built, and it's built proudly by our team in San Antonio, Texas. It's got luxury, power running boards, and power bed step. It's got 22-inch dark chrome wheels, luxury grade semi-aniline leather, and a massive moonroof. It also has technology, a 14-inch touchscreen, and an all-new multimedia system developed by our technology team in Plano, Texas. It's also got power. It's powered by our most powerful powertrain, the I-Force Max engine. Puts out 437 horsepower and 583 foot-pounds of torque. This thing doesn't just look good, it runs good. And I'm proud to report that all proceeds go to support the U.S. Paralympic Fund. We have raised already $4.2 million that has supported 430 Paralympians on their quest and their dream to be on Team USA and support all of us. With that, I am honored to introduce our next speaker. She is an Army veteran and a Purple Heart recipient, as well as a 3-time Paralympian. Please put your hands together for Melissa Stockwell.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I am so excited to be here with Toyota at Barrett-Jackson. The proceeds from this all-new Tundra are going to the U.S. Paralympic Fund. Helps athletes like myself with physical disabilities see what is possible. The adaptive equipment, the training to get us to the world's biggest athletic stage and represent the greatest country in the world. So be generous with your bidding, help out U.S. Paralympic athletes like myself, and go USA!
All right, Joseph.
Here we go.
It's been 22 years since Toyota launched the Tundra brand in the United States, replaced the T100, and these are full-size pickup trucks. Make no mistake, the days of the smaller Toyota SR5s of the 60s, 70s, and early 80s are over. These are V8 powered, and these are built in the United States, Indiana, and Texas.
Who would have guessed that today's best personal luxury muscle machines would not be cars, but would be pickup trucks?
And a hybrid, no less, with 437 horsepower coming out of that combination V6 engine, that hybrid I-Force Max. Now, yesterday, they sold a truck for this same charity, the Paralympic Fund, the Toyota Paralympic Fund, and it raised $550,000. We've got another 600 on the block right now.
Modern pickup truck manufacturers are taking a cue from the 60s muscle car era and utilizing the hood as a place to brag about the engine underneath. And of course, we can see right here, the I-Force Max logos added to the hood. Again, sell the sizzle. What a cool idea. Great muscle car hood design.
$700,000 for that 2022 Toyota Tundra Hybrid. Every penny going to a great cause. And in just a little bit, we'll see Buster Posey's 1967 Eleanor Tribute Edition. It'll be up on the block in a little bit. We've seen the Eleanors do big, and I have no doubt this one will as well.
But one of the most fun nights I can ever remember at Barrett-Jackson was when Don the Snake Perdome brought his matching Hot Wheels funny cars and race haulers to Barrett-Jackson. Rick Hendrick bought them all. I think it raised over $1 million for that sale. And man, we had a party that night. It was a lot of fun. So from Rusty Wallace to Barrett-Jackson, I want to wish you guys a happy 50th anniversary.
And up on the block right now just happens to be Rusty Wallace's 1966 Chevy Nova SS. He's talking to the crowd.
Sure, the prettiest and the nicest car we've ever built. I want to thank Mike Joy for suggesting this paint scheme also. We had a lot of people say, Rusty, when you build this car, paint it this color and bring it to Barrett-Jackson. So this is how the car ended up being champagne, because of Steve Davis, because of Mike Joy, because of Chip Foose and all these guys. So Steve, let's see what it does.
Absolutely. 6.2 liter LS3 V8 producing a ground pounding 538 horsepower, and nobody knows ground pounding better than this guy. Let's sell this car.
Yes, sir. Well, Rusty and I have been friends for a long time, since well before he won the NASCAR Cup Championship in 1989. And all through the build process of this car, he was sending me photos and really proud of this build. And then he goes, well, how should we paint it? I said, we got a color that rolls across the block at Barrett-Jackson, and we call it six-figure champagne. And if you'll paint it that color, it'll rock the block. He called Chip Foose, got the color combination code, painted it. Here we go, $300,000 and climbing.
That's a 6.2 liter LS3 Tremec 6-speed manual transmission and a 9-inch rear axle.
This is so much more than just color. You're talking about that performance, 538 horsepower, all the work that's been undone underneath. Boy, this is one heck of a 1966 Nova.
I've long said the best fabricators in the country are working for NASCAR teams. This is what they do on their time off.
I'll tell you something, you start with this car, if someone gave it to you, try to duplicate that. Of course, it
Be Rusty's car, but you couldn't get close. Here's an opportunity. Buy it from the man himself. I'm sure he'll take a photograph and a little signature if that's what it takes, but we're hoping for a whole lot more, but you're going to determine the value, folks. It's going to go. Pay attention.
55. Once again, every car selling here at Barrett-Jackson is no reserve. There is no number that the consignor has said it has to sell for. As a result, whatever the crowd goes for, whatever the bidders say it's worth, that's what it sells for. Right now, we've got a bidder over the internet. We've got somebody down on the floor. $365,000 for Rusty Wallace's 1966 Nova SS Custom. Have you been playing the Fantasy Bid brought to you by Dodge? Well, if so, is your name on this list? I've been watching it change all afternoon. Right now, Gregory H. is the leader. But as I've mentioned, every time we've shown this, it's been a different collection of names. So you want to play the game, because if you win here in Scottsdale, you get a 3-day Radford driving school experience. And if you play all 4 auctions that we have in 2022, you could be in the running to win the grand prize, a 2022 Dodge Challenger. Right now, we got a 1967 Corvette Custom.
Well, another custom, Art Morrison chassis, LS3 4L70E automatic, 4-speed with overdrive, but just beautiful. Again, the Art Morrison is a tube frame, state-of-the-art stuff, coils all the way around, but there's that beautiful LS engine. And check it out, the Corvette aluminum valve covers, which are actually coil pack covers. It's how to make a modern engine look retro. Beautiful stuff.
And just leaving the block, the Snake, Don Prudhomme, was up here on the block to help Rusty sell that beautiful Nova. This Corvette just gleaming, and I love that the Stinger here on the hood is in a silver that is just about 2 shades off of the body color, kind of hiding in plain sight there. Gorgeous car.
Now, this has been one of the stars of the auction up in the Salon collection. They're using pictures of it for part of the promotion for the auction. So this is a car that they knew coming in the door was going to bring big money in. We've got it right now, $650,000 for that 1967 Corvette Custom, the #2 sale of the day. Well, coming up, another big sale. This is a Shelby Cobra. This one from 1962. The Lance Reventlow Cobra. He was the original owner. It'll be up on the block before too long.
If you love cars, then be a part of the world's greatest collector car auctions. Join the enthusiasts, the action, the family. We're currently hiring for multiple positions. Put your passion for cars to work. Apply today to be a part of the Barrett-Jackson team.
Well, just moments ago, something pretty cool sold. It's a 1969 Camaro cutaway car. That's it right there. They couldn't even get it up onto the block. It had to be sold from its current location. It's a neat way to look at what was inside and underneath a Camaro back in 1969, and this one sold for $350,000. Beautifully restored, one of only a few that were ever made. 1963 Corvette Custom up on the block.
Well, part of the customization is this 63 has been given a 67 big block Corvette Stinger hood. No harm, no foul, because in the late 60s, if you were a Corvette owner, you would scour the junkyards to see if a totaled big block Corvette had come in, so you could buy just that hood and put it on your 327 Corvette. I can't say I knew anybody who actually did that. Well, I did, but I can't say.
And this one's kind of an interesting car. The VIN caught my eye. It's 100045. And keep in mind, there were 21,513 Corvettes built in 1963, a very important year, the opening of the Stingray independent rear suspension. This is the 45th car built, but then again, that was then. It is now radically modified and in a good way.
Yeah, the fenders have been pulled, especially here in the rear, to accommodate these big hoops and low-profile tires, modern bucket seats, absent headrests in that lipstick red, modern stereo and gauges, all modern suspension underneath.
There it goes. Not quite $300,000, $290,000 for that 1963 Custom Corvette. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. They'll write the price right there. Go ahead, write it, $290,000. And away it goes. All right, pretty cool car rolling up behind it. 1965 Cobra 427. This is a Super Snake continuation car.
Yeah, we don't want to confuse this with the car that Ron Pratt purchased a few years back. The major difference is that was an automatic, as was the other that was crashed way back when. This one is a 4-speed, but aside from that, it's got all of the same stuff. Big 427 Ford, Mickey Thompson or Edelbrock cross ram intake manifold, a couple of Paxton superchargers, and yeah, unsafe at 200 miles per hour is what Bill Cosby called his way back when, and I would agree, it still is in a good way.
That's right. That was the name of the comedy bit on one of his albums back when he had the twin to this, and Carroll Shelby had the other. It was his personal car. Here's Steve Davis.
Right here, folks. Again, this is something Shelby did. This is not something done in someone's garage. This is a duplicate of what Carroll did back in the day. Super Snake, one-of-a-kind Cobra. That is an absolute incredible bargain right now. We were hoping this thing was going to be multiples of this number we have now. It's as good as it gets, built by Shelby, Super Snake, twin supercharged, it's got it all.
3 for 25.
But you can see where the original slab-sided 62 Cobra grew much bigger hips, front and rear, when the 427 was installed, along with much wider wheels and tires to go and battle against the big block Corvettes on America's Road Racing Series and the Ferraris overseas.
A nifty detail about this one is that, like the originals, it is aluminum, not a fiberglass replica. Aluminum body here.
This car's only had one owner since it was built, and it's only been driven for less than 25 miles.
This is a buy. Just because it's not the original Super Snake, it has all the same components, all the same workmanship, built by Shelby. And I can attest, after restoring Little Red and building a clone of it so I could drive, cost this much.
340.
And also the inside of the trunk, nice aluminum panel work, pop rivets as they were.
One of only 3, folks. So again, these just slammed out. Every time you turn around, you'll see one. This is a very unique, very incredible, very desirable, and rare car. Don't miss it.
50, 60.
The original 260 and 289 Cobras had bodies made of hand-hammered aluminum, and so did the 427s. The continuation cars, once Shelby started building those, could be had in a choice of aluminum formed over a wooden buck, just like the originals, or fiberglass bodies, which would be thicker and more durable and less prone to very small dents and dings.
Some builders lately have been very innovative. I've seen brass and copper versions of these, and stainless steel, I believe. But the copper one caught my eye here a couple of years back at the display outdoors at the Shelby exhibit. But again, this one's aluminum.
This one was finished in 2012. It was actually finished right about the same time that Carroll Shelby passed away, so it was built 10 years ago. But once again, less than 25 miles, essentially brand new.
Gonna love the Halbrand knockoff wheels. These are not fakey-do bolt-ons. These are the real thing.
Well, it's now tied as the #1 seller of the day.
You got 2 bidders that refuse to lose, both of them.
Yeah, one of them's in the block, another one up in the skybox. $850,000 for a continuation Shelby Cobra 427 Super Snake Edition. That gentleman right there gets to sign the paperwork. This is what the top 5 looks like right now. You want to break in $500,000. It's the full range of emotions here at Barrett-Jackson. That last gentleman watching a car he'd owned since new sell here at Barrett-Jackson. Yes, he meant to sell it, but it was still a moment when it finally left. $460,000, the current bid for a 2019 Ferrari 488.
Oak green metallic is the color on this Force of Nature edition. This dark green representing Earth. There were fire and water and others in this very, very limited edition.
$460,000 for that 488 Spider Ferrari. Just moments ago, we had another Eleanor across the block, and boy, this one got serious money. This one belongs to Buster Posey, the baseball player, recently retired from the San Francisco Giants. 572 horsepower, very modern underneath, $500,000. Real deal 1965 Shelby GT 350 up on the block.
Well, a variety of things make the GT350 different from a regular Mustang. One of them, of course, being the corral is missing, deleted. This little plug right here had to be made to fill the gap in the lower chrome. Very rare piece. This, too, is also Shelby specific, let alone any number of other things. But something very cool on this car are the correct wheels. These are the 15-inch Kelsey Hayes rims, which are not your basic station wagon wheels. The way this is formed right here is specific. These wheels are incredibly hard to find today. Let's take a peek at the chassis cam and see what we find. Here's the underside of that K-code. There's the aluminum Shelby Bustle oil pan, the aluminum case T10, not iron. Open drive, glass pack mufflers correct, side pipes absolutely correct, the little drive shaft safe loop totally correct, 9-inch Detroit locker in the back. This is the hardcore, 65, as good as it got.
$625,000 for an original 1965 Shelby GT350. The McGuire staging lane, once again, this is prime time filled with all kinds of great stuff. Big wings, big dollars, it's all going to be rolling up on the block pretty soon. Meanwhile, this is one of my favorite cars here this week. This is a 1962 Cobra, real deal Cobra. This is the one that was originally owned by Lance Reventlow.
Now, Lance's mom was the heir to quite a fortune, so he could indulge his whims, which included racing. He developed the Scarabs for both U.S. road racing and open-wheel version for Formula One, but oh my goodness.
And that's not fuel injection. These are downdraft Weber two-throat carburetors, and that's correct stuff. And again, this is a 260 cubic inch car. Check out the transverse leaf spring up front, a relic from the AC Ace days, and that's what this is based on, the old AC Ace.
48 IDA Webers, a Ford V8 would have 4 of them, a V12 Ferrari would have 6 in competition form. Halobrand knockoff wheels, side pipes, roll bar, big quick fill, the quick jack in the front and the rear, big tanks. Let's go racing.
People forget that before the 289 came along, the original collection of Cobras were 260 cubic inches. So this is important. Not only is it one of the earliest Cobras, but once again, it was the one sold to Lance Reventlow when he closed down Scarab and leased the building that he used to make the Scarabs to Shelby American.
The AC Ace was the basis of the Cobra, so that little Lucas lamp is on every Bug-Eye Sprite, and this little turn here shared with the MG Midget.
Price on this new was about $59.95, which was $1,700 more than a Corvette if you were cross-shopping the two.
And my dad did just that. I dragged him down to the Ford showroom to look at a Cobra when he saw the hand-hammered thin aluminum body and no roll-up side windows. That was a short visit.
So what did he end up buying then?
A family sedan. You know, family comes first. No Corvette. I have all of the brochures that he saved over the years, but I tried to buy him a Corvette much later on, but, well, that ship had sailed.
So once again, this car is a real Shelby, one of the early ones built with that 260 engine, owned by Lance Reventlow.
This car truly goes back to the roots of the beginning of the Cobra era. We have the actual rent check payable to Reventlow Automobiles, Inc., from Shelby to rent the building that started this entire thing we're living in.
And with the building came Phil Remington. And if you watch Ford versus Ferrari, he is very key to why the GT40 won Le Mans, who then went on to work for Dan Gurney with the Eagles. This car, he started Scarab Motor Cars. This is a pinnacle car, as well as being a great Cobra itself.
The Cobra money we have now, the provenance that this history represents, we haven't even touched yet, Joseph.
Now this looks like, but I don't believe it is, the Racing Cobra featured on the Ripcords 33 1/3 album, Hey Little Cobra. has the same slash stripes on the side, but I don't believe this is that same car, or that would be noted in the information here.
You know, everybody wants the 427s, the big beefy looking one. Boy, once again, to my mind, this car is so important because of what it represents early in the line, as well as who purchased the car.
Yeah, you're recently seeing a trend of the replicas going back to this earlier style. Of course, up until very recently, they all looked like the big 427 cars, but this is very clean, beautiful.
$825,000 for an original 1962 Shelby Cobra. Right behind it, we've had a couple of Ford GTs from 2005 roll across the block. Now we've got one of the later versions, 2019, and this one is a Heritage Edition.
Well, in the previous iteration of the GT, 2005 and 6, the Heritage cars were all Gulf Ford GTs. In the new Ford GT, the car in Ford versus Ferrari that won Le Mans was the first Heritage Edition, then the 67 red Gurney Foyt car, and the next two were like this because Gulf sponsored the Ford GTs that won Le Mans in 68 and 9.
We've got our first $1 million car of the day.
Now, of course, to be a lucky owner to buy one of these new, you had to be pretty special, or Mike Joy. But it was also something that pretty much guaranteed to get a great return on your investment. But, you know, it was a process to get one. Really cool to order them. They send you a briefcase full of all the colors and options. The Heritage ones, well, they were even more special. Everybody wanted one of these.
And not all of those who were approved to buy
Gustavo,
Ford GTs were offered the chance to buy a Heritage Edition. That was an even more select group. But Ford had more than 8,000 credible applications for the 1,300 cars in total that they're going to build out over the next couple of years.
We're still winning. We're still winning. We're still winning.
We've got multiple phone bidders in on this one.
$1.5 million, Gustavo. Congratulations, sir.
$1.5 million for a 2019 Ford GT Heritage Edition. Let's check in with Craig Jackson to preview a Porsche that's going to be crossing the block.
We have a 2015 Porsche 918 Spyder. This is one of the 3 supercars they started developing in 2010. McLaren, Ferrari, and Porsche. So all 3 of them went a little bit different tactics. Porsche is the only one that has electric motors front and rear. You have the flat plane crank V8 creating 608 horsepower. That works in tandem with the 2 electric motors, the one in the front, the one in the rear, for a combined horsepower of 887 horsepower. 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds. It is white with the garnet leather interior with the silver piping. The 3 cars really set the benchmark for taking sports cars into the hybrid era and really haven't been matched today.
Well, moments ago, another Heritage Edition Ford GT crossed the block. This one a 2006 Ford GT. Yeah, it's got those Gulf colors. When it hammered sold, it was $725,000. The room is packed here at Westworld. You know, they put in a new air filtration system that can actually change the air in the room in just minutes. So they can actually bring in a lot of outside air, and they've got special ways to clean the air. As a result, a little bit safer than it would have been up on the block now. Our second Shelby GT350. This one started life as a drag racer.
Well, GT350s were meant for SCCA road racing, going left, going right. Well, this one had a life of straight line drag racing. In fact, this was raced by the same fella for many, many years. The front wheels on this are American Racing torque thrusts. These are 15x4. These are the original torque thrusts, and those are the lightweights. And this is a straight line car, not a road race. Pretty rare bird.
And the gentleman I'm standing with is the original owner and drag racer of this car. How's it look to you now?
It looks great. It's pretty. I like it even more now.
You're going to like the number. We're at $470,000.
4-speed transmission. This one has a Holley 4-barrel. It may have been one with Hilborn injection at some point in its past. But again, most of these went to the road race course. Not this one, straight line drag racing.
This one has 6,000 miles on it, and you would joke it's only been done a quarter mile at a time, except he flat-towed it a lot of places. So that's how it got a lot of the miles. $480,000. Some spectacular Cobras rolling across the block. We saw that 260 just a little while ago, that 1962 edition. Now, from 1967, how about a 427?
And this one has been outfitted with most all of the SC or street competition options. Quick lift jack, front and rear, side exhaust for this one. Beautiful gleaming dark blue paint, the roll bar, big tank with the with the filler here on the fender top. So this thing's ready to go and race A production at your local SCCA road race track.
Yeah, no 5-liter Mustang engine here. This is an original 427 Ford side oiler. What's a side oiler? Well, basically on the 427 side oiler, the oil is routed down to the mains rather than the camshafts. So in a raised application, the crank gets oiled for sure. And there's actually a raised rib on the side of the block, but it's here. Correct block, correct engine.
Not a continuation car, built in December 1966 and originally sold by Paradise Ford here in Scottsdale. Lucas PL 700 headlights, as were supplied to AC, who built the bodies and the chassis and shipped them to California for Shelby's people to work their magic.
Earlier on that 1962 small block Cobra, we saw the transverse leaf spring suspension up front. Well, for the big block 427 cars, they went to a more modern A-arm with coil-over suspension for better handling on the race course.
This body actually goes back 15 years from before it was built in 1967. John Tajaro, who was in England, was building and racing cars, and he built this body and he actually licensed it to AC, and he was paid £5 per body for the first 100 that he sold.
Well, this one was born a 427 car, the real deal. It was restored in the 90s where they added a lot of the cool SC stuff on it.
Take a peek in the trunk once again, see what we have. More of the same. This one has a corrugated rubber mat on the bottom. Same pop rivets, and this is how they were. The real deal.
It's a real 427 silo. It's not a 428 car. This is a real 427.
Should be doing 1.5.
It should be.
900's on the internet. Dan, you want to be 950 and 950,000 on it and 950 and 950,000.
AN fittings in the front there. That's not boy racer stuff. That's what these had. That's the oil cooler. Keep the engine, the side oiler engine, properly lubricated. Keep the oil nice and thick so it doesn't lose viscosity when it gets hot.
We got internet bidders. We got bidders in the skybox closing in on $1 million. There we go, our second $1 million car of the day.
Boy, that just took the breath of the entire room.
Is that it? You're going to have an opportunity here. Real 427 Cobra. This is a buy still at this. Yeah, Joseph, we can take a little time. Anybody else?
$1,200,000 and $1,200,000.
$1.1 million for that 1967 Shelby Cobra 427 CSX number 3356. It just sold over the internet. An epic battle here for that beautiful car. A 2004 Porsche Carrera GT is up on the block.
So this is the last of the analog supercar from Porsche right here, their entry. And what do I mean by that? Well, there's no turbos, there's no traction control, there's no automated manual transmission. It is a manual clutch shift it yourself manly transmission, but in a beautiful, very advanced supercar.
Well, we just shot to $1 million.
Yes, these have been exploding in value recently, and I sure wish I bought one a few years ago. They have doubled or tripled in prices. One of the most rapidly appreciating exotics out there right now.
I want to note one special touch. It is the gear shift knob. It's made of beechwood. And the reason is, in 1970, when Derek Bell and Jackie Eakes were racing Porsche 917s, they had a balsa wood shift knob, because balsa, you make airplanes out of them, it's the lightest weight. So here's a lightweight beechwood knob with just kind of a retro touch.
We got two bidders on the block. You can see they're actually pretty close to each other. One of them just walked away.
Now, I've never driven one of these. I don't know about you guys, but I have ridden in one, and it was Jay Leno's. He blindfolded me. I was on his show, and I had to guess what it was. And just from the noise, I could tell what it was. I mean, these things are iconic, incredible things.
Keep in mind, most people think of Porsches having a flat six. These have a V10, 5.7 liters of V10. So a very specific sound. Yes, indeed.
$1.8 million for a 2004 Porsche Carrera GT, the #1 sale of the day, our third $1 million car across the block. Oh, but wait, there's going to be more. Right behind it, a 2020 Ford GT. This one's very special. It's a Carbon Series car.
Block, that Carbon Series is absolutely spectacular. If you have a chance to look at it up close and personal, this is an incredible Ford GT.
Extremely rare, extremely desirable. And Joseph, let's get this sold for a lot of money, but it's worth it.
So the Carbon Series was introduced midway about 20 into 2020. And again, like the Heritage Edition, it was offered to a very select few of the Ford GT approved buyers. And you got this carbon fiber dual stripe, a lot of exposed carbon fiber on the car, and lightweight, not much insulation in this. A very, very special, very limited build. I'm not sure how many they made, but it wasn't many.
Well, we're at $1 million already, moving past it pretty quickly.
The weight savings totaled to about 40 pounds, including carbon fiber wheels.
I think these made your wallet lighter than it actually made the car lighter, but it is a beautiful presentation. And, you know, I was a little worried about the EcoBoost being in these cars, especially coming from the old ones with the supercharged V8, but it is a fantastic, fantastic driving car, way better than the original, of course, way better than the 0506 in the Experience.
Beautiful color combination. And the entire production is sold out. If you're on the list waiting, you didn't get the call, you're out.
Virtually impossible to get even before they were sold out because you had to qualify to be able to buy the car. This was an option that came later in the series, absolutely incredible, and to my knowledge, probably the first one ever auctioned anywhere in the world, and this is an opportunity, folks.
You know, for contrast, the original 05, 06, 4,038 GTs were built, but there's only going to be 1,350 of these, so about a quarter of the number. Ford did play with the idea of putting a V8 and even maybe a V12 in these things, but in the end, the V6 was short enough to allow that tapered, pointed tail. The longer engines wouldn't have allowed that architecture.
Well, also, that's what they wanted to race at Le Mans, was the EcoBoost V6. They did. They won their class, and this has won everybody's hearts.
$1.25 million for that 2020 Ford GT Carbon Series. Well, moments ago, while we were away, this 1970 Plymouth Hemi Superbird with just 6,000 original miles, a true survivor, sold for $900,000. That's a new world record price for a Plymouth Superbird. Hemi Survivor, 6,000 miles, possibly one of the finest in existence. And we got another Hemi up on the block, another Plymouth. This one's a Cuda from 1971.
Well, a real deal. R-Code 426 Hemi 4-speed Cuda. Final year for the Cuda. Big box. Final year for the Hemi. A lot to like. And again, pistol grip 4-speed Dana rear end.
Big broadcast stripes on the side with the Hemi lettering on the door. This is a former Hot Rod Magazine cover car.
$850,000 for a 1971 Plymouth Hemi Cuda. Big money all afternoon. Don't go away. Who knows where we're going to go after this? Can't go away for a moment around here. This 1958 Corvette custom convertible with an LT1 fuel-injected 6.2-liter V8 modern engine, 460 horsepower. Hammered sold for $625,000. And this 1963 Corvette custom split window is right now bid at $425,000, but the owner just announced that they're going to donate the proceeds from the sale of this to the Driven Fund, Barrett-Jackson's Driven Fund.
Yeah, the Driven Hearts charity. Most of that money goes for T-Gen research, a cause that is very dear to Craig Jackson's heart.
$500,000 for that 1963 Corvette, and the money going to a great cause. And that was kind of a last-minute thing.
Charity, thank you very much. That is what Barrett-Jackson.
Very cool Restomod about to roll up onto the block, or I guess I should call this an all-out custom. A 1962 Lincoln Continental. His nickname is Gold Dust.
Go ahead, Steve.
This is something special.
Tell me about Gold Dust, Steve.
This car, I've actually been waiting for this to show up. This is absolutely an incredible.
Well, this is a beautifully resto-modded 62 Lincoln. Of course, the suicide doors and the convertible. Got a Coyote under the hood, and you were talking about six-figure champagne metallic. Well, this one's called Gold Dust, but looks similar.
Works for me. Beautiful car.
It's an opportunity to buy something that's absolutely.
But I think the greatest part of the styling of these cars is that convertible top boot. There is no top stack. When the top is down, as it is now, the convertible top is completely hidden beneath that flush panel. And look at, boy, I wish they'd come with interiors like this back in 1965. This is ultra luxurious.
And everything carved out of billet aluminum like the steering wheel. And you see that matching brown in the interior engine bay. You can see beautiful done. I mean, amazing presentation.
This was the second year for this Continental styling. You know, really the one that came before it, the Continental that preceded this, just so much wilder looking and not subtle at all. And when Elwood Engel came up with this design, boy, it was absolutely beautiful. So different than what Cadillac had in its day.
And another thing I love is the wheels, most certainly. When they do a tribute to the original, but giving you 20 or 22 inches to get a modern tire on there, just looks fantastic.
Got an internet bidder, got somebody up in the skybox, both going at each other. We're at 600,000 right now.
For about the first 10 years that I did Barrett-Jackson, Bruton Smith, who owned Speedway Motorsports and Sonic Automotive, would always say, find me one of these Lincoln convertibles. If he saw this one, oh my gosh, it's gorgeous.
Give him a call, tell him you found one.
Everybody to 650 and 675 and 675 and 675 and 650,
Yep, this would be the one. This is almost seven-figure champagne.
Built by a group called Weld Country Customs out of Apache Junction, not very far from here. $650,000. The Skybox got it. The internet just missed. Congratulations to those folks right there. When we talk about supercars, we've seen plenty of those cross the block. It's time to show you a hypercar. In this case, it's a Porsche 918 Spider.
So they called these hypercars because of the hybrid drivetrain. And in Porsche, they did it with this. You actually have a small electric range. You can use it, well, sort of like a Prius as well. But with this one, about performance, the 0 to 60, something like 2.2 seconds with a dual clutch transmission. Just incredible piece of technology.
The Holy Trinity. One of only 900.
I dare say if Porsche had not done this as an engineering exercise, they could not have produced as great an electric-powered sedan as the Taycan. And there have to be features in this that previews the eventual electric, dare I say, 911.
It's probably easier to experiment on electric technology and spend all the money on a halo car like this, but I think they did a fantastic job. You have the holy trinity of hypercars. You have the LaFerrari, and you have the McLaren P1, which we are selling here. I believe this one was the fastest. It may have been into the LaFerrari.
We're at 1.4 million and climbing.
The only problem I have with this car is they've only made 918 of them.
You know, I remember being at an IMSA race years ago, about 10 or 12 years ago, when Porsche had a 911 they were racing with a hybrid engine, a big flywheel sitting on where would be the passenger seat. They were working on this technology back then that went into this car.
And this car is going on 7 years old, but Porsche really hasn't done anything like this since. There's no halo car, there's no hyper or anything past this. I imagine what's next will be something electric, but this is the best thing Porsche has made, well, today.
An absolutely fantastic automobile. And as Tyler says, you would never know that this is a 7-year-old build, because it'll run with anything on the road today.
And you'll see the exhaust actually comes out the top on these. You can see a little bit of the heat insulation as sort of a gold leaf, but also coming out the top. It's this theme recently with supercars and hypercars where you can kind of hit the gas and two-step it and get it to spit flames.
Number 2 sale of the day, $1.65 million. Another car that's going to bring big bucks. It'll be up on the block before too long. This 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, complete with luggage. It'll be here soon. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, up on the block right now. Yeah, it's a Camaro from 1967, with a very magic name attached to it, and that's Yenko.
Don Yenko was a Chevy dealer outside Pittsburgh. He was a racer. He raced in modified Corvairs and Corvettes. And when the Camaro came along, Yenko had a direct pipeline to Vince Piggins at Chevrolet and got approval to order some Camaros with 427 cubic inch engines. The YSC. What was once the Yenko sports car was now the Yenko supercar. And it's estimated that less than 10 of these remain.
This one looks to be a beautiful restoration as well. Of course, you got the 427 hood, iconic side pipes. Looks like it's out of a Corvette, but it's on a Camaro. What a distinctive look on these Yenkos.
Certified by Jerry McNish as original. Nicky Chevrolet in Chicago was building these. Dana Chevrolet out in Los Angeles. Baldwin Motion on Long Island. Just a few select Chevy dealers had the opportunity to order 427 cars from the factory. They were not regular production options.
$575,000 for that 1967 Yenko Super Camaro. Well, we've seen so many custom Broncos come across the block, and they are all bringing strong money. Right now, we got a 1968 custom Bronco.
Well, this one says Icon on the grill. That's an independent company. Of course, they've sort of started the trend on a lot of things, and I think they were one of the trendsetters on these resto-modded Broncos. You also know them for the Derelicts. They build those cars that look like complete wrecks, the barn finds that they find patina, put modern drivetrains underneath. So they are following all the current trends and building cars to people's tastes. This one looks really well done in matte black.
Now, this one finished in a satin black with less than 2,000 miles since it was built. Black and dark gray upholstery, 412 horsepower, 5-liter Coyote V8 underhood, which is going to be more than enough to propel this Bronco either down the highway or across the sand dunes.
Gone are the leaf springs on this one. It looks like they've modified it with coilovers. Also looks like a slight body lift, but it's all really subtle and hidden and well done.
$200,000. That lift kit was necessary to avoid having to open up the fender wells to clear these big tires.
Well, I think the bidder who jumped it from 185 to 200 thought it was going to be a knockout blow. Instead, they're still going at it at 225.
Now, I've seen a lot of these in two-tone and, of course, in bright colors, but it says something to do with all in satin black, of course, with the dark wheels. Murdered out, I suppose, is the term, right?
Where I grew up in New England, these were rusty throwaways at 70,000 miles, and the junkyards were pretty well littered with them. If only we could have looked forward.
Trust me, anyone that is out there rusting is getting pulled out and refurbished in the next month.
Well, really all you need is a VIN at this point. It doesn't matter with the rust because you can get all the panels. You can get a whole new body if you need, frame, everything, every single part.
$230,000 for that 1968 Ford Bronco, an Icon Custom. Well, we've seen a couple Chevelle LS6s cross the block already today, and we have another one. This one, pretty special. It's an LS6 convertible.
This is at least the fourth one to cross the block. One of these at a Barrett-Jackson 15 years ago, Ray Allen's drag racer match race car, did $1 million across the block. But of course, that was one of one. Very, very low production for the highest horsepower 454 in the peak year of the Detroit Horsepower Wars, 1970.
This one came out of Canada, so it's fully documented. That's really important to have for this.
And you see the big block 454. This one was given a full rotisserie restoration to, well, as new specs. I mean, everything looks right on this thing.
only 17 of these LS6 convertibles were made, and only 2 of them went to GM of Canada. And here, the consignor has done everybody a favor by providing a huge poster with all of the casting numbers and the important parts and pieces number, so you don't have to crawl all over this car in order to decipher what parts should be on it to help prove its rarity. It's all right here for you.
Certainly very important to do on a car as significant as this, but with so many, tributes and resto mods out there, cars that are originally built like this do kind of blend in. So you do want to definitely advertise when you have the real deal to get, well, the money like this, almost $500,000.
Look, we're closing in on $500,000 for a Chevelle.
And 520,000 on it, and 520,000 on it, and everybody get up 520 way, and 520 pound on it, and everybody get everybody else out through, 30, and 520, 530 and a half. Sold $520,000.
$520,000 for that 1970 Chevelle LS6, originally sold up in British Columbia. Well, back in 2017, Steven Tyler from Aerosmith came in like the rock star he is with his Hennessy Venom car and sold it for charity, his own charity, Janie's Fund for domestic violence victims. Before it was over, it was hammered sold at $800,000. But we're going to have another car coming up in just a little bit. There's the car that's being provided by Pitbull. That's right. His Karma will be up on the block very soon, also being sold for a great cause. We'll see that very soon. Mr. 305. We got a 1965 Shelby Cobra CSX 1000 series.
Indeed, this is an aluminum car. It wasn't built in the 60s. However, it is blessed by the House of Shelby, and it does everything an original does, and maybe a little bit better even. It does have the 427 side oiler, but I see a couple modern goodies behind the passenger seat in the form of a pair of Optima gel cell 6-volt batteries. You might say, hey, wait a minute, these things are 12-volt. Well, 6 volts times 2 in series is a 12-volt. So interesting, not stock, but there it is, a modern upgrade.
Big Goodyear Eagle tires on those Halloran wine glass style center lock wheels. And all of the SC touches, SC being street and competition. The roll bar, the side pipes, the fittings for the quick lift jacks instead of bumpers, the oil cooler beneath the radiator at the front end and properly ducted. Well, now I know we're at a big event because Linda Vaughn's here. Miss Hurst Golden Shifter, auto racing ambassador for many, many years.
Has also been signed by Carroll Shelby. Look at this roadster.
All right, heading it down 250. And Cody, what do you got? And 250 pounds in on it. Out of it, get up 250. And 250 pounds in on it.
$230,000. The current bid on this continuation Shelby 427. You know, you see a lot of recreation. This is a continuation.
There were 348 actual 427 and some 428s built up till the 1967 cutoff point.
Barrett Jackson celebrating its golden anniversary. Linda Vaughn just told me, she says, I was at the first one. How about that?
$215,000 for that 1965 Cobra 427 CSX 1000 continuation car. Another hypercar rolling up on the block. This one from 2014. It's a McLaren P1.
900 horsepower. Can you just imagine unleashing the beast?
Well, they did unleash it, most certainly. This was McLaren's first true halo car since the F1, which was, you know, probably the most expensive supercar value-wise today. A hybrid drivetrain like the Porsche 918 on this, 217 mile-an-hour top speed. This one is absolutely gorgeous.
Already at $1 million.
Now, this one was sent back to McLaren MSO at some point in its life, about halfway through, for this repaint that is an incredible metallic job. It just started out in normal silver, so as if it wasn't beautiful enough, they had to give it this one-off MSO paint job to really set it off. And like the 918, you do have a slight electric range on these, so you can actually drive it as like a golf cart for 10 or 15 miles.
Well, 6 hours into our live coverage of Super Saturday, and it has delivered. We've got another 4 hours of Barrett-Jackson headed your way here on the History Channel. It's the 50th anniversary, the golden anniversary of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, and what a way to ring in the next half century. We've got a 2014 McLaren P1 currently bid at $1.5 million. Well, everybody, it's a pleasure to have you here. What a car, what a collection of cars. This will be our 6th $1 million plus sale of the day.
These McLaren P1s were made between 2013 and 2015. There were 439 built. One of them is right here. You got to keep in mind, this is a plug-in hybrid supercar, and these were built a full year before Porsche came along with its 918 Spider in 2015. So this is kind of a pioneer.
Note that auction company CEO Craig Jackson has left the block, and he's taken a position in the front row because he's bidding on this one.
$1.55 million. Craig went down and bought that one.
He had to wait until it went over the auction block. He didn't wait.
The sun is going down, but the bidding is heating up here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Scottsdale, Arizona. The 50th anniversary edition. The room is packed. The bidders are here, and they are anxious to buy. We have seen 6 cars cross the $1 million mark. Several others come close. And up on the block now, a 2014 Mercedes-Benz G63. It's an AMG 6x6, 6-wheel drive.
Now, this is actually a factory-built Mercedes. Incredible enough, Mercedes got the bright idea to build a 6-wheeled vehicle, 3 axles, 5 locking differentials, and then this one ended up at Brabus for some additional tuning and styling.
If you ever wondered, the weight on this is 8,325 pounds, which is 4 tons and change, but it will still do 0 to 60 in 7.4 seconds. And that's what 700 horsepower will get you. Now, something special about this, both rear axles are driven. We can actually see the feed going into the center axle and then through it to another drive shaft and into the rear. So it's not here just for looks. These all 6 wheels run down the road and power the vehicle. They're not, no tag axle here.
If you've never seen one of these, you should have been here at Barrett-Jackson today, because this is the second one that has crossed the auction block today.
Mystic white, a 2-tone porcelain over black leather interior. 750 and 750.
So Brabus not only tuned the engine, they also stylized this thing quite a bit. The interior, very custom. A lot of things were done to this before it was brought into the United States. These were never sold in the United States. You had to import it in and federalize it, which was a very expensive proposition. That's why there's maybe 10 of these in the United States, I'm told.
We'll tell you what, shipping cost alone, I mean, 4 tons, almost 4.5 tons of vehicle right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, marketed as Mercedes-Benz. And the
Yeah, I don't think this would fit in a shipping container. This is basically a shipping container. So what do? You put it on top of the boat? Do you haul it over in a 747?
You know those really long boat Cadillacs that we'll see that'll roll from the late 50s? This is longer. Bids are on their way up. We're at 900,000 right now.
I love that Mercedes did the portal axle system on their G550 squared. Of course, they did it on all 3 axles on this one. That way, there's no low axle to get in the way when you go off-road. Basically, there's a portal up on the side, so where you have great ground clearance and, you know, a very smooth look underneath.
That is our 7th $1 million car of the auction.
There's only like a dozen in the country. You'll be the only one.
$1.1 million for that 2014 Mercedes-Benz 6-wheel drive Brabus Beast.
Check out this beautiful roadster, fuel injected, 215.
Well, earlier we previewed a 300 SL Gullwing that will be crossing the block. Right now we've got a 1959 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Roadster.
Gullwing production ended, but Max Hoffman, the U.S. Mercedes importer, wanted a continuation, and there was demand in the U.S. for a roadster version of the 300 SL, and this is it. It was a great performance and sales success as a halo car, continuation halo car for Mercedes.
Yeah, there's a total of 1,400 of these Gullwings built, plus 1,858 Roadsters. And the Gullwings and the Roadsters were only sold side by side in one year, 1957, at which point the Gullwing was dropped, and the Roadster continued from there.
Removable hardtop. Soft top is folded down behind the 2 seats. Overhead cam, 6-cylinder, fast car for the 1950s.
You know, inline 6s are generally very tall engines. They've got a low hood line. Well, by laying the engine down at about a 45-degree angle, that's how they got away here with a very slick, low profile. Wish we could open the hood. We'd see that beautiful mechanical fuel injection with the ram tune manifold, long runners, long plenum. Lot to look at, but still on the outside, plenty to see too.
And there are some subtle differences between the 300 SL Gullwing and this. If you look at them side by side, the way those eyebrows over the wheels, the length and the way the door, the vents on the side of the door, compare them side by side, you would think they're the same, but they're not.
So it has a Talbot rear view mirror sitting on the driver's side front fender. That same type of mirror was used on certain Shelby GT350 Mustangs.
So, $900,000.
$900,000. That gentleman right there on the block, he's going to pay the price. They're going to put on the Summit Racing sold sticker right on the price. And away it will go. That is our 2nd car that sold for that amount. If you want to break into the top 10 at this point, it would take $850,000, but I can tell you that's going to change with this car right here, the Gullwing.
Absolutely, we're so excited to get this consigned. And pay attention, these don't come up very often, and this is a great one with an incredible history coming from an amazing consigner. Don't miss it.
All right, here we go.
Well, the Gullwing Mercedes was introduced as a competition car. Ran in races like the Mille Miglia. Sterling Moss had, with Dennis Jenkinson, fantastic success in a Gullwing coupe, though not the street-going developed version such as this one.
These are steel-bodied cars, however, the doors, hood, and deck lid are made of aluminum.
Note the wide sill. You sit on that sill and drop in. The wheel tilts, the top of the wheel tilts forward to make it easier getting in and out. And you can order fitted luggage to go in that trunk space made specifically for the Gullwing coupe.
If you can't swing $1 million+ bucks, AMT by Round 2 does a great 1/25th scale plastic kit of this, which is very detailed. It was originally tooled back around 1967 or so, but it's a really great kit. Build one today.
We're over $1.5, $1.6 million on this Gullwing. It's got a cool story. Originally delivered in Havana, Cuba, raced down there, got out in 1961. We talk about the fact that it escaped from the island. We're up to 1.7 million. $1.7 million for a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, an iconic car, now the #2 sale of the day at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. Back here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Auction, meet Maybelline, a 1958 Lincoln Continental custom convertible done by Dave Kindig. Current bid closing in on $700,000. We're at $685,000.
Beauty here, this is a Ryan Falconer designed and built V12 engine, not the usual LS. So the quality and exotic stuff goes from front to back, inside out. Pure.
Just a little while ago, we saw a cool mid-60s Lincoln Continental style. Now the 58 body, and you can see how nicely it's been customized. $735,000. Doesn't even make our top 10 on the day. But will the next car? It's a 2017 Ford GT. It's a 66 Heritage Edition.
Now this will definitely make your top 10, Rick. From the first year of the production of the new Ford GT, a number of buyers were offered the opportunity to buy the Heritage Edition. And this has all of the look and a slightly modified number roundel of the 66 Le Mans winner of Denny Hulme and Chris Amon. Joey Hand, who won his class in a Ford GT at Le Mans, has signed the engine cover. This was not his car, but he is photographed with it. That goes with the car. He has signed it, and this one has covered just 37 miles.
And as we all know, the second gen GT has a V6, not the V8 of the first, but they do share the same 107-inch wheelbase. Interesting detail there, although these are quite a bit wider by 2 inches and about 5 inches longer than the first generation.
Well, we're over $1 million, no question about that. 1.2 the current bid.
647 horsepower. This has the forged BBS wheels, not the carbon fiber wheels that were introduced as a very expensive option. And this also has the original steel exhaust system, as do most of the 2017s. Even the cars they're building today on the Multimatic line in Ontario, Canada, under Raj Nair, are very, very similar to these first 2017 examples. Very, very few evolutionary changes. They just elevated the front end lift, so this one could be driven off the block, and away it goes.
$1.3 million. That's the hammer price on a 2017 Ford GT Heritage Edition. All right, let's listen to Craig Jackson talk about a car that's almost out of this world.
We have a piece of history here from a NASA astronaut. This is Alan Shepard's 1968 Chevrolet Corvette. Alan Shepard became famous as the first American to go into outer space May 5th, 1961. The Apollo program astronauts were allowed to lease a new Vette for $1 a year in any specification they chose. His 1968 Chevrolet Corvette was painted polar white with a tobacco brown interior in it. The L89 tri-power option 427 with a 4-speed manual transmission. This car has all the right stuff.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Barrett-Jackson, 50-year anniversary. Your children. You're nothing. 50 years old is nothing. Wait till you're 60, 70 years old and all those wonderful cars going by. Oh, you've got so much to look forward to. I love auctioning off my cars with you guys, and I look forward to the future. Happy 50th.
Yeah, plays an astronaut on TV and in real life now. Up on the block, a 1959 Pontiac Bonneville Custom.
Well, 1959 was the first year for something called the wide track styling, and they actually increased the track width by 5 inches over 1958. And that's been exaggerated even further on this Restomod. Under the hood, of course, a 6.2-liter LS engine, backed up by a 4L80E transmission.
I love the color choice here. Porsche has so many paint-to-sample colors, and this is one of theirs. Riviera Blue over natural leather. This is stunning.
This one rides on an Art Morrison chassis, which of course is getting to be the norm these days. You buy a crate chassis, which has all the good stuff baked into it. You take your stock chassis, set it off, and then drop your body on it, and you have the comfort and convenience and drive and braking of a modern car with the retro body. Have your cake and eat it too.
So if you bought die-cast cars from Action Performance, that was Fred Wagenall's company here in Phoenix, and this is his car.
Let's have a peek onto this beautiful Bonneville with the chassis cam. And here's the underside of that 6.2 LS with the aluminum oil pan. Tube frame here, again an Art Morrison item, and it has the X-frame configuration of the original. Kind of cool. There's the underside of that beautiful unit construction tub, painted blue to match the body. 9-inch rear axle with a linkage setup there, coilovers, stainless steel gas tank. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, lots of LEDs underneath as well.
So this is where the money from all those Rusty Wallace die-cast cars went.
Yeah, Fred Wagenall used to call himself the largest car producer in the world.
Yeah, in 1/24 and 1/18 scale.
Well, it came close to $200,000, $197,000.
Very interesting history. It was auctioned off for
Rolling up behind it, we've got a 2019 McLaren Senna, about as different from that last car as you could ask for.
Awesome liquid silver. It is a one-off car painted like this. Go ahead and tell them the specs on it, but it is really a very special car.
Yes, sir, that's right. A beautiful car here. Lot number 1419.1. This one's not in your printed catalog.
McLaren Senna. So, we're in the company of such rare cars as the P1, as the Porsche 918, and this. This has probably attracted as much interest as any car in the showcase this week.
Well, the interesting thing, and they were telling this from the podium just a moment ago, when it was originally sold, it was sold by McLaren to benefit a Senna charity, and it raised more than $2.5 million in that initial sale. Now, the person who bought it since passed away, now being moved on, but it's a very, very valuable, very important car.
I love the window within a window on each side. We call those toll booth windows. The old Mass Pike, where I'm from in Massachusetts, toll booths are gone now. It used to be you had to pull up, and if you had a go-in car, not so much fun. But you just plop down those toll booth windows and pay your toll and move on. And now they have transponders, so the toll booths are gone.
500 of these were built. 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. Top speed of 208 miles an hour. Nearly 800 horsepower and a weight of under 3,000 pounds. This one has less than 1,000 miles on the odometer.
And it has plenty of options, $200,000 worth of options, including parking sensors, camera, climate control, a fire extinguisher, $200,000 worth of options.
Ayrton Senna's foundation for $2.67 million. Then it had a $97,000 paint job put on it. This liquid silver, ultra rare car. The end of the era, pure petroleum supercar painted in an exotic color. It doesn't get any better than this.
There are a lot of cars today that have dual video screens, one for speed and engine information and one for other driver information, but this was one of the first such applications.
We've got an internet bidder, we've got somebody on the block as well, and we've got somebody down on the floor. People sometimes come into the auction thinking, well, okay, my limit on this car is going to be 1.3, 1.2, and in the heat of it all, they go, you know what, maybe I'll keep going. You go back, remember when Bruce McLaren started his company as a pure racing company? He would truly be amazed today to see what has happened to both his Formula One team, the success it's had since his death, as well as the road-going cars that bear his name.
Well, he did partner with Elva Cars to build an M6 GT road car, but it was nothing like this.
Over the internet, $1.375 million. And that means every single one of the cars in our top 10 on this Super Saturday has sold for at least $1 million. All right, this is a very cool story behind this 1968 Corvette.
Well, this all happened because of Indy 500 winner Jim Rathman. He convinced the head of General Motors it'd be a great idea for his Melbourne, Florida Chevy dealership to lease brand new Chevrolets to the astronauts. So they each had the opportunity to lease 2 cars a year, and most of them chose a Corvette for themselves and a station wagon for their wife. And of course, Rathman, being an Indy winner, knowing all about risk-taking for high reward, had a lot in common with the astronauts that he befriended. This was Alan Shepard's car for 1 year. He ordered it this way, white over black, 427, 435 horse, and a 4-speed.
Mike, speaking of station wagons, the wheel covers on this are more commonly seen on station wagons, but fear not, roughly 30% of all Corvettes built in 1968 have these. These are P01 wheel covers, $57.95, but fear not, behind them is the excellent 15x8 rally wheel with the 5 slots that we've come to know on Corvettes. But yeah, these are the P01 wheel covers.
So the lease was $1 a year, and at the end of the year, the cars went back to Chevrolet, and they were sent off to dealers, and they were resold. But the paperwork, the build sheet with this car says, zone, press, car, send to Rathman Chevrolet, and it's all been traced back to the first American in space.
Yeah, people think of John Glenn, he was the first man to orbit the Earth, but it was Alan Shepard, the first man to go into space. What courage, what bravery to be #1.
Jim Rathman was a friend of my wife's before. I actually met him through my wife because she had worked for ABC at Indianapolis, got to know Jim and Kay. Wonderful people, and Jim, what a great salesman and a great promoter. When he started racing, he was 17 years old, and the way he got his racing license, he used his older brother's ID.
And Rick, speaking of courage and bravery, it's nice to see not the 327 small block, but the Top Gun 427 tri-power in place here with the 4-speed transmission. But again, unrestored, that's okay. I love the idea that Alan Shepard helped to deteriorate the seats here. His weight crushed this down. I wouldn't touch that. I would leave that just like it is. I would not change a thing on this car. It's cool.
It's impressive that it has survived as a survivor, that people have figured out that the importance of this car should be preserved.
No, absolutely. Do not restore this car.
Of course, 1968, the first year for the Mako Shock body style, and you won't see the word Stingray anywhere on this car. It would return for 1969, but not here in 68.
Might we be approaching a record for a 68 Corvette convertible?
Well, we had phone bidders involved. We had bidders here in the room. And now we're going to sell a car for a great cause.
Imagine that I had done something good enough to be deserved to be loved like this.
If it wasn't for Selfless Love Foundation, our family wouldn't be complete.
Slam gave me an opportunity that nowhere else could.
The teachers make it really easy for us to come out of our shells, really help us understand what we're going to learn. They make me feel safe, like I can trust anyone.
The school teaches you how to be a person before they teach you how to be a student.
Well, now it is my honor to introduce to Barrett Jackson, Pitbull.
It feels good to see the world in this. It feels good to see the world in this. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. This is an American dream, I'm telling you right now.
I got a pocket full of $100 bills. Put on a jacket, cause these diamonds give you chills. I'm starting
tonight. There he is.
There you go.
We saw Pitbull at Selfless Love. His story is so great. Take it from here.
Well, I just want to say once again, thank you to everybody here for having us here. It's a true honor, true blessing. I want to say Happy New Year, Happy 2022. And with everything that's been going on in the world, it just feels good to be around people, and especially those that believe in the American freedom, baby. So once again, for somebody such as myself, I'm a first-generation Cuban-American. My family fought real hard for me to be even born in the United States and breathe this amazing air. And to be here auctioning a Mr. 305 Karma Special Edition with a partner of mine, Scott, from Karma Broward, Selfless Love, and to be able to be somebody that, due to my situation, I didn't get a chance to graduate from high school, but we're building another school here in Arizona, and we're celebrating it here tonight. And that's why this car is so important. Y para todos los latinos allá afuera, como siempre, muchas gracias. I love you, para adelante, para arriba. Well, Selfless Love, the way that we got involved with that, Scott Zanko, my partner from Karma Broward, and also that introduced me to Karma, invited me over to the charity over in West Palm, and anything that has to do to help those that need it the most. And I'm not talking about a propaganda, you just put your face next to it or you just cut a check. It's about showing up, don't talk about it, be about it, and make sure that those folks, you just never know how you could change their life, change their fate, change their trajectory. I know because a teacher changed mine. A teacher told me, the biggest risk you take is not taking one. Looked at me and said, I believe in you. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead or I'd be in prison. And look, American dream, I'm here tonight. So once again, thank y'all. It's a blessing and honor. More than you know, I appreciate it.
Tell them a little about the car. I saw you got a couple of your sayings inside of it. It's Mr. 305 Edition.
Yes, sir. Mr. 305 Edition. I love the fact that it's called the Karma, because we all know it's all about karma at the end of the day. Karma's not a, well, I can't say it in public, in national television, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So if you got good karma, then the law of attraction is going to give you great karma. Again, to be up here is a blessing and honor, and imagine, who would have thought, a Mr. 305 Edition Karma here in Arizona while we're inaugurating a new school in Mesa, Arizona. I'm telling you folks, why dream when you can live it?
All right, Joseph, let's raise some money.
All right, here we go.
All right, Joseph.
So this is an interesting car. The Karma, the way it lays out is just like a diesel locomotive, where the gas engine, or diesel engine in a locomotive's case, all it does is generate electricity. Electric motors power the car. And in this car, those motors can be driven by juice from the battery or from the onboard gasoline-powered generator. But the gas engine doesn't drive the wheels at all. All it does is make electricity to help power this.
Similar to the Chevy Volt.
Mr. 305 Edition. 305, of course, is the area code for Miami.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know a lot about the car. We know it is a 305 Edition. We also know it's about 136 horsepower. But let me tell you, every single dollar goes directly to the Slam Foundation.
And they're just reminding the crowd, once again, the check is written to the charities. It's going to go both to the Selfless Love Foundation and the Slam Foundation. Selfless Love creates opportunities for foster youth to find some organism forever families, and Slam builds schools.
It's all about helping those that need those with a Selfless Love or Slam Foundation. So dig deep in those pockets, and the deeper you dig, I'm gonna have to invite you to 305, maybe a day out on the yacht in Biscayne Bay. So if you're ready to have a good time, and they told me what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, what happens in Miami never happened. So imagine we get this car to $1 million in Arizona, woo! Or better said, yeah!
200 and 250 pounds.
Well, there's a reason this guy has sold more than 100 million singles, more than 25 million albums, 2 #1 songs. He can rock the house.
We're going at 450 one time right here. Oh, what are we talking about? Are we going 450? Are we going 450? Are we going 450? I think we got, do we got 450?
You got it all figured out?
I'm trying.
You know where you're at?
I'm working.
450 and 75. I'm heading it now 75 and 450 now 75 and 475,000 on it and 475. How you doing, Jody? 475 and 450 and 75 and 455 on it and 475 and 475 and 500 pounds tonight 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 and 500 pounds
Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody once again. This is going to an amazing, amazing, amazing cause. Selfless Love and Slam. And to all of y'all, this is history in the making. Happy 2022. And let me tell you, remember when I tell you, why dream when you can live it, baby? And there's nothing like the American dream. With that said, checking in, checking out. Darling.
Some people are just born entertainers, and Pitbull is one of them. And that made me realize how close a connection there is between rap and auctioneering.
A big round of applause once again, Scottsdale. Everybody be real careful.
Pitbull can't help but notice that you are rocking the Trackhouse Racing 99 cap.
Oh, yes, sir. I had to represent for Trackhouse. It's been an amazing journey with them, with Daniel Suarez. We actually have the 99 and the 1 car now. And an amazing journey with NASCAR. So it's amazing that the same way we do with music, bring people together, same way we're doing with a car. And what is it better than a car? I'm a Mr. 305 edition for Selfless Love and Slam. I'm telling you, it's amazing, and what a blessing and honor to be here tonight. Thank you.
This was awesome. You ready for next Sunday's clash at the Coliseum?
Oh, you know I'm ready. Get those engines ready, and then I always tell Daniel Suarez he's got to race like he stole it.
We'll see you there.
NASCAR too. You love everything Americana, don't you?
Oh, you already know. I mean, America is the land of opportunity, and anybody that doesn't appreciate that, then we need to check them. You need to see what the world's going through. And this right here, freedom isn't free, but it is priceless. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you for being here.
How do you follow and act like that? Wow.
Think about what we just seen.
Well, we're going to have to. We got a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. This is the one that was owned by Burt Reynolds.
This is Burt Reynolds, 1977.
Oh, 1977, a breakthrough year in design. First year for the Banshee square headlamps, and just timeless right there. The Banshee, of course, was a Pontiac show car from the early 70s, and proof positive right here that the dream car, the show car styling trickles on down to your driveway.
Danny Koch helped ride this car up onto the block. Tell me about you and Burt Reynolds.
You know, Mike, I got to say this, man. Burt and I, we go way back. We met in the 80s. We stayed in touch. Arguably one of the coolest people on the planet. If you got an opportunity to get yourself a Burt Reynolds Trans Am, it only makes you that much cooler. So this car is absolutely magnificent, but Burt was the coolest.
Yes, he was.
Amen. Amen.
1977 was a big year for Trans Am sales with 68,744, the biggest number so far, although it was dwarfed in 1979 when 117,000 Trans Ams were sold. This one does have the exhaust splitters, which were an option.
$450,000 for Burt Reynolds' 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am SE. Tell you what, after all that, I need to take a break.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Welcome back to the Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auction. Up on the block right now, we got a 1987 Buick Grand National GNX. And it just hammered sold at $280,000. Just one of the 547 built. You know, each auction we try to spotlight one year. So at this auction we chose 1971, the year that Barrett Jackson was formed. And our April Rose has found, well, not an SUV, but something from that year.
In 1971, if you told me this K5 Blazer was an SUV, I wouldn't know what you were talking about. SUV sounds kind of French. No, this is a truck. This was GM's answer to the Bronco and Scout, and it just dominated. Now, it wasn't born like this. It's had a complete concourse-worthy restoration powered by a Whipple supercharged LS3 motor. The suspension has been totally upgraded along with those sweet billet wheels, off-road tires, and a full roll cage. Inside, you got those beautiful classic gauges, serious custom sound, and a really neat star headliner. It looks brand new with that PPG Chevrolet black and ice white. And check this hidden gas filler inside the side marker light. I don't know, guys, it still doesn't feel right to call this an SUV. This is a truck.
Okay, April, I'll go with it. And that truck is going to be next up on the block. You can see it sitting right there. It's getting ready to take its position center stage. Meanwhile, everybody's bidding on a 1963 Corvette custom split window.
Well, that's what it looks like. It's a 63 split window body and bumpers and trim and dashboard shape. But everything underneath it is reproduction or brand new.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a real 308 37S split window coupe body. Again, 1963, first year ever for an enclosed body on any Corvette. And became the rule. The Roadster become a secondary body offering after this. But it has an LS engine under the hood, backed up by a 4L65E automatic transmission.
Note that the windshield and rear window moldings are long gone. So this one's been cleaned up quite a bit. And away it goes.
$280,000 for that semi-new 63 split window. Barrett-Jackson.com, that's where you can go to see the prices of all the cars that have already crossed the block and maybe check out the car that will be coming up in the next few hours. Beautiful night here in Scottsdale. Great place to enjoy some time with your friends and watch a true truck, as April would call it, cross the block. This one's a 1971 K5 Blazer custom.
Well, you know, the Roadster shop is often associated with Pro Touring Camaros and Corvettes. Well, they also make four-wheel drive chassis, and this is the RS4 chassis by the Roadster shop, and it's all new. No more leaf springs, can totally coil over suspension, front and rear, but it's packed in a 6.2 LS with a Whipple supercharger.
If you see black, I'm seeing something like a BMW carbon black. There is some green metallic in this black paint. And there goes the number, 350, 370, 375.
Up until now, it's been the Broncos bringing the highest numbers, and now this Blazer is taking over.
This thing has a ton of eyeball. Just black and white seems so plain, but man, it works here. The gray frame, great use of colors.
$400,000 for a 1971 K5 Blazer custom SUV. Beautifully done on every level. It's amazing what the customs can do here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, this 50th anniversary edition. Nighttime in Westworld here in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's a live picture of the facility. It's still partying. All those tents filled with cars, plenty of things to do, plenty of things to eat, and plenty of cars to see. What appeals to you? You like modern, you like old, just about anything you can imagine is here at Barrett-Jackson. More than 1,800 of them crossing the block this week, every single one of them at no reserve. And while we've seen some pretty spectacular money cross the block, there are still some great, great cars that we're going to see over the course of our next 3 hours of coverage right here on the History Channel. Right now we got a 1987 Buick GNX.
Well, as a magazine said back in the day, Darth Vader, your car is ready. One thing that sets the GNX apart from the GN is the absence of the 3.8 SFI logos here and the presence of vento ports in the front fenders, which are actually cut in, let alone the wide body kit, which we've seen Dodge kind of revisit with the wide body Hellcat. But another detail on these, of course, is the tweaked 3.8 liter V6 and a torque arm going from the rear axle to the transmission. So it's a lot more than just a rebadged Grand National.
Well, this was the malaise era in which all of the car companies were selling safety and fuel mileage. So these Buicks were the top U.S.-made performance cars of this era.
If we look underneath, we'll see something unique to the GNX. The rear axle has an aluminum arm that goes from the back to the transmission. That's a torque arm to prevent axle hop, seen only on the GNX, not on a Grand National or the T-Type.
So right here, Steve, this was as good as it got.
It really is, you know. Yep. On the passenger side glove compartment, there is going to be a little rectangular badge that tells us which car this is. Right there, we see this is GNX number 78 of 547 made.
Yeah, the interior was essentially Grand National, except it's got stitching that shows GNX in there. So it's got little touches here and there in addition to the performance. Multiple phone bidders involved in this one. And indeed, it sold over the telephone, $265,000 for a 1987 Buick GNX number 78 out of the 547 that were built. Well, we just saw, well, let's check with Tyler.
Well, here's something that's exploding in value as of recent, lot 1438.1, a 1956 Volkswagen Microbus Samba. This is the 23 window, the one that everybody wants. The more windows, the higher the price, and these are really, really cool. Now, it was developed for the Swiss. They were wanting a tourist vehicle where they could haul 9 passengers and they could see all the beauty of the Swiss Alps. So that's why they put in so many windows. But of course, these got so popular with everybody that wanted to go camping, surfing. They became icons, but not many survived because with those windows and that top, a lot of water can get in, and of course they've all rusted away. This is a very, very nice example. One thing though, 1100cc motor, only 40 horsepower. How did that haul 9 passengers up the mountain? I have no idea.
Well, I can tell you how it did it, very slowly. I used to own a VW van. Well, you got up as much momentum as you could. Well, that Ford Bronco just sold for $250,000. Massive Beast is about to roll up behind it up onto the block. From that 66 Ford Bronco, we're going to go to a 2021 Ram 1500 TRX. This is a custom 6-wheel drive nicknamed the Warlord.
Well, if you thought the Ram SRT 10 was crazy of 15 years ago, the Viper-powered pickup truck, you ain't seen nothing. These have Hellcat power, and Ram made 702 of these things last year. This is a factory truck, except for the add-on double rear axles. That part is custom.
I mean, you've heard of dual rear wheels. Okay, that's a dually. This is something else because all those wheels are driven. There's a short drive shaft connecting the 2 axles. The fenders have been flared out and coated with a bedliner type material. Instead of Ram, they have repurposed the letters. We're going to war.
I'm looking at the back here. I see a Ford 9-inch and a Dana kind of holding hands with a drive shaft connecting the 2, and apparently power is fed through both rear axles. We'll take a peek through here. We'll see the middle axle. That's a Ford 9-inch. You can see the primered center section, so to speak, the aluminum collar, and then coming out of the back of that is a pinion feeding another drive shaft toward that Dana right there. So yeah, I guess it really transfers power.
I thought Patagonia made outerwear for cold weather, but that's the brand name on these tires. Patagonia Mud and Trail tires.
I gotta say, you know, Dodge, Ram, Chrysler, whatever we want to call it, the use of the Hellcat supercharged Hemi engine, what are they going to put in next? So far, the Gladiator hasn't had it, but just about everything else has been made available with that supercharged Hemi. It's amazing. The good old days are right now. I'll say it one more time.
And the ride on this is going to be pretty decent because this is coil springs all the way around. 6 of them.
And you realize that spare tire mounted up there, that's tire number 7. $250,000 for that 6-wheel drive Ram 1500, the Warlord. Coming up before too long, we're going to see a 1962 Cadillac DeVille Custom. Its nickname is Venom. It's got a big GM LS V8 engine with 650 horsepower. That'll be up here very soon.
If you love cars, then be a part of the world's greatest collector car auctions. Join the enthusiasts, the action, the family. We're currently hiring for multiple positions. Put your passion for cars to work. Apply today to be a part of the Barrett-Jackson team.
I'm Brett Michaels, and I just want to say this. I have many great memories of Barrett-Jackson. Getting to meet Craig, coming on stage, everyone wearing the bandanas. We came out there and got to auction off 2 incredible cars, right? We got out there a big car for charity, which is a huge part of what Craig and Barrett-Jackson, Steve, his team is about, what I'm about. That was an incredible memory. The energy that night was like a party like I have never seen. You could feel it, and the whole community just rocking. And then the next time I've been there many times, but the next time is when we were on stage together, and everyone came out on that stage. Look, I got chill bumps thinking about it. That was an awesome memory. Playing music, everyone partying, hands in the air. That's what's going to happen this year. It's going to be an incredible event. I'm just honored to be part of it.
Brett Michaels was actually out here yesterday and sold one of his cars. And then he also helped a car sell for a great cause, raising money for the Mayo Clinic here in town. So Brett Michaels, a good friend of Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, we got a 1970 Mustang Custom Fastback.
Well, an unusual engine choice. This is a 460 based 572, also known as a 385 series engine. Aluminum cylinder heads. It's got EFI in the form of a throttle body type fuel injection unit under that air cleaner, but that's a bunch of horsepower.
Yeah, the idea here was to try to emulate what Ford did with the Boss 429 and do it with all modern available components. So the bodywork, it's got an authentic Boss 9 hood scoop on it. Really great in dark gray. The 429 lettering, but of course much wider and much larger wheels than a Boss 9 would have had.
Again, now to your point, Mike, that those wide rear tires are only made possible by getting rid of the leaf springs, and this rides on coilovers in the back with a 4-link setup.
Triple LED tail lights, which have been sunken into the tail light panel and curved to match.
You know, leaf springs aren't a bad thing. I love them, and you can move them inboard and get the same effect, but most folks just get rid of them and go for coilovers. Either way, it's okay, but you gotta move them.
This build retains the folding back seat. Nice thing to have.
$120,000 for that 1970 Ford Mustang, that big 572 cubic inch engine. Well, we previewed this car once before. It's a 1999 Shelby Series 1 Roadster, but this one's special. It belongs to Danny the Count Coker.
We got the Count's Custom himself, Danny, coming up, and his pilot over there, shotgun, Gary Patterson.
Indeed, 4-liter dual overhead cam, basically a cousin to the Cadillac Northstar. In fact, Oldsmobile did the engineering work on the overhead cam V8. And let's not forget the Short Star. Yeah, there's a 3.5-liter V6 based on this very same engine family.
Let's hear it, Scott. How's everybody doing out there? Gary Patterson, President Shelby. Right
Gary Patterson here with me. Listen, this car, it is one of 249. I worked with Gary when we built this car, and I asked Shelby, can we please do one in black? And they said yes. And Gary will attest to that. It's the first black one out of only 7 black ones. It has lived in my museum showroom in Las Vegas at Count's Customs its entire life. It has 1,217 miles, still wearing the original tires. It's an honor to be here for the 50th anniversary. And lastly, because I'm fast now, God bless our troops, God bless our veterans, God bless our first responders. Thank you all for having me.
And thank you, part of the History Channel family. It's an honor having you up here. Thank you. And again, we love our troops. Having Armando up here, true Americana. We love this country.
Darn right, amen. I remember when Danny did this, he was so picky about the paint job, we had to redo it at Shelby to make it just perfect for this man. So this should be awesome. All right, here we go, Steve.
All right, let's get it, Joseph.
Remember,
Yes,
only
sir.
249 made, only 7 were painted black, and this was the first one. This is one that started those 7.
Unknown fact is that Cadillac was actually thinking about a V12 version of the North Star for use in the Escalade, but ever-increasing CAFE standards snuffed the project. But yeah, all the things that almost happened, a lot of this stuff seldom told. But again, this is the 4-liter version of, well, the North Star, but known as the Aurora in Oldsmobile guys.
Kind of funny that the Series 1, the one car that Carroll Shelby created from scratch, is the only Shelby that does not have a competition history. These were built for the road, but were not raced.
We know how unique this car is. Engine makes 350 horsepower, 6-speed manual transmission, and how about only 1,200 actual miles?
I like the way the wheels are handled. The rear has a nice amount of dish. The fronts are more or less flush. It gives a nice dynamic effect. Same design, but again, a little bit wider in the back is always a nice thing. Makes the car look like it's ready to pounce. And these are far more than kit cars. They have a very exotic aluminum space frame underneath that sheet molded plastic body.
You want to be 225? What do you want to be then? 210, and 200, you're out, and 210, 10, and 210.
I love the way the auctioneer will bring it all the way to that moment. Joseph Mass will go, are you in or are you out? Where do you want to go? Bring in one last bid. Goes to that gentleman, $215,000 for a 1999 Shelby Series 1. Pretty special car. Carroll Shelby's life and world. And a pretty cool car out of Danny Coker's collection. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. So let's take a look at who is leading. You know, we pretty much had a different leader every hour we've shown this. Wes W. is now on top. Just shows if you keep playing, who knows what can come up and how things can change. Good luck to everybody that's playing. And remember, the winner of this Scottsdale edition will get a 3-day Radford driving school experience. And if you play the game for all Barrett-Jackson auctions this year, you'll have a chance to win the grand prize, a 2022 Dodge Challenger. So make sure you play. Fantasy Bid brought to you by Dodge. Up on the block right now, a 1969 Camaro Custom.
Fuel-injected 502 V8 under the hood of this one. D80 spoiler in the front, modified in the back. Looks like the rear fenders have been pulled out an inch or so for additional clearance. This black over red striped beauty and two-tone black over red interior as well.
Well, something very subtle that's been done here is the hood has been sort of pancaked. The corners here, that's not a stock look, but I like it.
Over 3,200 hours to complete this over-the-top custom. Fully smooth firewall, custom-built inner fenders. It's got it all. Look at
The D80 trunk spoiler has been merged in, molded. Again, subtle touches throughout.
Nicely done. Note how the exhaust is squared off to match the tail lights. Closing in on $200,000. So close.
4-link rear suspension once again. Get the leaf springs out of there so you can get some big fat tires tucked under the back.
Yeah, they were just telling the crowd it took 3,200 hours to build this. Awful lot of work. Every single aspect of this car has been touched, changed, modified, built to a high level. Couldn't quite pull 200, but it came awful darn close. $195,000 for a 1969 Camaro Custom Coupe. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Scottsdale. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, up on the block right now, a car built on overhauling car number 1, and Chip Foose is addressing the crowd.
Series that was a weekly series, and Bud Brutzman, who's here in the house somewhere, he's the producer. He and I were just brainstorming, and we came up with the idea, and the network said, yeah, give us 7 episodes. So we started filming right away, but this is the very first car. We did it for Jeff Miller, standing right here. Jeff, wave to the crowd.
Tell us a little bit about the car, what it is.
Well, it's a 71 Chevelle that we built for Jeff, and Jeff had bought this car and was driving it. He worked for OPG as a parts guy, so we went in and got the parts from him personally. He didn't know we were building his car, but this changed the way that we build cars today. And to do these cars in the time frame that we were doing them, it was so much fun to make people's dreams come true. And somebody here can make Jeff's dream come true. I think, are you retiring after this?
What's in it?
What's in it? We've got an Edelbrock small block Chevy, and we've got all Hotchkiss suspension underneath it. But it was an absolute blast to be able to do this car. We built it at Alan Budnick's shop, so he put his latest and greatest wheels on it when we finished it. And we presented it back, and we had no idea what we were doing with the show. And I thought, Jeff's a car guy. Let's give him his license plate and have him put it on the car. So he came in and he was putting that car on, but I'm saying, Jeff, do you recognize the license plate? As a car guy, I would think that everybody would know their plate number. He didn't even recognize it. So Bud changed it up, and we let people know that they were doing their car before we presented it to them. But car number 1, we did over 160 episodes of overhauling, and this is a piece of not only car, but television history. This changed my life, and I have to thank Bud and Discovery Channel for allowing us to do all these cars.
All right,
Thank
Joseph.
You.
Let's do it.
This car was on the cover of the April 2005 issue of Hot Rod magazine. I was on staff there for about 7 years, but I had left by about 3 months by the time this car hit the cover. But this was a trend-setting car, really. A tasteful presentation. Pro Touring at the very beginning. This car, again, is about 15 years old, but at the time it was cutting edge.
Look at the Foose flames on these stripes on the hood. That is artistry right there. This one's been shaved of all of its emblems and handles. Inside, the SS interior looks mostly all stock, but for the seats, which are carbon fiber, buckets, padded, the flame treatment repeated on the back.
This car has a 350 Chevy small block with...
They've tucked in the bumpers underneath on the front and in the back. Done all kinds of work. They're even including some small models of this car for the sales. So there's a lot to go.
Yeah, this is a great touch. This is something stock car racers would do for aerodynamics. Ordinarily, this bumper would stick out about an inch past the fender, and they have tucked it flush with the edge of the fender. That's a great aerodynamic speedway trick. Nice to see on this custom. You have to cut the bumper, section it, put it back together, prep it, and re-chrome it.
Now, when this car was built back in 2004, 2005, the Chevy small block was still the go-to engine. The LS family had only been in production for about 6 years, and it was still kind of scarce. Finding an LS crate motor was pretty hard to do, so this is a 350 small block with, at the time, the Edelbrock Pro Flow EFI system was one of a handful of ready-to-go kit EFI kits. So it's kind of a retro piece now, but again, groundbreaking stuff here, circa 2005.
Closing in on $200,000. There we are.
The car was built by a TV star, and the car was a TV star. $240,000 for a 1971 Chevelle. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. You know, as we celebrate Barrett Jackson's 50 years, lots of historical moments. I'm here with the Cast Accounting Cars and Danny Coco, who has just created history with your first sale at Barrett Jackson. And from a man who does not like selling cars, that's quite a moment.
It was a huge moment for me. I buy great, I sell horrible. So like I was saying earlier, I'm not sure what's more valuable, the car or the fact that I sold a car.
How did you feel? How was that experience? Were you nervy?
I was very nervous. I've never done this before, but it was magnificent. I've been friends with everybody at Barrett Jackson for years, and it is just an honor to be here on the 50th anniversary and bring that Shelby here.
Well, I'm sure you have mixed feelings, but I know two gentlemen who would love to see you sell more cars. Boys?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so thrilled, but I know an hour from now or 2 hours from now, Danny is going to be so angry with me.
Absolutely. Rick, we're going to take it back up to you, my friend.
It's a party everywhere here at Barrett Jackson tonight. Right behind those guys, we've got a 1967 Corvette. It's a big block, 427. Currently bid at $180,000.
A very highly awarded car. 11 NCRS Top Flight Awards, an NCRS Performance Award, Bloomington Gold Certification, and Concourse Awards, Marina Blue over Blue and restored to new.
I know the knockoff aluminum wheels were an option in 1967. This one has the base 15 by 6-inch rallies. I love the bias ply red lines. That's the correct presentation. Takes you back in time to 1967.
$175,000 for that big block Corvette. We're going to head out to the McGuire Staging Lane and April Rose.
Hey Rick, we're having all the fun out here at the McGuire Staging Lanes, and check out this 1968 Shelby GT500 KR with that fully functional ram air hood right up front. She is just beautiful. She's got original 428 Cobra Jet versus the less potent Police Interceptor 428 in the non-KR. Power steering, brakes, AM radio, and just the coolest emblems inside. And she's got racing harnesses, Rick. Hey, you know, I mean, anything with a racing harness, you know she's going to be fun to drive.
One of my all-time favorite cars. Look forward to seeing that one when it gets up on the block. Highland Green, we love it. A little while ago, we previewed a 62 Cadillac nicknamed Venom. It's now up on the block.
Here it is, twin-turboed LS. This is known as a Series 62 Cadillac, but that has nothing to do with its model year. It happens to be a 62, but the term Series 62 is a model that goes all the way back to 1940. But that was then. This is radically modified, and in a good way. 9-inch Ford rear axle, 4L60 automatic overdrive.
Nice that they retained the functionality of the convertible top. This is not a roadster. They've just lifted it up on its air suspension to get it across the block. Very interesting artillery wheels. No hubcaps, no center caps. All very different and all gleaming in triple black.
1962 was Cadillac's 60th anniversary. Interestingly, they didn't have any kind of anniversary markings on the car, but Cadillac 1902, one of General Motors' first divisions, before it was even General Motors.
On the internet.
There's a screamer.
Yeah, those wheels, big 20-inchers. They had no idea they'd be putting 20 inches on this when they built it back in 1962. Of course, they need them to contain that 650 horsepower out of that engine.
We're in at 110, holding steady.
Not sure if these bucket seats are original or repro. I believe they are much newer than the car.
Beautiful car.
$110,000 for a 1962 Cadillac DeVille that was, well, it was restored twice, once in 2010 and a second time in 2019. We're going to take a break, but we'll come back here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
There is sure plenty to see and do here at Barrett-Jackson. When you first walk in, you go through the manufacturer's showcase. You get to see all the latest stuff in addition to all the classics. The cool supercars you're going to see when you get to the auction block. Just about whatever you like in the car world, it is here at Barrett-Jackson. I always have to admit, I have a soft spot for Ford Falcons. I just love this generation. This one's a 1965, and I love the way they've customized it.
This was built by the Martin Brothers Customs, and I love how they have a Coyote with a Roush supercharger. Now keep in mind, this is the Falcon base model, born a 6-cylinder with the box roof. The Futura would be the hardtop model, but again, this has the full door frame with the vertical B-pillar and the boxy roof. Again, the base Falcon would have gone up against the Studebaker Lark, the Plymouth Valiant, the Dodge Dart back in the day.
This was a 2-year only body style, 1964 and 5. I like the integrated spoiler into the rear deck here. The Falcon retained the styling of the full-size Fords or the mid-size Fairlane, but in a much smaller, compact size. But it was a traditional compact like the Plymouth Valiant and very unlike the air-cooled rear-engine Chevy Corvair. So these did very well in the showroom.
Did pretty well up here. $130,000 for a customized 1965 Ford Falcon. We're going to check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, this is a chance to own something very special. A 1965 Ford Galaxy that is a Daytona 500 winner. This was driven by Fred Lorenzen and actually won, well, because of rain, but actually it's kind of a cool story. Right as the caution was going down for the rain, he had a Challenger actually hit him on the fender. The Challenger spun out. Lorenzen actually had damage to his car to where the fender was rubbing on the tire, but his crew chief said, stay out because it's probably going to go red because of the rain. He was right. After 4 caution laps, a downpour came down, and Lorenzen won the Daytona 500. So quite a story here. This thing is really cool, and actually, this is your ticket to any kind of period historic race. You can see the stickers on the windshield and on the back. This thing's been in Sonoma and Goodwood. So if you fancy some vintage racing, this is your golden ticket right here.
Well, I love that seat, especially when you compare it to what the inside of a NASCAR racer looks like today. We have come a long, long way. 1956 Corvette Custom, currently bid $175,000.
Beautiful car, updated with the now ubiquitous LS series. Small block, electronically controlled, injected V8. Been given big hoops, front and rear. A true resto mod here.
Yeah, it's a real Corvette, 1956 E56 SVIN, the real thing, but again, it rides on all aftermarket chassis goodies. LS6, 485E, 9-inch, old and new, walking hand in hand.
Handshakes for that gentleman, $220,000. Nicely done, 1956 Corvette Custom. Now it's time for something a lot more modern. How about a 2007? It's a Shelby GT, but this one's special because it's serial 001.
Indeed, this is the debut year for the Shelby GT, only sold in black or white. And of course, these have the 3-valve Ford 4.6, 300 horsepower, plus all the bolt-ons from the Ford racing catalogs for about a 25-30 horsepower bump. No tail spoiler on these GTs to make them him, well, stand apart from the herd, pun intended.
Speaking of bump, the price bump to get the Shelby GT package over and above the regular Mustang GT was $7,400 plus a $1,000 EPA gas guzzler tax penalty.
This is an S197 platform made between 05 and 2014. The end of the line for the live rear axle. The S550, which replaced it, would bring finally independent rear suspension to all Mustangs. But this beam axle works pretty well.
Carroll Shelby has signed the dash. That's just a cool thing to have. You know, the fellow who created the Cobra and Shelby Mustang line, every time you look over and see that, you got to smile.
You know, the great thing about the Mustang is how you can make a version that's fairly inexpensive, almost, you know, a relatively inexpensive, fun car to have, or you can go over the top. Shelby, GT350, all the different variations that they've been able to make that they can charge pretty big money for, and the audience is willing to accept the entire spectrum. The people who spend a lot of money, it doesn't bother them that there's other people driving around in Mustangs that aren't worth nearly as much as theirs.
Well, everybody wants a piece of the mystique. I get it. One of my favorite aspects of these S197 fastbacks is the glass rear window in the CB pillar there. It adds a touch of grace and just a beautiful throwback to the original 1965 fastback.
Did we mention this is new in the wrapper? It has only 40 miles on the clock.
Think about that. VIN 001 out of the Shelby world in 2007. Less than 50 miles, $85,000. April Rose, top that.
Oh, look at that split window, Rick. You know, I'm obsessed with that one-year-only split window. People really didn't like them because you couldn't see out of the back. Now, they are so rare. You just can't get enough of that. Oh my gosh, complete body off restoration. GM 502, 535 horsepower. Tremec 5-speed trans. She's got a street shop chassis, coil-over suspension. And just go ahead and take a look inside. You got those seats from a C5 Corvette, vintage air Dakota digital cages, finished off in the sweetest magnetic red paint. Man, it is loud out here, but I am loving it, Rick.
The internal combustion engine and no mufflers. Thanks a lot, April. 1967 Shelby GT500 custom fastback up on the block right now.
Well, this is curious. I mean, the price, the bidding right now is strong, but this is an actual 67 GT500 with an FE engine, aluminum heads, good stuff, but it's a real car, but it's been pretty radically modified. There's a rack and pinion steering setup up front, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do to an actual Shelby, but the bidding is still strong.
Well, let's go back to what's being done to Corvettes. A lot of split windows. We've just saw one that April previewed. You know, they're taking those cars and modifying them and still bringing strong money. We got good money on this one, $160,000 for a custom Shelby GT500. If you don't like that one, you want something a little more closer to the original. How about a 1968 Shelby GT500 KR?
KR came along halfway through the model year and introduced the 428 Cobra jet, and something else under the hood right here is a little metal plate welded on right here to the base of the spring tower. That little guy right down there. That's only seen on the R-Code KRs, and it's an outgrowth of the fact that at the proving grounds, these big block Mustangs were getting worked out hard enough to move the shock tower. So the KR up, those things came along. Now, in a regular GT500, you don't see those. Not that it really matters that much, because most people won't push these cars hard enough to hurt them. But this is a pretty cool piece. 4-speed transmission. It's a real deal.
The round driving lights in the center of the grille on the 67 gave way to the rectangular Lucas lights for 68. This Shelby has a roll bar behind the front seats, but retains the full rear seat functionality.
$250,000 for 1968 Shelby GT500 KR. Now let's check out a car that's coming up in just a moment. Oh man, a 1960 Chevy Impala, but this one's been upgraded. It's got an LS3 modern V8 engine under the hood. We'll see that very shortly. Well, check that out. Barrett Jackson through the years. These were those posters. There were also programs. In fact, one of those programs that flipped through, they still have. Back in 1985, I remember brought it home. Up on the block now, this is a VW bus that Tyler Hoover previewed. What's special about this, it's a 1956 real 23-window microbus, not a custom.
And beyond that, it's a right-hand drive, probably delivered new to Britain. And something we see on the driver's side is we don't have a side door. Well, because the drive on the left-hand side of the road, the passenger openings on the left-hand side. In other words, the opposite of us. But when you're driving on the other side of the road, it's to the curb. So it makes sense if you're from another country. And here's those doors right here on the opposite side of where we ordinarily, well, I don't want to pull that, but this is where they are not seen on American spec buses. They're on the other side.
$100,000, 1956 23-window microbus, right-hand drive. There are only 2,000 of them made that year. That's one of them. All right, a 1969 Pontiac Trans Am, but this one's special. It's a Ram Air 4.
Well, in 1969, Pontiac needed a name for their top-of-the-line, good-to-go Firebird. The SCCA Trans Am Series was the biggest racing series in America. So Pontiac licensed the name Trans Am from SCCA for a paltry $5 per car. That would go on to become the biggest source of income for the club for decades.
Yeah, the thing here is this is a Ram Air 4. This is a steel hood, but even stranger than that, this is a column-shifted automatic car. Yep, you could get that. 4-speed or automatic, but again, a handful had the shifter up on the steering column. Not a very sporting proposition, but that's how it was built.
All first-year Trans Ams were in white with Lucerne blue, the American International Racing colors. Next year, 1970, an all-new Trans Am, and you could get it in white with blue or blue with white.
This car does have Pontiac Historical Services records. This is one of 2 Trans Ams built with the column-shifted automatic.
So, for
$105,000. That gentleman right there gets it. They're going to put on the Summit Racing Sold sticker, write it on there, 105, and away it will go out into the night. 1968 Shelby GT500 KR convertible.
Well, if you want to buy a Shelby Mustang convertible, except for a handful made in 1966, 68 was your first year. Previous to this, they were all going to be fastbacks, but the KR makes these scoops functional.
Which came first, the Shelby KR or Roger Miller's King of the Road?
Nice detail here is the C6 automatic, heavy-duty police specification with heavy-duty drums, totally up to the job of the 428 Cobra Jet engine. One thing, too, is that the Cobra Jet cars, the KRs, the rear shock absorbers are staggered. The driver's side shock is ahead of the axle, the passenger side's behind it. That's not something you'll find on a standard GT500.
Strong money, $175,000. 1968 Shelby GT500 KR. What a celebration we've been having. Super Saturday has delivered. Who knows what we'll see across the block in the next couple hours.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Well, it looks like a theme park because it really is. It's called Barrett Jackson Land here in Scottsdale. Mid-60s out there right now. We may think it's a little chilly. I feel sorry for all of you up in the Northeast. Hopefully you're staying inside, staying warm, and just enjoying our coverage of the Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auction. $130,000, the current bid for this 1965 Ford Galaxy Fred Lorenzen race car.
Well, this car runs with the drum brake stock cars. We got to run against these up at Elkhart Lake in Road America, thanks to my friend Ken Epsman. My son had never seen Road America. He finishes on the podium in the exhibition class. I got to drive a 429 Bobby Unser car, but this is said to be Lorenzen's Daytona 500 winner. It's been accepted at Sonoma, at Monterey, and at Goodwood. Ford Motor Company sponsored these cars for Holman Moody, and I always wondered why there would be a particular Ford dealer on the car. And Len Wood of the Wood Brothers explained it to me. Whatever dealer loaned the team their Ford loaner cars and trucks for the season was represented on the quarter panel. Lafayette Ford, still there in Fayetteville, North Carolina today.
Well, somebody just got themselves a Daytona 500 winning car for $130,000 here at Barrett Jackson. Little piece of history from 1965. The 1960 Corvette Custom up on the block.
Well, 6.2 LS3, TKO 5-speed, 9-inch rear axle, but an actual 60 Corvette body.
Contrasting coves, that's something you could do on your C1 Corvette from 1956 through 1961. The cove was still there in 62, but it had to be painted body color, no two-tones in that particular year.
Got some covers over the engine. These are aftermarket items here. They're made out of aluminum. Underneath there, the coils. Not a very appealing engine to look at, but I'll give it a pass because these are excellent, wonderfully powerful, well-engineered engines. Nothing wrong with them. Just don't look at them. I like how they've retained the exhaust outlets coming through the bumperettes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that big LS3 V8 produces 495.
Well, this is last year for the rounded tail, first seen in 1956, 7, 8, 9, and 60. 61 would bring us the preview of the 1963 Stingray, and opening trunk lid, as we'd also have in 61 and 62, but it would go away in 63 until, gosh, 1980s. I've always been disturbed about how on Corvettes, this area right here, the body color is seen. Now, sometimes folks black that out. However, there's a thing called the big brake option back in 57 through 60, wherein those things were cut out and air ducts would bring air to the brakes. But otherwise, that's correct. Those are blocked off from the factory. Kind of an awkward look, but that's how they were.
$160,000 for that custom Corvette from 1960. Well, big money here for Super Saturday. It's been both for the cars and the automobilia that sells in the morning. Look at this. It's a 1940s Mobil Oil double-sided neon rotating Pegasus service station sign. Sold for $140,000. Oh, but wait. This 1950s Disneyland Donald Duck coin-operated kiddie ride, well, that sold for $150,000. But the big one of the day, check this out. A 1953 Ford Jubilee single-sided neon porcelain dealership sign. They hammered this sold at $400,000. What a shocker. Big money for some of that stuff. Some of the automobilia sells at a relatively inexpensive price, but some of it can go well over $100,000. Right now we got a 2021 Corvette. Right now the current bid is $175,000. This is a Cunningham edition.
Well, here it is, the second year for the long-awaited mid-engine Corvette. Now, these don't have the classic long hood, short deck look of the 2019 and previous. That's because the cockpit was moved forward 16 inches to make room for the mid-mounted engine. But if you ask me, it's a worthy trade-off.
Briggs Cunningham was a wealthy sportsman who brought American cars back to Le Mans for the 24 hours, beginning with Cadillacs. He also produced his own line of Cunningham sports cars with noted racer Bill Frick out on Long Island. So with the International Racing colors and the Cunningham provenance, this is the 60th anniversary Le Mans Corvette Series.
About the mid-engine car, how do you keep the radiators cool? Well, there are actually two of them, one on each side. The ducts right here feed coolant to the twin radiators, which pump fluid to the engine in the middle of the car.
$170,000 for that Cunningham edition of a 2021 Corvette. Away it goes. We'll be right back. Up on the block right now, 1963 Corvette split window. This is the one that April previewed for us, and we talked a lot about the fact that once upon a time it would have been heresy to modify a split window, and now we see a lot of them that are customized.
Some nifty anachronisms going on here. The big block, which would not arrive till 65. Well, that's okay. The 62 has one. Also C4 front suspension bits, the forged aluminum arms, but a lot of polished show stuff here. Looks great.
Remember, Chevy had a big block engine in 1963, the W Block 409, but it was too large to fit in the Corvette engine bay, so Corvette had to wait until the originally named Mystery motor became the new big block in 396 form to go into the Corvette. This has a 67 Stinger hood, no harm there. Much larger wheels and tires and Wilwood disc brakes all the way around. This would have had drums in 1963 when born.
Yep, 5-speed manual transmission going on here. Interesting to see that the center exit exhaust is fed by pipes that come out along the perimeter and then tuck in and come back. You can see to the left and the right of the outlets, the feed pipes.
Yeah, really strong money, $250,000. And a big hug as well for that 1963 split window custom. All right, let's head out to Tyler Hoover.
Well, here's something I've never seen before, a 3-door Suburban. Now, see the long wheelbase here? There's no door on this side, but like a K5 Blazer, this one has been beautifully restomodded. We've seen so many beautiful K5 Blazers with LSs under the hood. This one has an LS7. Now, they call it the 3-door because if you go over to the passenger side, you have 2 doors. Now, the reason for this, it's rumored that these were used a lot as school buses. Also, GM thought that having too many doors in the back when you're hauling kids could be kind of dangerous. They would, fall out. But on the inside, it's, well, it's April Rose.
It gets even better. Beautiful houndstooth interior, rows of seating for days, and just check out this intricate leather door panel. So much attention to detail, but the show is up front with these awesome Dakota digital gauges, vintage air. Everything has been soundproofed. I mean, Rick, resto mods are where it's at. There's just no limit to what you can do.
Love that. Love Suburbans. I love the story behind that one. Up on the block now, we got a 1960 Chevy Impala 2-door convertible. This one is owned by DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, I'm 16 again because my first car was a then 7-year-old 60 Impala convertible, much like this one, but in Horizon Blue. It didn't have the heart transplant that this one got, or the big hoop wheels and tires, but the body shape and all that gleaming stainless Impala trim was the same. It was a great cruiser.
Yeah, the LS swap. Interesting to see a column-shifted automatic with a bench seat. You know, they don't all have to be sporty buckets. It's kind of nice to have a bench, sit 3 across in comfort.
Let's go to the block.
Drive's great. Trying to start a family, so you know this isn't practical for me. I'm a car collector as well. Got the 58 Bel Air, 58 Corvette, 71 Cuda, and this car right here. It's one of my favorite cars. It was hard for me to let it go, and it comes with four home game tickets of choice in my personal suite. So you guys can come hang out with me before or after the game, after the Cardinals win, of course.
You know your cars.
I do. I grew up working on cars, so you know, I saw a great judge over there. I've been looking for a judge, so if anybody got a judge, let me know.
We'll get you a bidder pass. We can help you.
Thank you.
Beautiful car. Thank you. Thank you for
Five-time
helping the
NFL
Arizona
Pro Bowl
Cardinals
wide
for
receiver
so many
DeAndre
years.
Hopkins.
Ladies and
Gentlemen, give your 5-time
Cardinals did pretty well up until at the very end. But a cool car, and he's giving tickets to games. They got a jersey down there. And like I said, he knows his cars.
This is one of the nicest I've seen, Rick, and it has all the Impala trims, plus the dual side mount shark fin antennas. One of those is connected to the radio. The other is there just for symmetry. The Impala got this opposite from body color applique down the side, along with the stainless trim, the triple Impala tail lights, and a huge trunk. Don't see a spare tire in this one. That's okay. That's what AAA is for, after all. And the cross flags in both the grille and on the trunk emblem meant that you got the big block.
It's interesting, and he said he was looking for a judge. Like, well, you should have been here a couple days ago. We've seen quite a few cross the block. Could have raised your hand multiple times.
The man knows his cars.
Of course, he was making the point that he's, trying to start a family, needs a little more family car. I don't think getting the judge would really solve that problem. Well, they only made 201 of those back in 1965. Well, I'm sorry, they made a lot more of those Chevy Impalas. We're going to take a break. They just sold DeAndre Hopkins' car. We'll come back to the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction in just a moment.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
As great as the vehicles are here in Scottsdale, nothing wrong with making some upgrades. That's why you want to visit Summit Racing Equipment. They got parts for modern, classic cars, off-road, street performance. They got tools, shop equipment. Summit Racing Equipment, powered by enthusiasts. And speaking of power, how about a Power Wagon, a 1946 custom up on the block?
Well, the colors on this are correct. The Destroyer gray and black. In fact, this is the first year right here for the Power Wagon, America's first mass-produced four-wheel drive pickup truck, beating the Jeep pickup by about 2 years to the market. This is very stock looking, but it has a four-cylinder Perkins diesel.
And that one just sold over the internet for $175,000. Bronco Custom. This one's from 1976.
Well, next to the last year for the Bronco in its first guise, it would become quite a bit larger, and to be honest, a lot like more of the Chevy Blazer, its primary competitor in the marketplace. This one, of course, has the 302 Coyote V8 engine. Let's open the hood and take a peek and see. And I got to say, Ford did a great job on designing this intake manifold. Makes me want to do more sit-ups. Looks like a well-defined six-pack, to be honest with you, but that's the stock appearance. Good-looking engine. But again, Again, 5 liters, 4 valves, 4 cams. It's a whole different creature from the pushrod 302 this was born with back in '76. Twice as much power.
You know, the Bronco was just a steady seller over the years. Came out in 1966. They sold a lot of them that first year, almost 25,000. From that point on, it was somewhere between 50 and 20,000 almost every year. And this year, 1976, they sold just over 15,000. So it just kept plugging along.
Yeah, it's nice to see a Ford 4R70W 4-speed automatic with overdrive instead of the 3-speed C4. Of course, that wouldn't even bolt up to the back of this camera. So generally speaking, these modern 5-liter cameras are generally swapped in with a matching modern overdrive transmission, which is what we have right here. Ford 9-inch rear axle is certainly up to the job of handling that 5-liter camera. And if ever there was a condition or a situation of overbuilding, every Bronco got a 9-inch rear end, even the cars with 6-cylinder power. So that axle is okay to stay right like it is. Just change the gears, maybe add a limited slip, and it can stay put.
Well, we've seen that these customs bring big money, and it doesn't really matter how you do it. Whether you've got this open version, whether you got closed, whether you raise it, whether you lower it. If there's custom work on a Bronco right now, it brings in high bucks. $150,000. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
So this is your chance to buy the first retail production C8 Z06 Corvette. Not the one here. You get to order one to your specs, and it benefits a great cause, Operation Homefront, which helps soldiers coming home transition to civilian life. So you get to order it to your specs, and you get an incredible vehicle, which if you were ordering, you probably have to wait years for. If you look in the back, this is its claim to fame right here. A flat plane crank, 670 horsepower V8 that makes a noise no Corvette has ever made. These things are not supercar challengers. This is a supercar beater right here, and it's your opportunity to own the very first retail production for a great cause.
Look forward to that. Meanwhile, up on the block right now, really nice looking 1957 Cadillac. It's an Eldorado Baritz convertible.
Well, Eldorado arrived in 1953 as one of the GM Motorama dream cars come to life. And for 55, 6, and 7, they all had dual 4-barrel carburetors. And 58, 9, and 60, they'd go to 3 2-barrels. But hot rodders quite often found these in junkyards after they'd been crashed the night before and grabbed that 365 dual quad motor and put it in their 32 Ford. But again, this one has not been scavenged. What a beautiful restoration this is.
Yeah, in 1957, they did some styling changes, and this right here on this rear quarter panel, right at the very bottom, that was one of the styling changes they brought in for 1957. Beautifully done. It's actually a young designer working for General Motors that came up with that concept. But I love this thing. Big, red, beautifully finished. $200,000. That is a nice price for a really nicely done Eldorado Baritz. We're going to take a break as they drive off into the night. Tell you what, this week seems like it has just whipped by. Look at just Tuesday, and we were just having our first day of coverage on FYI. Well, check that out. That Suburban that Tyler and April previewed, all that custom work, that just sold for $280,000. And right before that, there was an Eleanor Tribute that sold for $325,000. Right now, we got a 1969 Camaro Custom.
Well, it's a pretty combination of custom and pro touring. Big brakes, big suspension, all aluminum 7-liter LS7 power plant. And I heard that Chevrolet Performance just discontinued this engine, so what's left in inventory is all there will be. I wouldn't worry too much. There'll be a replacement of some sort, I guess, but this 7-liter, 7,000 RPM pushrod engine is one of the best pushrod engine of all time.
Look how beautifully this is finished under hood. All of the wiring, all of the plumbing has been hidden or disguised. It's a two-tone paint job. A little hard to tell at first glance, and the trim has been airbrushed for the most part.
6-speed Tremec manual transmission, and I like the way that the exhaust outlets, which look to be machined aluminum billet, have been merged into the rear valance panel. That is not factory, but it looks like it almost could be.
all in. Are you done? Backwards and down the way now. 55, now 60. Now 60.
Yeah, the quality here is above average, and the average here is to very high standard. So this is a great example.
$155,000. All right, time to sell a car for a great cause here at Barrett-Jackson.
Mike Wanmaker.
Boy, do we have a great opportunity to do something special here, but I'll tell you something. Anything that has to do with our armed forces, our veterans, right from our heart, before we even start, let's give a shout out to all our first responders, our veterans, particularly our men and women in uniform, because without them, we couldn't be here doing this, I'll guarantee you that. We love them, their sacrifice is incredible. We're honored to have right here next to me my main man, Sean Finnegan from Chevy. He's got some special people that we're going to introduce, but I'll tell you what, once we get to talking about this car, Sean, it's going to be go time, brother.
Absolutely. Evening, Scottsdale. First of all, I'd like to thank Craig, Steve, the entire Barrett-Jackson team for this opportunity. The next chapter in the mid-engine Corvette has started, the 2023 Z06. Z06 was born in 1963 with an L84 360 horsepower. I now introduce the 5.5-liter dual overhead cam, flat plane V8, CNC ported combustion chambers and intake. Available Z07 performance package gives you aero wing package, gives you the FE7 suspension, Mag Ride Control 4, larger Brembo brakes, Michelin 2R Cup tires, and more, generating 734 pounds of downforce at 186 miles an hour. Rear configurable rear spoiler and wicker bill that help optimize cornering and stability on the track. 20-inch wheels on the front, 21-inch wheels on the back, with massive Michelin 345s equal a 3.5-inch wider stance in the back. Just revealed this past Monday the 70th anniversary package. Come in two unique colors, carbon flash, pearl tri metallic, unique stitching, and ceramic white leather with red stitching. The winning bidder will not only get the very first ever built Z06 mid-engine, VEN 001, it will be 70th anniversary #1. The 2023 Corvette ZR6 will be seen, heard, and experienced this summer. Now to tell you a little bit more about it, Corvette racing legend, Oliver Gavin.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. It's great to be here. Hello, Scottsdale. And, you know, I was fortunate enough to drive the C8R race car. And that was quite a trip. And I've managed to race that and compete that in the IMSA Championship. But I know last year I had the fortune of driving the Z06 at the Nürburgring. And all of the experiences, all the cues, all of the trigger points that I got from the race car, I was feeling in this Z06. So it really is that race car, that street legal race car for the road. And it's certainly been an amazing experience driving this car. And I can't wait to have another crack in it. But somebody is going to be very, very lucky this evening and walking away with this car. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'd now like to introduce CEO, President of the Operation Homefront, retired Brigadier General John Prey, and he can tell us a little bit more about the charity.
Let's give a Barrett-Jackson welcome. Guys like this is what makes all of this happen. God bless America, and God bless the General for being here at Barrett-Jackson.
Hey, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Ollie. This is the second opportunity I've had to be on stage at this extraordinary event. Two big thank yous are in order. The first one goes to Chevy for the donation of this extraordinary vehicle. Our individual, foundation, and corporate donors bring our mission to life. And there is not an organization, a corporate organization, that doesn't do more to share our passion for serving our military families in their time of need and helping them overcome their financial hardships. The second big thank you is to the Barrett-Jackson team. Steve, you and Craig Jackson, for all you have done and continue to do to support our important work. Now, named after a sleek and powerful warship, the Chevy Corvette is the iconic American sports car. And the proceeds of this sale will go to helping us accomplish our mission to build strong, stable, and secure military families so that they can thrive, not simply struggle to get by in the communities, our communities that they have worked so hard to protect. So let's make this auction the best ever. Thank you all.
And with that, let's make history. This is an important moment here. This car, I got one of the first ones, and all I said is they just got to put a little more engine in this, and it'll be incredible. Here it is. VIN number 1, Joseph.
All right,
Let's sell
great.
it.
Thank you. Here we go.
Well, this is a turning point for Corvette. You might have heard him a moment ago say dual overhead cam, 4 valves. Well, no more push rods. Chevrolet, after about 16 years, has returned to overhead cam, overhead valve architecture, which allows way more RPM potential than the existing pushrod engine. So the beginning of a new era right here.
And the flat plane crank that they talk of means that each connecting rod is separated by 180 degrees, not every 90 degrees as on most V8 engines. Ferrari uses this to great effect and to such a great noise and great power.
Indeed, Mike, it really helps with cylinder filling. It's a little more vibrational, but with the right motor mounts, you don't even notice it.
We got $1 million right now.
Man on the phone, upper right, Dale Ledbetter from Hedrick Performance. On the phone with multi-NASCAR champion car owner and multi-Chevrolet dealer, Rick Hendrick, who has a penchant for VIN number 1 Chevrolets.
And remember, every penny that's paid for this car is written directly to Operation Homefront.
And this is not only Z06 VIN number 1, it's 2023 Corvette VIN number 1, and all 2023s will be 70th anniversary edition cars.
Well, right now, this is the number 2 sale of the day. Is it going to take number 1?
This is incredible. We got to make it to at least $2 million for our veterans. And I also want to say, so everybody else can help, Michelle Mousy at the end of this wants to throw in $100,000. I never mentioned it. The last car for Pitbull, she threw in $100,000 to each charity. We can all help at the end of this too. Let's raise a lot of money for our veterans.
$2 million. I'm here to get out $2 million. And $2 million is spent. And $2 million won. I got $2 million. $2 million won. You're out, Jesse. And $2 million won. And $2 million won. And $2 million won. 2. And $2 million 2. And $2 million 2. And $2 million 2. And $2 million $200. But I get out. I get a sing. I got to get out 2. And $2 million 3. And $2 million 3. And $2 million 3. And $2 million $300,000.
Tell you what, the Z06 name has always been special, and this just takes the cake.
Just tap on his shoulder, he's got something special.
Winning bidder will get, in addition to VIN 001, a VIP experience at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They will get a private one and a guest instruction at Spring Mountain with Ron Fellows. And they also have a piece of artwork, which is down here somewhere, unique, one of one.
Joseph, before you start, hey, before we finish, folks, again, let's all take 1 second and think about what the fun we're having right now. We've come out of a foggy time in our rearview mirror. We're just starting to come out, blue skies and sunshine. If it weren't for the sacrifice of what we're trying to do here today to help our men and women in uniform and all the problems they have to deal with when they get home, none of us would be here. Bid from the heart, not from the wallet. Those with big wallets, dig deep and let's raise some more. Please,
2 million,
let's go.
3, 4, 2 million, 5, and 2 million, 5, 2 million, 7, and 2 million, 700,000 on it, and 2 million, 700 pay, and 2 million, 700, but get a buddy on to pay, and 2 million, 700, and 2 million, 5, 2 million, 6, you want 6, and 2 million, 600,000, 7, and 2 million, 7, now 8, and 2 million, 8, and 2 million, 8, 2 million, 809, and 2 million, 9, and 2 million, 9, and 2999, and 29, and 29 on a meeting, and a buddy on to pay to get a 2 million, 900,000, to get all through, and 2 million, 900, and 2 million, 9, hey, you're out there, 2 million, 9, $3 million, 3 million, 1, and 3 million, 1, and 3 million, 1, and 3 million, 1, 1, 1, not about to get out, 3 million, 1, and 3 million, 100,000, down, about to get out, to get it, to get a buddy pay all through, and 3 million, 1, and 3 million, 2, and 3 million, 2, and
Tell you what, they are going strong.
Last call, 3 million, 2, 3 million, 5, 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 and 3 million, 500, and 3 million, 555, and 3 million, 500,000, down, to get out, to get a buddy on to pay, and 3 million, 500, and 3 million, 5 is bid with Jesse. 3 million, 7, hey, 3 million, 5's with Jesse, 3 million, 7, and 3 million, 5, 3 million, 7, and 3 million, 700, to get out, everybody else all through. 3 million, 7, 3 million, 6. 3 million,
Boy, do we love you up there.
3 million, 7, 3 million, 6, 7, and 3 million, 7, and Jesse's out at 3 million, 700, and 3 million, 7, and 3 million, 7, 7, 7, to get out, 3 million, 7, and everybody else all through, and 3 million, 700, down, 3 million, 7, and I have sold $3,600,000.
That car's headed to Concord, North Carolina. And Rick Hendrick can forget the car. What a wonderful cause. And what a great effort on behalf of our returning servicemen and women.
Just when you think you've seen it all here at Barrett-Jackson, $3.6 million, all going to benefit Operation Homefront, all generated by this Corvette Z06.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Barrett-Jackson's had some great moments with charity. One that really started a lot of the seven-figure cars was Warrior One. It was the vehicle that CNN used in the first Gulf War. And back then I wore a headset and we're all getting ready for it. And in my ear is, you need to tell everybody that Warrior One's on fire right now. You need to insert another car, tell the auctioneer. Got the fire out, had a carburetor overflow on it, not a big deal. Comes up on the auction block and magic happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep this on. $1 million.
I'm going to let him own it for $1 million
but I'm going to write this foundation a check for $250,000, and I don't want the truck.
All right, here's what we got there. I'm going to close the bid and say sold at $1 million plus $250,000. We raised the $1,250,000 for the Fisher House.
So many great charity moments across the decades here at Barrett-Jackson. Of course, we just had another one with the sale of the 2023 Z06, the very first one rolling off the block. $3.6 million bid, the check written directly to Operation Homefront. Just another spectacular moment here at Barrett-Jackson. Another opportunity to raise money for a great cause. Great car, great cause, great event. And great people. It's a great hobby, and all the people involved are so special. Right now, we got a 1967 Camaro Custom.
Well, the Chevy Camaro dynasty starts right here in 1967. Convertible, pretty uncommon body style. This one was born a V8. The VIN starts 124, but none of that really matters today. LS2, aluminum, small block under the hood. Fuel injection, thoroughly modern.
Got something special about this one.
Hideaway headlights, identified as an RS or Rally Sport equipped car. Much bigger wheels and tires than it was born with. Carbon fiber look, striping here, and the D80 spoiler package with this Camaro. Custom center console, upgraded seats, front and rear. A lot of name brand components have gone into this build.
Leaf springs have been eliminated, of course. We now have a four. Oh, you know what? Leaf springs are there. What do you know? All right. And then Willwood disc brakes all the way around. Big fat rubber.
They got 85. Now I need 190. You want to do 190 one time?
You can get fairly wide tires in the back of a Camaro with the leaf springs, but you really have to pay attention to the back spacing on the wheel.
Oh, they got 190. They got 190. Now they're looking for 200.
Oh, we got both a phone bidder and an internet bidder, as well as any bidders here in the room. Remember, folks obviously saw this was coming, lined up, and decided they wanted to be a part of it. Internet wins $195,000 for that 1967 Camaro Custom. Well, all week we've been talking about the fantasy bid brought to you by Dodge. Let's take a look at who came out on top. Dave F. is the winner. Dave will receive a 3-day Radford driving school experience for that victory. But if you didn't win Scottsdale, don't worry. You can continue to play the game in the remaining 3 Barrett-Jackson auctions this year. And that means you'll also have a chance to win the grand prize, a 2022 Dodge Challenger. So make sure you join us in Palm Beach in April. And congratulations to Dave on his first victory here in Scottsdale. 1970 Camaro Custom, the nickname Tour de Force.
I like what they've done here with the peekaboo engine protruding through the hood precisely cut so that the engine pokes through. Nice touch. T56 6-speed manual transmission.
Full roll cage, bespoke interior with a custom dash as well as seats. Later Corvette or Camaro door handles on the outside. Full custom inside and out. This is said to be a 1970. Wears the 70-71 grille. Gleaming dark gray metallic paint. Forged wheels. This one's ready to go road racing, folks.
Well, it's got front suspension from a C6 Corvette. They've done a lot of work underneath to make it more than just a powerful car. It's got great handling as well.
Love the way the rear wheel and tire combination fills out the wheel well. And again, the leaf springs have been eliminated here, replaced with a Detroit Speed 4-link coil-over suspension kit.
Well, still plenty of good money in the room. $220,000 for that 1970 Camaro SS Custom Coupe, the Tour de Force. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, what a great moment earlier with the first C8 Corvette benefiting a great cause, Operation Homefront. Well, here's a military vehicle that sort of transitioned into civilian life. It's a 2006 Hummer H1 Alpha, and this is the end of the line for the H1. The Alphas are the most desirable because they got the Duramax under the hood. Gone is the old 6.5 liter diesel V8. You have this big bar on the front, but there's also improvements in the interior. Here you can see much nicer, much more refined on the inside, certainly nicer than the military spec. Now, I used to have one of these, not an Alpha, unfortunately. It was just a normal Hummer, and I was able to run over two Priuses with mine because of the approach angle being so tight. I was able to pull up on two Priuses, drive all the way over them, and then we took one and we loaded it on a roof rack similar to this. We were able to put it on top and haul it to the crusher because this thing is just so rigid and so tough. It only hauls 4 people, but it is a very tough, sturdy vehicle.
Yeah, there's a reason that was designed the way it is. It's done great service over the years, and it'll be fun to see that one cross the block. Different kind of SUV up there right now, a 68 Bronco Custom.
I think we may have seen more Broncos cross the block at Barrett-Jackson this week than any other model from any manufacturer. Both the new ones and the Gen 1 Broncos, like this one with a 5.0 liter V8 and a 3.5-inch lift.
And that 5.0 is the modern, no push rod overhead cam version, the Coyote. And again, the only thing it shares with the original 302 is the cubic inch displacement. This is radically different, 2 to 3 times the horsepower.
This has a bimini top on it, familiar to boaters or maybe to Boxster Spider owners, where there's an elastic that holds the top in place back here, and it does cover at least the front seat occupants for occasional use, let's say.
And for what it's worth, this roll cage is a bolt-down model. There are feet with bolts, so not that you'd want to remove it, but it's not welded in place. It's just as strong either way. Just saying. Love that Ford 9-inch rear axle. That one has been braced. Those sort of trapezoid shape is not factory, but by doing that, you increase the strength, you decrease its likelihood to bend if you hit some hard jumps.
$145,000 for a custom Ford Bronco. Red on the outside, black on the inside, plenty of custom touches. 1952 Chevrolet 3100 Custom.
Is gray the new black? Is this the new official color of Barrett-Jackson? We've seen more battleship gray trucks and SUVs and cars cross the block today than I can ever remember.
I like it. It's tasteful, it's subtle, and yet effective. I love the French headlights that are sort of tunneled in there. This would have had screw-on stainless, so a lot of subtle custom work being done here. Phi-Tech fuel-injected small block Chevy, a fairly traditional engine, but it's been a great engine since 1955. Why stop now?
This is the post-war design that came out in 1948, went all the way through 1954.
And favored by hot rodders because they were cheap and available. Small block Chevy V8s were produced by the millions for a wide variety of Chevrolet cars and trucks. And once they debuted in 1955, for hot rodders, they replaced the Cadillac overhead valve V8 as the engine of choice.
No more leaf springs back here. This, of course, has a 4-link arrangement with Alden aluminum coil over springs, which support the tail of the truck. All modern.
Nice thing about this generation of truck and why it's a great hot rod as well is they also made the cab bigger up front, longer and wider, so you could have a little more comfort. $115,000. 1963 Corvette split window.
Well, if you wondered, you paid $215 for the privilege of the sealed cabin. Production numbers were just about the same, 10,919 Roadsters and 10,594 Coupes. But again, 63 was the one and only year for the almighty split window.
This car has been judged by the National Corvette Restorers Society, which indicates an interest in restoring this to as new condition, although we'll forgive the center lock wheels, which were not available in '63.
This is the base 327. We see it has the standard air cleaner with a couple of little snorkels coming out the front. Cast iron intake manifold, but again, 250 horsepower, plenty to get this car down the road. 4-speed manual transmission.
You're seeing a lot of the customs bring big money. It's nice seeing the split window original bringing solid money as well. $185,000. Very impressive for that 327 cubic inch V8.
Well, stock or modified, Corvettes rule the roost here at Barrett-Jackson.
You know, I don't think there are really enough words to describe the day we've had in all of this as we've been celebrating Barrett-Jackson's 50th anniversary. Up on the block here at Barrett-Jackson right now, big money right off the bat for a 1962 Lincoln Continental Custom Convertible. It's shot right up, and now it's at $190,000, $200,000.
Second year for the trend-setting Continental, and when it comes down to production, roughly 1 in 10 was a convertible. Most were four-door sedans. Under the hood here, we have an LS3 crate engine, so it's not the 462 or the 430, but that's okay. It's lighter and more powerful.
One of these that rocked the block earlier was a champagne metallic color, but white over deep dark gray. Looks just as enticing.
These wheels are pretty cool. They emulate the look of the stock hubcaps, which would have been a 14-inch diameter, but these are made of billet aluminum, machined beautifully and then polished, and these are 18 inches. A full 4 inches larger diameter, but beautiful. They hide in plain sight, but that's not stock, but looks cool.
Almost made it to $300,000, $295 for that 1962 Lincoln Continental Custom, the big 6.2 liter V8 engine, 430 horsepower. Away it goes, and away we go to April Rose.
Hands down, my favorite thing about this Barrett-Jackson is seeing what builders do with these first-generation Broncos. This one's a 1969 Bronco. She's got a full roll cage, custom interior, second-generation Coyote 5.0 motor, dual sport 4-link suspension, 2-inch body lift, Willwood brakes, 6-speed automatic, topped up with that excellent cool blue khaki paint. She's almost, Brule, almost too pretty to drive.
Yeah, keyword is almost. We're not into trophy queens. We're not into trailer queens. We want to drive. 1968 Ford Mustang. It's a 428 Cobra Jet GT.
Well, the beginning of the 428 dynasty, only 1,299 were installed in 68, not to be confused with the 390. This is a much more potent engine. And the 68s all had this hood scoop with the black stripe. This is the only time, 1968, that particular tile of hood scoop was functional. 69 onward, it was purely ornamental. But here, it's specific. It is fiberglass, and it does work. There's an opening door on the bottom with a vacuum flap, and it absolutely is functional right here.
Tell you what, according to the consignor, this Mustang has less than 24,000 miles on the odometer. Hasn't been driven much since 1968.
1965, nobody would have dreamt that the big block would wind up under the hood of the Mustang, but the muscle car boom was going on and exploding at such a rapid pace that by 1967, the 390 joined the party, and then 68, the 428, and 69, the 429 arrived on the scene. So muscle car and Mustang and pony car all in one.
Yes or no? Here we go. 140,000.
GT wheels in their first appearance for 1968.
$140,000. That's one of about 2,200 R-Code 428 Cobra Jets. Those folks are the winning bidders. On the block now, we got a 1957 Volkswagen 23-window microbus.
Boy, what a beauty this is, and this is an authentic color combination in this orange and gray. These were meant to be people haulers, 3 rows of bench seats. So a true 9-passenger here. You would flip the right seat in order to access the rear seat, and there was still a luggage compartment behind. One thing that these were not fast. On a 2-lane road in New England, the last thing you wanted to get stuck behind was one of these slug buses because they were not fast, but they did the job.
I had one in college, and I knew when I was going, we used to drive over what's called the Camarillo Grade over in California, and I knew I had to get a long, serious run at it and hope that no one was in front of me. Now, we've seen a number of the Brazilian buses go across. This is not a Brazilian bus. $140,000 for that 1957 23-window microbus. Tyler, what you got?
Well, it was reported earlier today that we had a world record price for a Plymouth Superbird. Almost $1 million. Of course, it was a 6,000-mile Hemi car. This one, a very, very nice restoration, but it is a 440 car. You can see the big wing of the Superbird with the Meep Meep on the back. There's the Roadrunner, and it's a beautiful restoration, which I will show you the process here in a little bit. But under the hood is the 440 V8. Let's come around to how it was bought. It was actually a nice driver in the first place, but then you see they made this book to help with the sale. See the Richard Petty autograph there, but then they stripped it down completely. There's the nose cone off for a total restoration. So this is a very nice example, very well documented here, where you see all the hidden trim tags before when the paint was shaved off, and then a beautiful repaint. There's still some very, very nice high caliber cars on Super Saturday as we end the evening. This is the last of the Superbirds, though. We had a great run today.
Haven't we, though? Yeah, and that absolutely adds to the value of the car when it gets up on the block. And right now, solid money on a 1968 Corvette Custom.
Resto modded with a complete C7 suspension, a dash transplant, but still resplendent in red with huge forged wheels and much later Corvette disc brakes.
Speaking of huge, this has a 500-plus cubic inch rat motor with Kinsler electronic 8-stack injection. I always say that the induction is the crown on the top of the king's head, and that is the way to dress out a king. That's beautiful. I love that 8-stack stuff. Looks good. Better than any blower.
Style from 50 years ago, function from today. That's how you build a Resto mod and sell it for $300,000.
Man, serious money. $300,000 for that 1968 Corvette Custom. More than 1,000 horsepower under that hood. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll see a 1963 GMC Custom pickup truck. It's got a big block, 454 cubic inches under the hood, and a 2,600-watt sound system. Well, so many breathtaking vehicles across the block this week in Scottsdale. Now it's time for them to head to their new homes. And Reliable Carriers will ensure that they get there safe and sound with an unparalleled level of care and professionalism. Reliable Carriers, vehicles taken seriously. Well, some serious money on a 1959 Corvette Custom worth $300,000.
Boy, beautiful fawn beige metallic paint. That's that 6-figure champagne hue that we talk about. And a very light ivory interior. This one with an upgraded overdrive automatic transmission.
Yeah, part of the new theme, the trend we're seeing is an original 1959 body, this time on an Art Morrison aftermarket chassis. course, the Roadster Shop and Schwartz or other companies that will supply you with a modern rolling chassis you put your vintage body on top of and get the best of both worlds.
Well, look at this, $450,000. It just shot from 300 up to 400. That gentleman right there really wanted it, and he will get it, $450,000. McGuire's staging lanes out there. Plenty of cars left across the block. We've got less than an hour of our coverage here on the History Channel, but plenty of great cars, so we'll get to see. For example, that car that just sold for $450,000. You never know what's going to crop up on the block next because there's still money in the house.
Well, Rick, folks have had all week to look these cars over in the salon and out in the tents, talk to the consigners, check them out in the staging lanes, and obviously 2 committed bidders stayed here late to try to have the chance to buy that Corvette.
And sometimes what happens is people don't get the car earlier in the day and have to stick around.
Chassis cam, let's have a peek. Rack and pinion steering, the underside of the 454. There's the Turbo 400 automatic transmission. I love the body-colored work, body-colored drive shaft, 2-piece drive shaft that is, 12-bolt rear axle, and it rides so low the exhaust goes under the axle. Now keep in mind, back in 1963, you could not get a V8 in your GMC pickup truck. They had V6 engines to differentiate them from their Chevrolet brethren. Not anymore. 454 power. And I like the almost like a gold iridite plating or coating or wrap or something on the grill.
Yeah, grill and bumper and the stainless trim down the side have all been treated, and the door handles to some sort of gold color plating.
$170,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
We've seen so many different Mustangs. Now this is the first year for the Mach 1. It's a 1969 Mustang. Beautiful Midnight Orchard metallic 428 Super Cobra Jet 4-speed manual transmission. Now it comes with a Marty report. It's got the shaker hood, 391 traction lock rear end. Also comes with the build sheet, show judging sheets, and featured in the May 2015 Mustang Monthly magazine. She is beautiful and cannot wait to watch her cross the block. DeBrule?
Yeah, I look forward to that. Up on the block now is the Hummer that Tyler previewed for us from 2006.
Now this one is only a 4-seater, more the military style of seating position. Oops, sorry, back doors are locked. We'll show you inside, and everything is all deeply dark tinted. So let's just keep it a secret and tell you you're not allowed in there, you're not to see there, but there are 4 commodious bucket seats.
What's an interesting deal is that the first generation Hummer was diesel powered. The H2 and H3 are strictly gas burners. H2, 6-liter or 6.2 LS power plants, but this is a diesel.
Yeah, they've also put in a larger fuel tank. I mean, this thing's got 2 onboard tanks, a total of 51 gallons. So you don't get great gas mileage, but boy, you got enough fuel to get you there.
And there is a huge bull bar structure here on the front of this Hummer. However, it does tilt, comes unpinned here, and tilts so that the hood can still open. Nothing's going to get in this thing's way.
We just hit $500,000 on this, and we're still going.
Like all Hummers, this is built in Micawasha, Indiana at the AM General plant under license for General Motors.
We're at $600,000.
Okay, come on around. We got it opened up finally. And you'll see that 4 people can sit in this in comfortable seats, but boy, not a lot of room. Kind of like what you'd have on a coach seat on your flight home tomorrow.
We'll talk about committed bidders. We still have 2 of them. $625,000 for a 2006 Hummer H1, an Alpha Custom SUV. Lots of work done to that, and the result is big, big money. Wow. Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can go to find out all of the prices for all of those cars that sold here at Barrett-Jackson this week. And, of course, look forward to our next auction in Palm Beach in April. 1957 Chevy Bel Air convertible.
Well, the small block was introduced in 55 and grew from strength to strength, and for 57 went from 265 to 283 cubic inches. But this is the mildest version of them all with a single 2-barrel carburetor. You can also get a 4-barrel or even dual quads or fuel injection. But again, this is the one that most people bought, the 2-barrel.
And this car is said to have been restored with only period correct NOS, that's new old stock, factory Chevrolet parts. No aftermarket, no reproduction parts used in this beautiful restoration.
Power windows in the second year of availability. 1956 was the first. And speaking of reproduction parts, one of the pioneers in that was a company called Dan Chuck Restorations, which back in the late 80s kind of led the field in reproducing parts that were no longer available from the dealer. But of course, now we have dozens of companies making parts. But again, on this one here, mostly it's GM new old stock parts, which I think is causing the price and the bidding to really heat up.
Back in 1957, the one really big expensive item, if you wanted to add it on, air conditioning. You did that, it cost $425, which is a big chunk of the price of this car. At least it was back then. Now it's only a tiny part, $115,000 for a 1957 Chevy Bel Air. 283 cubic inches, V8, 2-speed automatic transmission. Coming up, check out this Corvette. Oh, we got great stuff yet to cross the block. We'll be right back.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
The Super Snake, from the first time we sold it, has to be one of the most iconic moments. Having Carroll Shelby himself up on the auction block.
What a moment. Carroll Shelby, the man himself, one of the most incredible cars in the world, a packed standing room only audience, and we rocked the house, multiples of millions of dollars just like this, one right after another. And it was selling at no reserve, Craig. I think that got everybody's attention, and we set the world on fire.
This is the only one that there is that'll ever be the true Shelby. So it's a special car.
So many great moments here at Barrett-Jackson over the years. Just spectacular. Big dollars, but also great memories. 1967 Corvette up on the block. This one is a custom convertible.
Well, again, an LS1 Corvette all-aluminum engine with C4 Corvette suspension, which should mean a transverse leaf spring, but I think this one, yeah, it still has it. That's cool. Again, keep in mind, C4 has plastic leaf springs, front and rear. They're very light, and yet they're very, very capable of handling and racing. But you gotta love this car. It's got the automatic transmission, 4L60E.
Further upgraded with C6 Corvette wheels, so kind of keeping the modifications all in the family here. With that great Stingray style, the final year for these mid-year Corvettes. Side exhaust, which was an option you could order in 1967. Looking just like that. And you note the rear valence here does not have the cutout for the exhaust because of the factory side pipes.
The original AM/FM radio still in place in the center stack.
162, 165, 165.
Wood rim wheel, which was optional, gave a little better feel to the fingers than the standard plastic wheel.
Well, one last bidder jumped in, $162,000, the hammer price for that 1967 Corvette. You know, all kinds of special things happen here at Barrett-Jackson during the course of the week. Not just great sales, but great announcements. Earlier this week, Christian Murphy was on hand for something special at Toyota.
We're down at the Toyota stand for the reveal of something really big.
We have something very special that is going to happen here in the Toyota booth.
The all-new Sequoia builds upon Toyota's 3-row SUV heritage. The Capstone's luxury interior has a massive 14-inch screen with a 10-inch head-up display. The standard hybrid iForce Max powertrain offers power with efficiency, delivering an impressive 437 horsepower with a max towing capacity of up to 9,000 pounds. The all-new Sequoia, incredible luxury and performance. There you have it, another history-making moment here at Barrett-Jackson, the reveal of the 2023 Sequoia.
A little older SUV up on the block right now, a 1969 Bronco Custom.
Well, another 302, but again, the Coyote, but something a little different. The hood's closed now, but the plastic manifold from the factory is replaced by a fabricated Holley Sniper item, which bolts right on, gives a little more power, but certainly gives the engine a very different look. But 9-inch rear axle, this one also braced. We can see it's got some boxed metal welded on there to stiffen it up for any kind of off-road hijinks.
This one is a roadster, no provision for a convertible top on this Bronco.
$165,000. All right, let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, I found a Supra. This is a 1994 Toyota Supra Turbo, and it looks like the Fast and Furious Supra from the film. A car we actually sold at a previous Barrett-Jackson auction in Las Vegas, a screen-used stunt car. But this is a replica, and it has a few things that aren't the same as a replica. Most notably, this is a right-hand drive car. Really cool inside, but a right-hand drive, so it probably started life in Japan and was imported here. Also, the Fast and Furious car had a Targa roof. This one is a hard top, but the screen-used stunt car was different than the actual hero car because it was an automatic transmission and it wasn't a turbo. There was another Supra that had all the pretty shots. This one has the right engine, a 2JZ inline-6 big turbo. This is the iconic setup here. Maybe not a 10-second car, but with that big turbo, this thing is super, super powerful. Obviously, it has all the look of a real Fast and Furious car for, I imagine, a small fraction of what the one in Las Vegas sold for. Really cool.
Super Supra. $125,000, the bid right now for a 1968 Shelby GT500KR.
Well, it's the real deal. R code with a 4-speed transmission. 1965 Thunderbird taillights. Adopted and adapted for use here.
Boy, they just keep coming to the block, don't they? So if you were the underbidder on one of the previous KRs, here's another chance. Hang around the auction block long enough and your car is bound to come to center stage.
Yeah, according to the consignor, this is the original color, candy apple red. There are only about 600 of those made that year in this color.
It's funny, the KRs and the regular GT500s, there doesn't seem to be a major premium on one or the other, but color and 4-speed and numbers matching status are the key elements.
Oh, he was like, hold it, wait a minute, I got one more bid, but he waited a little too long, and the hammer came down. $140,000, the price on that 1968 Shelby GT500 KR. All right. You don't like 1968? How about 1969? Another GT500.
Well, for 69, there was a major investment made in the Shelby line, kind of ironic since it was the last. That investment was specific fiberglass front fenders and a unique front bumper, and all of this stuff here not shared with any other Mustang. And again, a fiberglass hood, functional ram air on all of them, but this one, of course, being a GT500, has the 428. GT350 would have a 351 small block.
This styling in the front end would kind of predict what would come for Mustang for 1971. So, but as Steve says, quite a departure from the cars that preceded it.
One thing to keep in mind, 1969 is also the year that the Boss and the Mach 1 both arrived on the scene. And at the end of the year, there were nearly 1,000 unsold Shelby GT350s and 500s. So what they did is renumbered them, installed a Boss 302 chin scoop, and put black paint stripes on the hood, and then called them 1970s and sold them off.
And of course, to do that would be illegal. They had to get the FBI involved to come to the Shelby plant for the renumbering of those cars from 1969 into legitimate 1970 models, instead of being, I mean, nobody wants leftovers.
And this is from before the days when manufacturers had to crash test new designs. And this bumper, it is attached to the frame, but again, it's marginally effective at protecting the front of the car. But the crash testing will come about 4 years later in 1973.
Kind of like these three-piece wheels. They are reminiscent of the Kelsey Hayes mags, but they're still 15 inchers.
$157,000 for the gentleman up in the skybox. Well, a little while ago, April Rose previewed a 1969 Mustang Mach 1 to 428 Super Cobra Jet.
It's interesting, when you bought your Mustang, the rear axle ratio selected had a lot to do with what happened under the hood. Now, this one has the 391. When you had this or the 430 gears, the Ford people knew that you were going to go drag racing and accelerating. And so you got an engine cooler.
Dark Orchid Metallic was a Thunderbird color. This is one of 3 Mach 1s known to exist with this color combination. And it's a drag pack, and it's a 4-speed, and it's got its original engine and transmission. And it was restored by Marcus Angel, which is a Mark expert in these cars.
And mostly original NOS parts were used during the restoration process, folks. So this is one of the stars of the muscle car lineup we've had today. Pay attention, it's a beautiful, beautiful, rare Mustang Mach 1 428 Super Cobra Jet.
Oh, yes, sir. He mentioned drag pack, and that, of course, is what's triggered by the 391 or 430 gears. This is the oil cooler right here, which is attached to the oil filter, but the horn had to move over to that side because ordinarily they're on both sides. But this is all about keeping the oil cooler and thicker so the bearings don't spin at high RPMs.
Midnight Orchid Metallic is the color. It's a deep, deep purple. These stripes were stock on the Mach 1. They are 3M Scotchlite. They are reflective, and Ford offered that up as a safety feature.
And there's that shaker hood for the first time, 1969. Ford pretty much, they weren't, well, they were trendsetters in a lot of ways, but by 1970, Pontiac had one, Dodge had one, Plymouth had one, Mercury had one, and it's all about that thing quivering and shaking at a stoplight, so the guy in the GTO next to you knew he was in for a fight.
Documentation, let me tell you about the documentation, folks. It includes its original build sheet, deluxe report, lowest energy report. This Mach 1 was awarded Concord Trader Gold in 2015 MCA, Heritage Gold in Mid-America Concourse, Tosa Oklahoma judging sheets included. This CJ was featured.
There's a Mach 1. This has standard through the Valence quad pipe exhaust. You got to keep in mind, this was about $1,400 less than a comparable Shelby GT350, so it's really no wonder that a lot of people ran to the Mach 1 and away from the Shelby in 1969.
Great to see the Mach 1 name come back on a high-performance Mustang for 2021 from Ford.
1969 saw chrome plating added to these GT wheels, which made their debut in 1968 with a gray argent paint finish. Same stamping, different surface treatment.
You know, if you told me about this car, I'd say no thanks, but this Midnight Orchid paint, boy, it really gleams in the light, and with the gold reflective striping, this looks terrific.
That took a while, but it worked its way up to $165,000 for that 1969 Mustang Mach 1 428 Super Cobra Jet in Midnight Orchid Metallic. We'll be right back. Plenty of drama here today as people went to battle trying to beat each other as they had the high bid for whatever car. Boy, there were plenty of losers, plenty of winners, and plenty of great moments. By the way, just a little while ago, that Plymouth Superboard that Tyler previewed sold for $207,000, and right now that 2015 Camaro Z28 just hammered sold at $60,000. No shortage of great Shelby GT500s, whether it's a KR or just a GT500, another convertible, this one from 1968.
This is a beautiful restoration of a GT500, but it wasn't restored perfectly to factory specs. This one has a Tremec 5-speed in it, vintage air, so they built this one to drive and enjoy, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's okay. It's kind of a brave move, but all this stuff here, these billet aluminum pieces, the triangulation, this is all about stiffening the front cowl for less flex and better handling, but it's kind of brave to do that to a real GT500, but there you have it.
Well, the bidders will decide what that will do to the value of this car. Do you really want that 5-speed overdrive for lower cruising RPM on the highway, or do you want a car that's authentically restored to as new? The bidders will decide. This roll bar was in all of these Shelby convertibles, but you can't call it that. The Ford lawyers insisted it be called a style bar or something like that. Liability.
One detail is that virtually everything that's been done to this car is of a bolt-on nature. Nothing's welded in place, so you could undo it if you chose to.
And you'll notice on the side, they've got the KR striping. It is not a KR. They made it look like it that way, but this is still a GT500. But once again, a real deal GT500.
And the way you can tell, you go to the 5th digit of the VIN. If you see an S, it's a GT500. If you see an R, it's a GT500 KR with the Cobra Jet engine.
1471.1 specialist update here. Here's the 1968 Shelby GT350 convertible. Powered by a 302 8-cylinder V8 engine, 4-speed manual transmission.
And away that goes. We're going to take a quick break and start looking forward towards April. And when I say April, I mean the Palm Beach auction in April. Here's Christian Murphy.
Woohoo, Rick! The music is nearly over, the dancing, well, it'll be over too here in Scottsdale pretty soon. But the Barrett-Jackson party, well, it carries on. We're going to Palm Beach. When are we going?
Oh, yeah, baby. April 7th to the 9th.
Wait a second. No, that's you.
You guys are so confused. April the month, 7th to the 9th. This beautiful 2024 GT Carbon Series is going to be there. I don't know how Barrett-Jackson gets so many Ford GTs to roll across the block. It's just the greatest auction in the world.
All the quality cars you'd expect, the diversity in the docket, and the great experience. We've had a wonderful experience here this week, haven't we?
Amazing. Now remember, April 7th, the month of April, 7th to the 9th. Get your tickets now. It's going to be off the hook.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. You're April.
You guys are all confused.
Oh,
Men.
Gosh. All right, pack your bikini.
As long as we got cars, it'll be great. April 7th through the 9th, that's coming up. We're looking forward to that. We just saw that another Mustang GT350, a Shelby GT350 go across the block. That one just sold for $115,000. Right behind it, we got a 1965 Corvette 396.
Well, the street racer spotter, when you saw this big bump on the hood, he said, uh-oh, that one's got a big block. Roughly 1 in 10 Corvettes in 65 got the 396, the beginning of the big block dynasty.
Yes, the year after this, you got the 427, which is actually what I have at home, but with the same hood bump. And then 67, they changed the hood to the much more Stingray look.
You know, it takes over 125 dedicated broadcast professionals to bring Barrett-Jackson to your living room. We want to thank all of them for their contribution this long, long week. And I want to single out Brian Sachs. You're seeing his shot of the engine bay, but he has carried that camera all around, over, and under every car now for 6 straight days. Hasn't bumped a car, hasn't bumped one of us, and we're all learning a lot in the process. But I hope everybody on this telecast has had as much fun as he has and as we have this week.
Yeah, great crew that makes all of this possible. $115,000 for a 1965 Corvette. There's still big money in the room and still cars left across the block. They're filling up the staging lanes, but we're coming towards the end. We'll be right back.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
What a week it's been, and what a way to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Barrett-Jackson. Not called the world's greatest collector car auction for nothing, and Super Saturday has absolutely not disappointed. $75,000, the current bid for a 1967 Camaro RS SS Indy Pace Car Edition.
Well, 1967 was the birth year of the 350, growing out of the 327. Here's the irony: the 350 was only available in Camaro and trucks, not in Corvette. An interesting little detail.
$80,000 for that 1967 Camaro. Let's check out the top sellers for the day. Quite a mix, old, new, and newer. The 1955 Mercedes 300 SL. This one's strawberry red. Little old, it's a classic though. $1.7 million. You want newer? How about 2004 Porsche Carrera GT? It crossed the block. And when the hammer came down, it sold for $1.8 million. But the #1 seller of the day, it was this car right here, a 2023, or at least the rights to buy a 2023 Corvette Z06 VIN 001. All the money was to raise and help Operation Homefront, $3.6 million. And then another bidder threw in another $100,000, so a total of $3.7 million was raised. If you wanted to be in the top 10 today, it took at least $1.1 million. Right now, we got a 2016 Cadillac CTSV custom sedan.
Well, this is a sleeper. You've got a 4-door Cadillac sedan, a CTSV, though, that somebody put a 427 under the hood, twin turbos to 1,400 horsepower, which you could never tell with the hood closed other than the big track slicks on the back.
I like that, the big skinny front runners and the fat stickies in the back. Yeah, this is a sleeper, straight line monster.
Earlier today, a CT5 with the Blackwing engine and a 6-speed manual transmission. Probably the last supercar Cadillac will ever build with an internal combustion engine. Sold for in the neighborhood of $150,000. So this is its predecessor.
It's a drag racing tradition to where you put the skinniest, lightest front wheels and tires you can put on a car, and this is the modern version of that.
Close to $197,000 for that 2016 Cadillac CTSV. All right, one last time, we're going to check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick, I should say, one last time. Elated, excited, ecstatic, exhausted. How would you describe the 50th celebration generations of Barrett Jackson, and congratulations, Craig.
It was an absolute barn burner. I've had so many people stop me, one to congratulate, two to thank us for putting this on. The quality of the cars, the excitement, the crowds, customers that didn't make it texting saying, most fantastic auction they've ever seen in history. I think that sums it up.
Not too bad. Steve, I'm sure you've got a perspective as well.
It's called a roller coaster. I mean, we've been on a roller coaster that you can't see the end of. And with everything that's went on today, that's why I'm wearing this hat. Our men and women in uniform, our first responders, without them, we couldn't be celebrating this, but what an incredible, amazing day, week it's been. How long has it been? A month? I don't know. But indescribable. Unbelievable.
So many wonderful moments, from charity to the quality of the docket to the prices.
Having Pitbull sing his way onto the stage.
Many. I would just say to both of you, we've been with you on this journey and played some small part. We, from all of the production team, congratulations, well done. We're nearly out of time here, and thank you very much for a wonderful week.
And I want to thank everybody at History, that a lot of you guys came out here and looked at it, and just everybody. The team has been so great, but the crowds that came out, it's just such a great thing to get a sense that we're coming out of this thing.
Absolutely.
Thanks
Steve, last word.
Love you guys. Thanks for watching us.
Thank you all.
Back to you, Rick, and let's take it away, my friend.
All right, thanks. I think we're all a little punchy at this point in time. 38 hours of live coverage, and Super Saturday has delivered in spades. Like I said, every single one of the top 10s over $1 million. All the money raised for charity this week. Special moments all the time. 1960 Cadillac DeVille. This is a custom topless.
Well, this appears to be a decapitated sedan, and that's okay. That's something it's a part of the hot rodding world, but I love what they've done with the 4-seat, the central console that's molded integrally with the car. Cool.
Now this one has an LSA under the hood, so an SLS engine. Of course, 59 was the Cadillac with the biggest fins. This is the 60 where the fins got smaller, but you know, this one, all the chrome has come off too, to where it makes it a little more subtle. These weren't subtle cars in 60, but without the chrome, you know, it looks a little Batmobile-ish, dare I say?
You know, in black with those fins in the back, this looks like a car Batman should have been driving around in, doesn't it? It's got a little Batman touch in the back.
You should probably get a cape and wear that when you drive it, so when you get your cape and run off into the woods. Inside the trunk, what do we got here? Okay.
$120,000 for the topless Cadillac. All right, from something really big to something significantly smaller, but just as cool, a 1966 Sunbeam Tiger custom convertible.
Remember that the Sunbeam Alpine was a little two-seater. It became a Tiger when you plug a Ford small block V8 into it.
Well, and they gave this one a little bit of a Shelby treatment, since it has the small block. You got the side pipes coming out the side, and the roll bar, and the stripes. It's very cute, for sure.
This is described as, let's see, I don't see any big claims that it's an actual Tiger. With that said, there is a Tiger registry, and there's certainly ways you can verify real ones from copies. Not sure what we have here, but I do like the wide front wheels and the wider rear wheels. I always say it gives the car a nice dynamic, like it's getting ready to pounce on a Corvette.
Well, the consignor does point out that this does have a certificate of authenticity verifying it is a real Tiger. All right, it's going to sell in just a little bit, but we have to move on. You know what? It's hard to imagine having a week that has captured the spirit of Barrett Jackson more than the week we've just had. This has been simply magical. You know what? We're really proud to be partners with Barrett Jackson. We want to wish them 50 more years of what we have just experienced this week. And of course, a special thanks to our world-class television crew, all the people behind the scenes that make all of this look so easy. And trust me, it really is not. They've worked so hard to make it possible. So for Mike Joy, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, Christian Murphy, and our entire team, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along this week as we celebrate Barrett Jackson's 50th anniversary.